Still the boss. I'm still like the rules. But not my boss. No, you're not the boss. You're not the boss. I don't care.
I don't think so. No, that's not that one.
Trying.
That's a good video. Some of the video footage like this.
Yeah, when he's up here, then we're ready. If we can see ourselves, are we ready to go, Stace? All right, we're going to go ahead and call our meeting to order. Do they have a video they're going to play? I mean, no pressure, but we're waiting on you. I didn't watch it. I hope somebody enjoyed it.
Run that again?
Can we run it again?
No, we can just start the meeting.
All right. This is how we operate here. We'd like to welcome everybody out to our Wildlife Board meeting today. It's December 9th, 2016. This will be our Bucks and Bulls meeting. We do have a few other things going on as well. First, I'd like to introduce the board. On my far left, we have Mr. Steve Dalton from the Southern region. Next to him, we got my buddy Byron Bateman from the Northern region. Next to Byron is Calvin Crandall from down in the Central region, here in the Central region, I guess. The empty chair next to me is Dr. Kirk Woodard, who is from out in the Northeast region, who will be here shortly. He got in a little traffic in Provo Canyon is the story, so he'll be here shortly. He also serves as vice chair of the board.
Not the one that slid off the road, is he?
I don't know. I guess we'll see. If he's all muddy and beat up when he walks in, we'll know. My name's John Bair. I serve as chair, and I'm also from the Central region. To my immediate right is the legend himself, Director Sheehan, who is technically our executive secretary on the
Are
board.
you wanting me to buy you lunch or something with that?
You're already buying me lunch, so it don't matter. Next to Director Sheehan is Donnie Hunter. Donnie's from down in Cedar City in the Southern region. Next to him is Dr. Mike King from over Price, representing the Southeast region. You do live in Price, right? Okay. I didn't know if you was like from Elmo or someplace like that, and I just didn't know. So.
Lots of relatives.
Lots of relatives from there. Everybody on the other side of the mountain's got lots of relatives over there. So appreciate y'all being here. If you would like to make a comment at any time today on any of the items, we need you to fill out a comment card. They're the colored cards over there. Write your name, who you represent, whether it's yourself or an organization, and turn that in. Write the agenda item on there. Now, if you don't want to speak into the microphone and just want to turn in a comment card, your comments will go on the record, and we will see those. And you don't have to necessarily stand up and talk to the microphone, but some people don't like that. Most it don't bother. Some like it too much. Man. So, would ask everybody to fill out a comment card. We'd like to recognize our help. Jamie and Stacy, thank you very much. They're the ones that organize and do all our paperwork and make sure we have our agendas and the rooms are all set up and everything's ready to go. So we appreciate their help. We also want to recognize our AV crew, who you do not see but is in a room nearby taking care of the video and the sound. And I would be remiss if I didn't remind everybody that this is being streamed live on YouTube. It will be recorded, and everybody will be able to watch it from now until the zombie apocalypse, because everything you say will live forever on the internet. So remember that. They will make you famous. I'm glad you reminded me of that. The director thinks I also need to recognize the rack chairs. I was going to get to it eventually, as soon as I called on them and realized I hadn't recognized them. I don't need to wait for him. In fact, we'll let them introduce themselves. We'll start down here on the to my left.
Dave Black from the Southern Region.
Kevin Albrecht from the Southeast Region.
Richard Hanson, Central Region.
And John Cabot, Northern Region.
Good to have you here. And Randy Dirth, who represents the Northeastern region, is trapped in a pickup with Dr. Woodard, who is still not here. We'd invite everybody to harass them without mercy when they do arrive. All right. I believe we're to the point where we would accept. Everybody's had a chance to look at a copy of the agenda. I believe we're to the point where we would accept a motion to approve the agenda or discuss.
So moved.
Moved by Calvin, seconded by Byron. All in favor of approval of the agenda? Passes unanimous. Everybody had a chance to look at the minutes of the last meeting. Any corrections or changes? Seeing none, I'd accept a motion to accept the minutes of the last meeting. Moved by Steve, seconded by Byron. All in favor? Passes unanimous. Our action log is also stuck in a truck with Dr. Woodard and should be here shortly. So we will go back to that, and we will turn a brief moment over to our good director here, who will give us an update to what's going on with the division and anything else he sees fit to bless us with.
And I'll keep it brief today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just maybe three things to touch on. Nationally, there's been a big movement of a program that we call, that's known nationally as R3, Recruitment, Retention, Reactivation. That pertains to hunters, anglers, and those who help bring us the needed revenue that is so important to help run our state agencies. So as part of that, we've asked as part of our enhanced effort to follow suit in that, we've asked Dean Mitchell, who's been our outreach chief for about the last 10 years. Dean, are you in the audience today? I didn't see. To sort of head up our state effort here and implement some plans to make sure we're out more actively involved in recruitment, retention, and reactivation than what we have been even in the last few years. With him moving to that position from our outreach chief, we've advertised that position and interviewed and selected Robin Cahoon to come back for us. Robin's spent many years with the Division of Wildlife. Most recently, she's been over running Utah's own program at Utah Department of Agriculture. So we're excited to have her back, and she's got some good ideas of where we can go in the future in our outreach community. So we congratulate both of them on those advances. It's the time of year when we often talk about some of the transplants, translocations we've got going on around the state. We were scheduled to do a pronghorn transplant down on the Parkers later next week. We've postponed that. We want to make sure that we've got the right animals there and the right numbers before we do that. So if that occurs, that'll probably be later in January when we elect to do that. And again, we'll have to watch a variety of conditions. Other things going on, we've been involved in some pretty big studies on coloring wildlife, in particular right at the moment, mule deer. We're putting GPS collars on mule deer throughout the state, and our wildlife staff's been pretty heavily engaged in that, trying to get a better understanding of where these animals are are traveling, what their needs are, what some of their threats and obstacles are, and habitat uses and needs. So this is important research, and I think that will continue to grow as we move forward. It's been a great autumn. I think there are many species we manage for, and I think successfully managed for here in the Division of Wildlife. But certainly one of the most iconic to our sportsmen out there is the mule deer. Many efforts have been underway for a number of years now, from habitat restoration, highway fencing, predator control, on and on. There's been a number of things put in place, and I think that, coupled with some cooperation of Mother Nature, has really helped grow our deer herds. In the last 4 years, we've seen what we estimate to be about 100,000 deer increase in the state. Those of you who've been out in the field and had an opportunity to hunt, I think, have been able to see and experience that. And I think this, for the hunters out there, this is probably the best general deer hunt we've had in probably 20 to 25 years, and I guess people could debate that, but we sure saw a lot of mature bucks come through our check stations, and I hope that many of you were able to experience that or participate in that. It was a good year for our hunters, and I think they're pleased out there. We've also continued to do some of the pheasant release programs that have been so popular. I believe our elk hunts are also remain popular out there, and certainly this was another very good fall for fishing. We've done a lot to promote fishing in our agency. We've I'll put in a continual bump for our Cut Slam program, where you can come in and participate in catching one of each of our 4 native trout species and be recognized for that with a nice coin and certificate, and maybe more importantly than all that, bring some extra dollars to help us through native trout conservation. We started that this year. Raised over $12,000, I believe, here in our first year, and we've now just awarded some grants out to go do some native trout conservation. So really that's what it's all about, is making our wildlife better throughout the state, and I think we're doing that, and we're seeing it, and we're bringing a lot of our public and conservation partners to the table. So I think with that, unless there's any questions from the board, I'll turn that time back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Director. A lot of good things going on. We appreciate the update. We'd like to welcome our Northeastern Region Chairman, Randy Dearth.
Thank you.
Randy, welcome.
Thank you. My driver was slow.
It's true. His driver was slow.
And we'd like to welcome Dr. Woodard. And glad you guys made it safe. We skipped over the action log. Do we have anything on the action log that we need to address at this time?
What do we have on the action log, Stacy? You're nodding crazily.
Item on the impact of lead poisoning. It's much easier to get a
Oh, great, great.
Okay.
Good morning. This was originally brought up in relation to our Utah prairie dog rule that came through last winter. And it's concerns of shooting prairie dogs with lead ammo that can then be scavenged on by raptors or other predators. And to reduce that risk, there's essentially a couple things that can be done. You can either have the shooters switch to non-lead or non-expanding ammunition, or you can require people to pick up the prairie dogs that they've shot. At this time, we're not going to recommend a rule change, due to plague concerns of making people pick up the prairie dogs, and the fact that we are committed to, voluntary measures to reduce lead in the environment. This was, first brought up in concern to Utah prairie dogs, but it also is equally applicable to Gunnison's and white-tailed prairie dog shooting in the state. So we will be revising our white-tailed and Gunnison's conservation plan in the coming months. And through that process, we really want to develop a public education approach to help people understand how they can reduce this risk in the environment.
Any questions?
Dr. King, did that satisfy your questions?
Well, yes, but the real thing will be when the plan comes out and we can see actually what it's all about. When do you expect that to come?
We hope to sometime this summer have it completed, hopefully to be responsive to the Fish and Wildlife Services putting out a species status assessment on the white-tailed prairie dog.
And that was going to be my next question. What's the motivation behind the prairie dog plan?
It's twofold. First, it is a 10-year plan, and it is expiring in 2017, so it is time for it to be updated. Also, the white-tailed prairie dog is going back under review by the Fish and Wildlife Service, so we want to make sure that we have all our ducks in a row there.
It's going under review because it's food for ferrets, or what's the...
No, they were found not warranted. They were petitioned a long time ago. They were found not warranted for listing in 2010. A judge recently overturned that decision, saying that Fish and Wildlife Service didn't take several factors into account well enough. So at this point, we're providing them more information. We've been monitoring our white-tailed prairie dogs. Their populations have been stable. The analysis I've done showing they're not all that sensitive to disturbance, and that they're doing well in the state. So hopefully that and conjunction with some work we've been doing with Colorado and Wyoming will again come up with a not warranted decision.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think it was clear to most folks. Kim mentioned that this came up as it relates to Utah prairie dogs. I think when we were talking about that plan, just to clarify, we don't have folks out shooting Utah prairie dogs.
Correct.
The public. So we didn't take this on to discuss the scavenging risks of lead in Utah prairie dogs. I hope and trust that we don't have our public out shooting those. But on the other prairie dogs, I think this is what this kind of spun into a little bit. And so anyway, I just wanted to clarify that a little bit. So thank you, Kim, for looking into this. And that species status assessment, that review that's going on now is a multi-state, as Kim alluded to. It's Wyoming, Colorado, and Utah. So they're kind of looking at a range of that species. So I feel like in Utah we've in some areas have some limited seasons on those, and other things that will, I think will prevail as the service, Fish and Wildlife Service, concludes that analysis. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Do the RAC chairs have any questions or concerns about any? Thank you very much for the update. We appreciate that. Stacy. Anything else?
No, that was the only item.
Okay. We're good then?
Yep.
Okay. All right. That brings us up to agenda item number 5. This is an action item. This is the elk unit management plan revisions. This will be presented by Justin Shannon, our state big game coordinator. While Justin's coming up, we will just give everybody a brief update on how we'll do these. Justin will give his presentation, then the board and the RAC chairs will ask questions. Then the audience will be allowed to ask questions. During the question portion, if you could keep it to questions, we would appreciate it. Okay? After the questions, we will then have public comment, at which time we would ask that you either turn in or have turned in prior to a comment card. Okay? You'll get 3 minutes for your comment, and that will go on the record. And so after that time, the board will deliberate and vote. So, Justin, how's your dog?
It's doing good.
Okay. Take it away, buddy. Be careful what you're opening up there. You know we all can see it, right?
Okay. Alrighty. Okay. My name is Justin Shannon, and today I'm going to present the elk unit management plans for the Division of Wildlife. So to begin, last December, the Wildlife Board, they approved the statewide elk management plan, and these unit plans that will be presented today, they were revised this summer, and local advisory committees were formed on units that were either chronically over objective, where a change in a population objective was being considered, or units that had high amounts of social conflict. These advisory committees were diverse and had representation from sportsmen, landowners, livestock producers, federal agencies, and other stakeholders. The unit plans, they fall under the umbrella of the statewide management plan goals, which are to improve management of Utah's elk populations, conserve and improve elk habitat throughout the state, and enhance recreation opportunities for hunting and viewing of elk. These unit plans, they must stay within the sideboards that are laid out in and defined in the statewide management plan. And
Hold on one second. Yeah. Stacy, I don't think our stuff's working.
You're not seeing the PowerPoint?
Well, you can see it. They said they can't see it over here. On the big ones. And can we turn up the volume? I can't hear my friend Justin as good as I should.
It's on,
We good now?
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. And they're being proposed as seven-year plans today. The purpose of the unit plans are to define management goals, objectives, and strategies, and to outline unit boundaries. They're also to address issues and concerns regarding elk and elk habitats. So starting out with population objectives, the statewide population objective is simply the sum of the objectives that are contained in unit plans. And factors that influence that population objective include things like depredation, winter range, social and biological components, range improvements, range health, those types of things. So starting with the northern region, I'm going to show a series of tables here. On the far left, we have the individual unit that's found in the region, followed by the current population objective. The proposed population objective is there in the middle. Changes to that are highlighted in green. Population estimates from last year, and then our current population estimates from 2015. So in the northern region, we're recommending population increases on the Ogden unit from 800 to 2,000 animals. The Morgan South Ridge, an increase of 300. The East Canyon, recommending an increase of 1,800, or 800 there, from 1,000 to 1,800. And then an increase of 800 on the Chalk Creek from 2,400 to 3,200. If you look at the herd performance of these populations on these graphs, on the x-axis you have the year over the last 10 years to kind of indicate and show a trend. And on the y-axis you have the number of elk on these units. And then there's some dashed lines that show the population objective that we've been managing to. So on the Chalk Creek there, outlined in blue, you can see the first 4 or 5 years, pretty good, below objective, and then about 2010, really good increase in elk on the survey that we took. And immediately after that, we tried some measures like antlerless elk control permits and different things, and really stabilize that population. A similar situation on the Ogden, where in 2013 saw an increase in elk, started antlerless elk control permits, got aggressive, and have leveled that one off as well. Other units in the northern region, East Canyon and Morgan South Ridge. Morgan South Ridge, 5 years ago, that population increased. It was stable for a few years, and then with aggressive harvest, that's almost back down to objective. The East Canyon saw a pretty good increase in elk in 2010 and 11, stabilized it. We've got harvest where we need it in the right amounts, and that population's starting to decline now as well. For the Northeast region, recommending population increases on the objective increases on the North Slope Three Corners, Wasatch Mountains Current Creek, and Wasatch Mountains of Inniquin units. If you look at these populations, there in red, the Wasatch Mountains Current Creek, about 2012, did some survey work, pretty good uptick in elk, and the last 3 years we've gotten really aggressive with elk on the Wasatch, and that's been a point of controversy between the division and sportsmen on bringing that population back down. But as you can see, the red line there of 1,200 elk, the why behind the increases in permits and getting aggressive is to make progress towards that objective. And so I know individual board members have heard it, we've heard it, but this is what we were trying to accomplish, is bring that population down by design. Wasatch Mountains of Inniquin, pretty stable, slightly above objective over the last 5, 6, 7 years, something like that. And then the North Slope Three Corners, we've done a really good job of managing that at its objective. If you look at the Southeast region, only recommendation for the board today is a slight increase It is on the 9 Mile Range Creek from 1,600 animals to 1,800. And this population, quite a bit over objective 10 years ago. 2010, we got snow conditions, brought them down, got the harvest we needed. And we've been able to manage that at or below its objective since. For the Central region, recommending 2 increases, one on the Wasatch Mountains West from 2,600 to 3,400, and on the Ochre Stansberries, increase from 900 to 1,650. If you look at these 2 units, the Wasatch Mountains West, it's been really stable over the last 6-7 years. It's been above objective on that, and we've got the harvest we need to keep that stable. And then on the Ochre Stansberries, done a pretty good job of managing that to objective over the last 10 years. In the southern region, we're not recommending any increases to the population objective on these units. The one thing that stands out here is on the Greater Plateau Complex. Several years ago, we put GPS collars on elk, and these elk showed that they're willing to travel to the Monroe, Mount Dutton, and the Plateau subunits there, and kind of they didn't really respect the arbitrary boundaries that we put for them on hunt unit boundaries. So what we did with this management plan is we're still going to manage for 10,400 elk total in this complex, but we're going to give some ranges, so that way if elk cross a highway, we don't have to overreact or underreact with permits. We can manage how the elk are using the landscape. Moving on to habitat management. For monitoring, this is really important for us. We want to continue to conduct range trend studies, habitat assessments, those types of things. We also want to protect and maintain our winter and summer ranges, minimize for impacts there, mitigate for habitat losses, and support the federal agencies in managing horse populations to approve objectives. This seemed to come up in a lot of the unit plans, and so any support there that we can render to help populations get to objective, that would be great. And then finally, improvements. I want to cooperate with the various partners on habitat projects. We have a lot of momentum for doing habitat work in Utah right now. I think since 2005, the division and our many partners, including federal agencies and sportsmen, we've treated about 1.25 million acres and spent close to $150 million, which is just exceptional. It's a lot of momentum doing some great things for habitat, not just for elk, but for deer, for livestock, for any of these ungulates that are using the landscape. And we want to continue to improve our ranges. We have some momentum, but we still have some work to do. We want to continue with fire on summer ranges, PJ removal, enhanced water, those types of things. Some of the highlights of the unit plans, some common threads that regardless of the region just kept popping up is there was a tone and some language in there that I was really happy with, and it said to work with private landowners, livestock producers, land management agencies, tribes, sportsmen, and others to foster good relationships and manage for healthy elk habitat. I think that's key. In addition to that, we recommend, some common threads were to continue to conduct aerial surveys, model these elk populations, and use a variety of antlerless elk harvest strategies to manage the population objectives. Also use antlerless harvest and other management strategies to minimize crop depredation. That's a priority for us as well. We want to do that according to the state laws and policies that we have in place to address those, and monitor drought conditions and increase antlerless elk permits if needed. I think that's been really important as well. Some highlights from the unit plans. Northern region, want to continue to co-manage elk on the Pilot Mountains with Nevada and conduct a GPS collar study on the cache and assess feeding strategies at Hardware Ranch. For the Northeast region, want to work with the Ute tribe to increase harvest, especially in areas of high depredation or units that are over their population objective, and continue to collect movement data of radio collared elk in those areas. Southeast region, continue to monitor elk and CWD positive units and enhance habitat on the summer range limited areas that we have down there. In the Central region, communicate with the Ghost Ute tribe on elk management related issues. Use private lands only tags to better distribute elk on the Wasatch, and use translocation as a management strategy to distribute elk and make progress towards the population objective on the Ochre Stansberries. Touching a little bit on this use of private lands only tags, if you look at the statewide plan that was passed last year, there were a lot of tools given to help the division, help biologists manage to their objective, and when we did a lot of out-of-the-box thinking and things like using private lands only tags, an increase in the number of cow elk a hunter may kill annually, and a bunch of these types of strategies I think are really going to help us better manage these objectives, more tools in the toolbox. And then finally, Southern Region, manage the Monroe, Mount Dutton, Fish Lake, Thousand Lakes, and the Boulder Comparowitz in one management plan. Because these elk regularly move between units, want to manage for a population range. We think that's important. We really want to increase communication with stakeholders. That was a common thread of plans in the Southern Region. And on the Southwest Desert, if 3 of the 5 goals that are outlined in that plan are met, we would reconvene the Elk Committee to evaluate and discuss a potential population increase. And that's all I have for the presentation. Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Justin, you touched a little bit on the private land only tags. Have we heard much about what happened this year with those? Were people happy with them, not happy? What was the sportsman's feedback?
Yeah, the hunts are still ongoing, so we haven't done the surveys and haven't got a lot of feedback yet on that. So I think we'll know more probably February when our survey result and data collection is done with that. So.
Go ahead, Donnie.
We also had an elk hunt that we've never had before in the Southern Region. It was on the top of Cedar Mountain. Can you give us an idea how that went?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Teresa, do you want to help me out with that? The elk hunt on the top of Cedar Mountain?
It was an antlerless hunt that started the 1st of August.
Yeah. Pardon my ignorance. Teresa will be able to help us out.
Teresa likes the spotlight, so anytime we can get her up to talk to us, we...
Thank you. So we did that hunt in response to some concerns with competition between elk and livestock earlier in the season. I think it actually came out of the Beaver Committee with some permittees that expressed that concern. So we put that in, but I don't know if it did what we wanted it to achieve. And the sportsmen, I have heard nothing but complaints because of having the rifle hunt prior to the archery hunt. So I'm not sure that we will continue that one.
That's why I'm asking the question. Thank you.
Thanks, Teresa. Any other questions from the board? Questions from the rack chairs? Kevin?
So I've got a comment and I'll follow it up by a question to kind of lead into it. So you mentioned that as one of the things important to the division is to support agencies on the prescribed burning and allow that habitat response. And from the agency standpoint, I can see our Smoky Bear campaign was so good that now when we go to the public to do these, we're having a hard time. They're having a hard time understanding that. And so I guess my question would be to you, if you guys have materials or stuff out there that you could help, or if you feel like you could, that'd be a huge help in moving that effort forward to show, the response by big game and those things. Would be great if you guys have some of that.
Yeah, maybe we could work on a joint outreach where we change the narrative from only you can prevent forest fires to only you can prevent crucial ecological disturbances. I think that'd go over well, Kevin. We should try that.
Yeah. All in favor?
No, it's a good point. I think what Kevin's getting at is a lot of this is just education, and seems like we've got to do some good things for these habitats, and it's trying to get the right message out. We work with you on that.
Thank you. Thanks for that, Kevin. Any other questions from the RAC chairman? Questions from the audience? This is question time, remember. Come to the microphone, state your name for the record, and ask your question, sir.
Mr. Chair, Sterling Brown, Utah Farm Bureau. Is it appropriate to ask more than one question, or am I limited to one?
Depends on how well behaved you are after your first one.
Depending my behavior, I have 3 questions.
You'll be all right.
To Justin or to whomever would best answer the question, could you address or elaborate a bit further on the habitat or the resource to those units where the proposed increase is on the table, given the drought sustained drought that's before us here? Could you speak to the health of the resource specifically on those units?
Sure. I can do it at the 30,000 foot view, and then if you have specifics on individual units, we've got a lot of help in the back. But that was one of the biggest concerns that we looked at when we were talking about if we could and should have population increases on these units. I know there was a lot of very candid conversations with our biologists and the biologists with the federal agencies, whether it was the BLM or Forest Service. On a lot of these units where the increases are being proposed, they're dominated by private lands. And so some of that range trend data just simply doesn't exist. But it was working with them on how the habitats are doing and what they felt like could be sustained and those types of things. And we looked at some of our own range trend data, although I'm not sure that's always the best indicator for elk. It's more geared towards deer. But yeah, we looked at the resources that were available and we were comfortable with the increases. So.
Second question, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Absolutely.
Will you address the concern of depredation dollars that the division has to address big game on private lands? Not just the dollars, but also the available landowner permits. With proposed increase in elk, is there a proportionate number of dollars and permits to accommodate increased numbers?
Yeah, so for dollars, are you talking about for depredation payments specifically?
Right.
Yeah, I don't know, Greg. We had any, currently no, but I'm not sure if those conversations have been had on where our depredation budget is. But you'll have to pardon my ignorance on that. I'm not sure.
Well, our dollars are appropriated specifically by the legislature. They have a cap on them, and I think our payments have been residing within that dollar cap. I think I'd have to get the exact number. We probably paid about, I don't know, $600,000 last year. Maybe someone could help me in the room. But I think maybe, Sterling, what you're getting at is, if you have more elk on these private lands, we got more money to pay for it. And I think, and maybe Justin could elaborate, these private properties that we're looking at that, I think by and large this is supported and requested by a lot of these large private landowners to have a lot of these increases. So on those sorts of properties, we're not making payments in the first place. Most of our payments are going to southern Utah, I think, is where you'd see more of those payments. But we don't have a high percentage of dollars or total dollars going to northern Utah. And that's really where most of these increases are proposed. And I think, again, elaborate if you would, Justin, but yeah. I think we met pretty closely with these private land concerns before.
We have, and when we redid the statewide elk plan, the conversation wasn't how do we get more money to deal with the problems that elk present, because to some of these private landowners, they are real challenges. There's no getting around that. The conversations we had with at the statewide elk plan, which trickles down to these unit plans, was how do we give biologists and landowners more tools to solve problems on their private lands. And so we came out with private lands only permits that have season dates from August 1st to the end of January. So if you have elk on you, especially later in the summer during some of those later growing seasons, a landowner can solve their own problems with those elk. And if they want them, they can have them. And if they don't, they can get the harvest where they need them, and we'll grow elk elsewhere on the unit. In addition to that, we did things like increase the number of elk that a hunter or a landowner can harvest annually. So it was much more about how do you decrease elk in areas that really don't generate a lot of public support for elk, and less about how do we increase the financial outcome that we can pay to landowners. So there were other things as well. If you look at the statewide elk plan, one of the first things in there is to address all depredation problems in a timely and efficient manner to increase landowner tolerance of elk populations in accordance with current laws, rules, and policies, and just a whole section on how we're how we plan to deal with private landowners and address depredation. So I hope that helps.
Yeah, I recognize there's been efforts in recent years, not just discussion, but action to help landowners in these situations. And I recognize not all the answer is in more dollars. And landowner permits, and like you said, Justin, there's a toolbox of tools out there. I'll comment or elaborate further in the comments section of this.
Can I point out one more thing, Sterling? The other thing we did in this elk plan is in the past, as we've had problems on private lands, the division's gone and take care of them. We've done a lot of division removal. And that's something that we've kind of, sportsmen haven't been involved in. It's one of these things we don't talk about a lot with sportsmen. But in the last elk plan, we came right out and said if we have problem elk, we're going to do a lot of removal, whether it's public land or public permits or whether it's lethal removal by the division. And so we put those in our strategies by design to be more transparent, so there wasn't major concerns and uproar when we're trying to help a private landowner minimize some elk on their property. So.
One more question, if I may.
It's a tradition now, so you just well keep going.
My question stems from a one-line sentence in the law, Title 63J. And I recognize this title is dealing with the duties and responsibilities of the state planning coordinator, which isn't here today, and so on and so forth. But because he reports to the executive branch, as does the division, I think there's some connection here. The comment, the law states that the state opposes the relinquishment or retirement of grazing, livestock grazing, animal unit months in favor of conservation, wildlife, and other uses. So my question is, as the division has canvassed the state looking for possible units to increase in elk numbers, has there been adequate discussion, attention, action, evaluation, whatever you want to call it, to align the division's proposals with that state law? Does that make sense?
Kind of. Are you asking how our processes are different than that process that's in law?
Again, I recognize that charge is for the state planning coordinator, which clearly is not in DWR. But the comment does have overlay to what we're proposing, what you're proposing today.
Yeah.
So the state opposes the relinquishment of livestock AUMs or retirement of livestock AUMs in favor of wildlife increases.
Yeah.
So my question is, as you propose elk increases, has there been discussion? And if so, I'd be curious as to what that discussion is on, here we're talking about an increase. Has there been discussion of the impacts to the livestock industry because of more elk on the land?
Yes, certainly. Yeah. Sure, yeah. Bill Bates, he's been involved with.
Bill's on our statewide grazing team with Public Lands Office. So I think
he's also our wildlife
as
section chief.
Sterling.
Hey, morning, Sterling.
Good morning.
Justin, let me ask you a question. Of all these elk plans with the proposals for increases that we've submitted today, do any of them involve relinquishments of livestock AUMs for wildlife increases?
No, not to my knowledge.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. So I think as far as these elk plans are concerned, we're in compliance with that law. The other issue, though, Sterling, is we don't, as a division, we don't go around asking or canvassing the state looking for people to relinquish AUMs. There are times where they're willing sellers, and they get in contact. They may contact a sportsman's group, and that's kind of a free market process. And I think a lot of times we just let those play out. And Greg, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's been some sort of a AUM land grab. There's been some conversions. You're familiar with some of those, Sterlings, from sheep to cattle or cattle to sheep, but I don't think that there, in any recent years there's been some, major reduction or elimination. And again, I think even though there's some increases in this proposal, I don't think these are increases where there's a lot of public lands that are being largely affected by that. You know, most of the state doesn't have any proposed increases through this proposal.
These are mostly
almost all these are in very top of northern Utah.
Yeah, these are mostly private land proposals that we're dealing with. Are people on private land who'd like to see increases. So, that's would be our response.
But I think I don't discount your comments. I think that the agricultural community needs to stay keenly aware of how those effects can be out there. But when we talked about this, and I could tell you a lot of hours were spent talking internally about how we look at these increases, and the vast majority of the state, we didn't change anything on. We left them as they were. And I think if you looked at some of those graphs, we've done some pretty good efforts on those units that are over objective to come up with creative solutions to head them back towards objective, some of them quite significantly to get them back towards objective. So, it's a bit of a moving target. I think all of our biologists here in the room would be the first to say it's not always easy. These animals will go a long way to avoid getting shot at, but I think we're been trying to be very cooperative with the livestock, and grazing communities out there. So I hope that that's seen and recognized to some extent.
Sure, and I'm not suggesting that the division is seeking livestock decreases. That was not part of my intent in my question or comment there. But I'm not trying to be secretive in my motivation in the question. I think you understand where I'm coming from. As we see possible wildlife increases in many areas or units, we are seeing livestock decreases. Not everywhere, but in some cases we're seeing that. And so that's what's driving the question is, as these proposals are taking place out there, is that line chart on the table and being discussed as we try to work together in managing both species?
And Sterling, I would say that, from what we've tried to accomplish through the Public Lands Grazing Resolution Committee is wherever we have increases in wildlife. Anytime we have increases in AUMs, we've supported increases for livestock as well, and we'll continue to fight for that. So,
thank you, sir. Exemplary behavior, Sterling. Any other questions from the? Come on up. State your name for the record, if you would.
Morning, my name's Stephen Yardley. I'm representing Yardley Cattle Company, and I was just wondering, for the Southwest region, what were the numbers? I missed that on the chart. What were the numbers since we run on that they're currently at?
Southwest Desert.
Okay, 975.
Yeah, that's a population objective.
And there's an estimation of 1,550 head of elk.
Yes.
We also run on Penguich Lake unit. There's an estimate of 1,700, but the population objective is supposed to be 1,100.
Correct.
And that's quite a spread. And I guess the problem we're running into is, and my question for you is, how is that being addressed? Because I know that the amount of tags being given out aren't even meeting, or don't even show really a valiant effort to try and get that objective, that population estimate down to objective.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with you on that one. If you look at the Southwest Desert, last year I think we issued 600 cow permits, and this is the second year in a row that we've done that. Teresa, am I correct on that? 600 permits on the Southwest Desert for antlerless? Okay. So if you have a population of 1,500 elk and you're issuing 600 antlerless permits, that will dip into that population. One of the challenges there is when we took those counts, a lot of those elk were right on the Utah-Nevada border, and we talked to Nevada about coordinating our counts a little bit better. How many of these elk are coming in from Nevada? How many are ours? That's always been an interesting one, and it's subject to fluctuations on that. And then the Penguich Lake, I think we did some pretty good increases in elk numbers on that unit as well, though I don't have those numbers right off the top of my head. So this last spring when we looked at these objectives when the region flew and did their modeling and said, this is our estimate. By design, we came to the RACs and the board with increases in elk numbers on the Penguich Lake, and we stayed right at that 600 on the Southwest Desert. Is that correct, Teresa? You have anything to add?
The 600 Penguich Lake was 725.
From what? What was it the year before? Do you remember?
240.
So we went from 240 permits on the Penguich Lake to 750?
725.
725.
They were still increasing, correct, even after that? Or is that just for this year?
Yeah, let's find out. Let's see what the harvest is. We'll take another shot at these estimates. Yeah.
And then my other question for you is, I was looking through some of the graphs. I noticed there were several units where the population estimate has continually been above objective.
Correct.
And one of them is kind of flatlined, but just sitting above. I think it's in Wasatch.
Yeah.
How come there hasn't been more of an effort to bring that down to that objective?
There certainly has, and the RAC meetings up here, at least in the central region, northeast region, excuse me, where the Wasatch lies, sportsmen have really voiced a lot of frustration to the point where they've said, we're out of elk, these numbers aren't accurate. And what we've learned, what we did a couple of years ago is we went and put a bunch of GPS collars on these elk. And what these elk are doing is, as soon as the hunts begin, they seek refuge on private lands. And at that point, we weren't getting the harvest on the private lands as we needed to get it to objective. A lot of private landowners in north central Utah like elk, and we weren't getting the harvest. And our public draw permits on the public lands, we weren't getting adequate harvest there either because the elk had shifted in distribution. And so what we did was a unique management strategy where we had private lands only permits. We backed off on some of the public land, flooded the market on private lands, and hopefully get at those pressure those elk and take away some of those refuge areas that they've had. So it's a work in progress. We're trying some new things, and hopefully we make some improvement there.
All right. Just my last question. On those areas that you're wanting to increase the elk numbers, have you looked to see if there are suspended AUMs on the BLM and on the Forest Service in those hunting units?
So the federal agencies were part of the committees that were on that, and I'm not sure how many of those were brought up. And as we said earlier, a lot of where these increases are occurring are dominated by private lands, and so it's a lot of what's the social tolerance and what is the habitat like on these private lands. So that was a major factor as well. So as far as how much past AUMs that have been lost came up, I couldn't speak to that.
And where is the, I guess, AUMs for the increase that you're getting? Where are they stemming from?
Yeah, we don't manage wildlife on an AUM basis.
Well, I understand that,
Yeah,
but there's a limited resource.
Yeah.
And so,
there
in
is.
essence, and I think maybe Sterling was kind of touching on this,
Sure.
there is a limited resource, and ultimately livestock are competing with wildlife and vice versa, and there's room for all, but there needs to be a balance, especially in a sustainable balance, so that on the drought years that neither side there's a buffer zone.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. There has to be a balance. There has to be that communication. And the thing is, on a lot of these areas up here, the division and the partners, we've improved a lot of habitat, a lot of acres, and the private landowners, I know they've gone out of their way to improve habitat for elk and cattle as well. And so, this isn't a top-down approach. These were local committees that had input from a lot of sources and worked out a lot of potential disagreements at that level, which I think in government decisions are best made at that local level. So I know these conversations were had on, can we support the increases and can we maintain that balance with the landowners?
All right.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
If I could use an example, our state's so different from northern and southern Utah, but in northern Utah you got counties like Morgan County that's 98% private, and some of the land that's not private, I think it's 98, somewhere in that ballpark.
That's right.
We've got wildlife management areas, the Hennifer Echoes, East Canyon, so a lot of those animals are summering on these big private ranches and then wintering on a lot of our wildlife management areas, and a lot of these animals will never touch a Forest Service or BLM piece of ground in their whole lives. So there's a lot of different dynamics in the state when it talks about some of this wildlife. So.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from the public? I guess if you want, keep it quick.
I will. Troy Justinson, Sportsman Fish and Wildlife. Justin, can you elaborate on these local unit committees, how it's selected and who's it's made up of?
Yeah, so in the statewide plan, we kind of defined what that should be, and what we wanted was to make sure that the stakeholders that all stakeholders were involved in the process. And so in the statewide plan, we define that it's federal land management agencies, it's private landowners, it's agricultural producers, it's sportsmen, it's sportsmen's groups, and I'm sure I'm missing a few more. It's a pretty broad list that the regions were working from.
So producers and local grazers are on those committees?
Yes, certainly, yeah.
And then as far as our WMAs or the division's WMAs, do you guys allow grazing on that?
Yeah, it probably depends the WMA, but I know we do graze some of our WMAs. I'm not sure if there's a habitat guy that wants to speak to that more than me, but yeah, there's grazing that occurs. So.
To answer without a lot of detail, yeah. Even when we talk about that, I just used East Canyon and Hennifer Echo. Both of those have public land grazers on them. We lease those out for grazing competitively, and some of those folks, Richens and others, have been on there for a very, very long time. But even our waterfowl management areas have huge amounts of grazing that take place. We use grazing for a management strategy. It's not simply about where can we have more mouths, but done properly, grazing can be very beneficial to these landscapes, and we try to do so, and we think it's a win-win where we do that.
Another question, dealing with the Southwest Desert specifically, is there any way that we can make that tag an either or? If they can't find an elk, they can shoot a horse?
We will strike that comment from the record.
I was just going to put that in the form of a motion.
I noticed you did answer.
And here we go. All right. Any other questions pertaining to the proposal? Okay. Seeing none, we'll go to the RACs to report on how their meetings voted on this. We'll start in the south. Mr. Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the southern region, we had a motion to accept the elk unit management plan as presented, followed by an amendment to the motion, which came from Mike Morrell, who represents the ranchers in Wayne County area. And that motion was to add stronger language to the southern region plans to address elk depredation on private lands upon the private landowner's request. The amendment passed 8-5, and then the main motion passed unanimous.
So the amendment passed 8-5, and then the remaining passed unanimous.
That's correct.
Is that right? Okay. Kevin, did you have a full committee down there?
We did.
Good boy.
Yeah, we're on a roll.
You are. You're doing good, man.
The elk management plan passed unanimous.
Thank you. Randy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the Northeast region, the elk management plan passed unanimous also.
Thank you. Richard.
We had a lot of motions, so I'll go through each one of them. There was a lot of discussion to begin with about the number of elk and et cetera, and Justin did a good job of explaining that. There was a motion to accept the recommendation proposed by SFW Utah Bozeman's Association, Mule Deer Foundation, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation to add OIAL. Okay.
You're jumping ahead to number 6. We're still on number 5.
This is how they wrote it. So let's. I'll try to. Divide. They lumped it all in one for me. So
okay. You want me to come back to you?
Let's do that because, okay, never mind.
I'll come back to you in a minute if
Yeah.
you want to look through that.
Let's
Just for number 5, just the elk unit management plans is what we're
Okay,
talking about.
I'll ferret that out.
All right, all right.
Passed to accept the division's recommendation as presented and passed 8-2.
8-2. Okay. All righty. Thank you, John.
Northern Region passed the elk unit management plan as presented, unanimous.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I made a mistake. In the Northeast region, it was not unanimous. There was one abstention. And when he was asked why he abstained, it was actually because he was against it. He was our tribal member.
Okay. I'm going to take just a second to speak to all the wonderful RAC members that I know that are out there watching this. If you're opposed, vote opposed. If you want no, vote no. Okay? And encourage them to do that. An abstention should reflect some kind of a conflict of interest or some reason you shouldn't vote. Otherwise, we really need a vote out of you. So, and most people are pretty good at that, but maybe remind them of that. I mean, when you're home talking to your wife, that's a good time to abstain if you're opposed. But in the RAC meeting, we need a vote, okay? Other than that, vote. All right. We will now go to our public comments. I have several cards here. First up, and I'm remind you got 3 minutes. Okay, we got a lot to do today, and so everybody gets 3 minutes. First up is Gib Yardley. Following Gib Yardley will be Randy Sessions, and following Randy Sessions will be Ben Louder.
I'm going to talk about 2 units, and I don't think I can do it in 3 minutes. I might have to have a little more. I got up at 4:30 this morning and drove 200 miles to get here. I want to have a few minutes to talk to you. I'm talking about the Panguitch Lake unit first. My family, my granddad got a permit on that Dixie National Forest in 1908. And my family for 5 generations has been running cattle on that mountain. And when he started out, he had a permit for 400 head. Now that same permit is down to 125. I want, those ranges to us are sacred. We love those ranges, and we've tried to protect them and take care of them. If we don't have the feed, we pull our cattle off before government agencies tell us anything about it. We had a situation this spring where my neighbor runs sheep. He's from Paraguay. They told him about 14 lambs up just below Panguitch Lake, up about 8,200 feet elevation. He went up and found the lambs on the 13th of March. All kinds of snow there. Here was 200 elk eating the first blade of green grass that showed up. Now, we've had it said in these meetings, we've done a lot of range improvement on that Panguitch Lake unit, and I agree. Down in Sagehan, that's south of Panguitch, that's the most beautiful seeding I've ever seen in my life. That grass is up like that, you could cut hay on it. But those elk don't want to stay there. That needs to be grazed off with some cattle to get some tender shoots. It's big rank stuff. They don't like that rank stuff. They're following the snow right up onto that mountain. We kept our cows off a couple of weeks extra this spring. When we get up to Tommy Creek on the Cedar Mountain, that's where we summer, east of Cedar Breaks and east of Brian Hill Ski Resort, that pasture, that one pasture, the first one we went into was just as bare as that floor right there. It was worse than when we left it in the fall. Those elk would come in there and they just camped right there. And we ran out of feed. And our cattle didn't do as good because we was short that feed. I don't know, something's got to be done. We can't have those elk up there eating all that grass when it first turns green right behind the snow. It's got to have a chance to grow. We've got to protect the range resource. And we want to do it. We do it with our cattle. I don't want to overgraze my ranges. I want more feed than cattle. But I don't want the elk taking all my feed either. And we want to get along with the sportsmen. We're all in it together. But we've got to hold the numbers down on these numbers. And on these dry years, when it's a dry, you might have to issue more cow permits.
Gil, what was the other unit you wanted to talk about? Your time's up, but I'm going to give you another couple minutes just because I like you.
You better give me a little more than that. I've got a lot to tell you.
Well, if you hurry up, I'll work with you.
The Southwest Desert. Those ranges are so fragile out there on those deserts. 5 or 6 inches of rain is all they get on a good year. If you kill those ranges off, they never return. 2002 was the driest year we ever saw out there. The drought killed some of our range out. We've tried to reseed that 2 or 3 times. It just doesn't work. You can't reseed white sage and you can't reseed Indian ricegrass very good, and that's the best feed that we have out there. We've got so many more elk out there, but of course we got all this competition from wild horses too. That's a curse out there. But there's also an excessive amount of elk there, and we've got to keep those numbers down in that Southwest Desert to protect that range resource. Because like I tell you, once it's killed out, you can reseed the top of the mountain, you can reseed these intermediate areas around Panguitch and that, but we've had 2 failures out there. We don't get enough moisture to make a good seeding. And so you've got to really consider that. And we've got some state leased lands that we spent over $30,000 reseeding a number of years ago. And I know it's the elk more than the wild horse have come in there, and they've just ate that right off, so we couldn't even graze it. And so we've got to have some consideration on that thing. And thank you very much. We want to get along with everybody, but I have 6 families that make a living off my ranch, and I want us to be able to continue to do that. You people with your elk, I know it's a wonderful hobby for you, you like them, and we want you to do it, but please keep the numbers down so we can survive there too and make a living for our families like we've done for 125 years. And thank you very much.
Thanks for your time. Appreciate you driving up, Gib.
Thank you.
You need to go home and take a nap this afternoon if you got up that early, though. That's early.
I never have time for that. I'm 3 years old.
Good on you, buddy. Next up, Mr. Randy Sessions.
I'm Randy Sessions. I live in Morgan County. And first, Dr. Woodard, the elk killed this fall is quite a bit less because it's been quite an open fall. I get depredation tags. I have 600 acres that adjoins the CWMU next to it. And we do get tags, and we've had some 3 cow antlers taken out. And but it's not like it's because it's been open. So the other thing, I apologize to the Northern Rack people. Didn't know about this till just recently about the number of elk proposed. Or I've been to a rack meeting and they're there observing your process. These folks, you've got a positive vote, I think, coming here, but I'd like you consider a few things. The fact you're going to put 7,000 head of elk in the state of Utah, that's a 10% increase. But it's quite obvious from the numbers that 10% increase is all going to be in the northern region, or majority of it. We've got a couple of others. But so the increase is going to be far more than 10% in those northern regions. a lot of that ground in those areas, I live in, like I said, the East Canyon area. My property's on the very, very north end of the East Canyon. I can see the Ogden unit from my place. I can see the Morgan South Ridge because the Trappers Loop Road divides them. With the 2,500 head of elk on that unit right now, and the potential, you figure there's 2,500 head in the East Canyon, but yet Deseret, or the rich Morgan, has 3,800 with their resources that they have there, and then what the resources are on the East Canyon. The East Canyon needs to be thinned down. And as I've talked to the wildlife people, the biologist, he's quite concerned about the number in there too. Once we get that hard winter that comes, we're going to find elk in places that we're, you know, this can be a nightmare for the DWR. This herd needs to be taken down, but the problem is there's a slosh over. There's the Chalk Creek, the Morgan South Ridge, all these others can come in there, and the elk do move across because I-84 is right there, and I've seen them hit on the freeway. So they do come across. The big challenge are your CWMUs. And I understand that it is a cooperative thing between the landowner and the DWR, but it's observation, and as I talk to the biologists, they're not harvesting the cow elk they need to. It's the CWMUs. Their goal is to increase their herd. That's fine, but that herd sloshes over onto private property owners such as myself or smaller owners that don't want to be in CWMUs. So I'd encourage to not vote for this, to keep the numbers, or at least manage the numbers you have. On our unit, the objective is 1,500. The computer told you there's 1,800 there, and last year's count was 2,500. And so that's a large difference. So I'd like you to encourage the CWMUs to be more proactive on the cow elk. If they can do a 90-10 with the bulls, why can't they do a 10-90 with the cow elk, and like in December and January, to let more of the private hunters, not private hunters, but the public access those properties to get in there and thin that elk herd down. It should be a management. Those folks that are hunting, they deserve that, to go get those animals and not be prosecuted willy-nilly. I had a deer hunter step on my place the other day. I gave him a cow elk tag, and he's hunting, and he says, I had GPS, I stand on Forest Service ground.
Give you just a couple seconds
Okay.
to summarize if you would.
I stand on Forest Service ground, and the CWMU guy showed up and told me I was doing it because I stood there and waited for a deer to come off there onto the public lands. He says, who can stand that kind of harassment? So I would encourage you to vote no today. As I've observed this process, it's probably going to go the other way. But until you can management and have the CWMU guys step in line with what your objectives are, and to make the public hunters more happy, I'd encourage you to vote no today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Ben Louder. After Ben, Stephen Yardley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ben Louder with the Utah Bowmen's Association. Had the opportunity to sit on the statewide elk committee as well as the Wasatch Elk Committee. I want to thank the DWR and all their staff that put time and effort into those plans, as well as all the various committee members. There's a lot of time, a lot of effort that went into those. We believe that they're well thought out and sound, and we support them as presented. Also, I would mention that with the new statewide plan, has been alluded to already, there's a lot of some new management tools that are in place now that I'm excited to see the results for. I'm excited to see how these private land elk tags work out this year. I think we need to be patient with them because I think it's going to take some time for both the private landowners and the public hunters to learn really how to utilize those properly. But I'm excited to see the results. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Stephen Yardley.
My name's Stephen Yardley again, and I'm representing Yardley Cattle Company, but along with that, I'm a member of the National Wild Horse and Burro Advisory Board. I'm not here representing them. That being said, there is a huge problem, as my dad talked about. We run on the Penguich Lake unit. We have permits there. We also have permits on the Southwest Desert and private lands on both as well. And there's a huge problem, as many of you are aware, with wild horses on the Southwest Desert. We have an ongoing lawsuit currently with the BLM, trying to get them to get the horse numbers down to the appropriate management level. And these horses are competing for the same feed that the cattle are as well. Not only that, but also it's been a horrible drought. With our permits, we can go on in the end of October if we'd like. We're trying to hold our cows out as long as we can. We still haven't gotten out there with our cattle. Our neighbor said he's not going to even go on the majority of his permit at all this year. If he does, it'll be early February before he goes on, when he could be going on right now if he wanted. The objective is 975. The current estimate is 1550. That's a huge number, and I think we need to get it in control before the elk get so over objective, to try and keep them in line with the objective more so than letting them increase above it. I think the objective needs to be the high number, not the low number, and if we can do that, then we can prevent degradation of the range resource, especially during drought conditions, which is what we're faced with. As my dad mentioned, we've spent a lot of money ourselves. You guys talked about the advisory committees, and I took part in the Penguin Lake Advisory Committee. One of the big things I heard from a lot of the sportsmen who were involved in it was the amount of money that's been spent on the watershed restoration initiative and different various projects. There is a lot of money spent by private landowners as well on range improvement projects. That being said, I was talking with one of your board members, Calvin Crandall. He told me that currently they're doing about 200,000 acres a year in range restoration projects. But with the nature's trends, there's about 400,000 acres a year that are being taken by PJ expansion and various other forms. So I think we need to get the point out to a lot of the sportsmen's organizations that there's a certain amount of improvement that has to go into the rangelands just to keep it at the level that it is at. And I don't think we can have this increasing an unsatisfiable increase for appetite that sometimes is taking place with our elk numbers. And I would encourage the board to keep the elk numbers the same and to seriously consider the range habitat in doing it, and the landowners that are affected. And I appreciate that there wasn't an increase on these permits. I know they talked about doing it on the Penguin Lake, and I appreciated that they readdressed it and that they're leaving them the same. So thank you.
Thank you. Carl, I have a card for you on this one. You want to talk to this, or you for the next one? Next one? Okay. Jack, I have one for you on this too. Are you talking to this one or the next one? Okay. Bill Christensen, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation.
Please. Beauty before beast. Ladies first, huh?
Slap him, Bill.
It's a strange looking lady, isn't it? My name is Bill Christensen. I'm the regional director for the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, and I'm proud to say that for the last over 25 years, I've made my living working full-time for elk, and my family's benefited from that, and I appreciate that opportunity. I'm grateful to address the board, and I'm thankful for the board's time. I'm grateful for the Division of Wildlife and the time they put in, and I'm especially thankful for the time that these elk committees, these local elk committees have put in. As you know, I've preached the value of local elk committees, and I think they're important. I'm glad they've come back, and they're doing great work. The important thing to remember is these recommendations came through these local elk committees that had representation from livestock growers and sportsmen and land management agencies and biologists. So that's pretty important to keep in mind. We fully support the division's recommendations on these elk management units. I was also lucky enough to serve on the State Elk Committee and also have served on the Wasatch Elk Unit Committee. This is an important process, and it gives it legitimacy when we have these recommendations coming from local committees. So again, we wholeheartedly support the elk management objectives and recommend that you support these and vote for their approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. Next up, Paul Phillips. After Paul, I have Sterling Brown, and after Sterling, Troy Justensen.
Thank you, Chairman. Paul Phillips with Strawberry Bay Outfitters. Appreciate your time and your service. I'd just like to quickly stand and say that our family has had an outfitting and guiding permit since 1988, and it is a good portion of our business, so we totally rely on the division and how they manage the wildlife and the wildlife that we do have out in our public lands. And so for that, I say thank you for the quality that we've had for years and years and the effort that everyone puts into it. So quickly, I'm going to tell you that the last couple of years I've got a quick education with the biologists that you have in place right now with Dale Lidkey and Dax and Covy and a few of those people in learning my particular part of the world in the Wasatch. And it was a really eye-opening education that I got quickly of what our elk do and how they're managed and the problems that we do have. So I'm asking that we look closely at passing this statewide elk plan and the increased planned objectives. With that being said, we're not asking to increase without giving back. And what I mean by that is that I've reached out to a lot of the local people in Wasatch County, Tree Growers Association, cattlemen, nurseries, those type of people that are impacted by our elk. And we've put a group of people together that have helped these people to minimize some of the impacts that we have. So we're not asking for more without giving more. So I would just like the consideration as you vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
I just interrupt and say I appreciate what Paul's done. He's spent a lot of time out on the ground trying to help resolve some of these private landowner conflicts and moving a lot of elk around and get them where they belong. So thanks.
Sterling Brown is next up. Following Sterling will be Troy Justensen, and that's all the cards I have. If anybody else wants to speak to the issue, please turn in a card. Sterling.
Sterling Brown, Utah Farm Bureau. Unlike Bill Christensen and others, the Utah Farm Bureau is opposed to the recommendations that are before us, not because we don't like elk or any wildlife. The vast majority of our membership actively want wildlife on their private lands. Many of our membership are active hunters and enjoy the art and hobby and interest of taking their children and grandchildren out hunting sustainable, viable wildlife herds. But as our members are a part of these local elk committees, as we attend and participate in RACs, we are not confident, frankly, that the limited resource of the habitat is adequately addressed. As I previously asked the question to Justin earlier this hour of to what degree did the division look at the resource, and I recognize we're talking this morning in sound bites. We can't delve deep into the well and pull out the data charts. I recognize the parameters that we're in these public meetings. But as I hear reports, as I talk to our members about what is discussed in those local working groups and RAC hearings, we are not convinced, particularly in the sustainable years of drought, that the common denominator that wildlife interests and livestock interests have of the habitat is properly or adequately or fully addressed. I think we all agree that wildlife and livestock interests are together on the majority, and I believe we are, with habitat being the building block behind all of that. But it's concerning when I hear that CWMU operators are behind this. That's great. But there are hundreds more small landowners, one of which we've heard from this morning, that live and die off of wildlife numbers. Their motivation is different between CWMU operators and smaller operators, generally speaking. And so we need to be careful as to when we say landowners are behind this. No doubt, many, maybe majority acreage-wise they are. But have we neglected, perhaps even forgotten, that the many, many smaller landowners out there are taking a hit? And yes, there are tools in the box to assist and aid and give them relief. But have those tools increased or become stronger or more available as the wildlife numbers proportionally increase? It doesn't sound like they have, at least fully or to the degree. And so I leave with this. Are we proposing elk number increases because we can or we want to? Or are we proposing increases because we should to support and sustain the limited resource of the habitat? Thank you.
Thank you, Sterling. Last comment card that I have is Troy Justinson. And I do not have any others. If anybody wants to comment.
Troy Justinson, Sports and Fish and Wildlife. SFW supports the division's recommendations as proposed. At some point, we as sportsmen and livestock and cattle users have got to get away from voting party line. One of the main objectives we had in the statewide elk plan is to create individual management, turn the decisions over to the individuals that are affected, that are in those areas, instead of a blanket-wide, statewide concept that you have to manage to. I had an opportunity to sit on that statewide elk committee. I've also had the opportunity to serve on probably 3/4 of the unit management plans. To my knowledge, every unit there that's recommended an increase had a user there and supported it. It bothers me when we have areas that are impacted in elk and we realize that and we don't suggest it, but yet the livestock industry draws a line in the sand and says no. Even when your own users there are saying, hey, it's not impacting me, we're okay, we can live with those numbers. I too support a family through wildlife. I want to see Gibbs family stay there. I don't want to see them go away. There's a lot of people in the hunting industry that support their families as well. And we start hammering on these big CWMUs, quite honestly, the majority of them are livestock operators. They probably make more money off livestock than they do their cows, which is great. They help the resource. And as far as, issuing more, I also involved in a CWMU up Chalk Creek, and it's been mentioned, hey, let's kill more cows. Give them to me. We give 100% of our cow tags to the public. They come on. The fact is you can only kill so many. Elk can be moved by pressure. And so as we go through this process, sportsmen have put in a lot of dollars to create not only forage for wildlife, but for livestock operators as well. I had the opportunity to go to Plico and learn a little bit, and one thing I come away from it, the Cowboys is saying they realize the money we put into this, but they brought out a good point that I didn't realize, that a lot of the money that sportsmen invested isn't going to use. They're not able to feed it, and we're not able to increase. So maybe our wildlife. So maybe we ought to be smarter and look and deal with those federal agencies that are willing to reestablish lost AUMs and also let us continue to grow more wildlife. We're not anti-grazers. Never one time has sportsmen gone and asked for AUMs to be suspended. We'll stand and fight with you, but don't fight against us. Thank you.
Thank you, Troy.
I put in a card and I think I put number 6 on it, but actually one.
Come on up.
On 5.
Come on up. State your name for the record. And
my name's Alma Adams. I'm a private landowner in Iron County and also one of the Iron County commissioners. And I came with the Yarleys this morning. I had to get up at 4 because I live in Parowan, which is another half hour down the line. But
so you got it worse than Gibb does.
Yeah, I've got it worse than Gibb.
Well, I got up at the same time.
We're going to have you arm wrestle over it when you're done there.
I'd like to be compared to Gibb in anything. What an amazing person he is. So anyway, I got the information last night that there was a plan for a 600 head increase in elk numbers on the Panguitch Lake unit. When I got here this morning, Kevin Bunnell informed me that that was not true, so I was very thankful for that. But I'd like to say that where there's 1,700 there now and 1,100 permitted, there is a de facto 600 head increase right now. And so I would encourage you to bring those numbers down to where they should be. I have a 50 head permit on the Bowery allotment, which is within the Panguitch Lake unit, and also have 3,200 acres of private. I'm old enough to remember when we had no elk, and we were happy to see them come, but now I have about 100 head of cattle and about 40 elk that graze not totally on my property, but they're there in the summer, so it's a little bit out of whack. So we really can't handle any more elk, but we do allow almost everyone that calls us and asks to go in there and hunt, we allow them to go in there and get elk, and so we're helping that way, and they help us to keep the numbers down. Our forest permit was cut 17% a few years ago, so obviously there's no more room there, and so I would very much encourage treatment so there's more feed for the livestock and for the elk. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate you driving up. Sorry you had to ride with Gibb all that way, though.
I'm not that bad.
I'm sure it's an entertaining ride, that I'm sure of. It's good to have you guys here. I don't have any more comment cards from the public. This is your last chance if you want to say something. Seeing none, we will bring it back to the board for discussion. It looks like most of their acts voted for it. We've had a lot of questions and a lot of questions answered by the division. And
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment.
make a comment, Bair.
I like Troy's presentation, what he said about sportsmen and livestock operators working together. I know the Southwest Desert, we spend a lot of money out there. There's a lot of problem with what's going out there. Steve, you're a member of the Wild Horse and Burro. The BLM has a public meeting next week, the 13th in Salt Lake City, to talk about the management plan on the entire Southwest Desert. The management plan out there calls for 2,000 wild horses. There are currently 6,000 wild horses out there. And that's per the BLM's record, but that is someplace where we can all go together and support each other to help the reduction on those wild horses out there on the Southwest Desert. And we just need to do more things like that to work together. So I just ask that you guys get together after this at lunch or something like that. And I would like to see all the wildlife groups and, livestock operators show up to that meeting next week and voice their concerns out there on the Southwest Desert. Thank you.
Also, Byron, just a reminder that this board did send a resolution to the BLM last year, very strongly worded, asking and encouraging for the reduction of those horses down there, to bring those horse numbers into line. So we are very aware of that, and that is a difficult problem that we try to deal with. And
The DWR also had representation at our last meeting, Elko, so I'd like to appreciate them for that because it was much needed there, so thank you.
Thank you.
I may be remembering wrong, but when we set elk permit numbers, antlerless permit numbers, did we not just about double the number of antlerless elk permits out on the Southwest Desert for this
We
year?
cranked up a bunch of them. Yes. So.
And Justin mentioned we're waiting to see what the results are.
Yeah, and we're waiting to see what the results. And just to clarify too, this proposal does not increase elk on the Southwest Desert. Is that right, Justin? There is no proposed increase of elk on the Southwest Desert in this proposal. That is not in the proposal. So.
And the other thing, just for clarification, this does not set permit numbers.
Does not set permit numbers.
Not setting permit numbers today. We're setting objectives.
Objectives, yes. So.
Can I ask one other question? In most of these cases, the objectives are being raised, and we already have at least that many elk there. Is that right?
I believe so. Is that right, Justin?
Yeah, it depends the unit, but yes, in many of these, if you go back to the first slide on the units that had advisory committees, this was one of the three categories. If we were over objective, how are we going to get there? Those types of questions.
Justin, before you sit down, wasn't the Panguitch Lake, wasn't it due for an increase?
There was a lot of discussion.
Because I remember reading in the RAC minutes that there was 10 units that were up for an increase, and Panguitch Lake was one of them.
That wasn't part of our formal recommendation that we brought forth. The increases that were part of the RAC packet from the get-go have all been presented here in these tables.
Because I read through them, and Panguitch Lake was one that I wrote down because it was listed on there to have an increase. And looking at the numbers, it's not there because it's already way over objective.
Yeah,
that must have been a misprint then.
Yeah, I apologize if I put that in the memo and misled people, but the Panguitch Lake is not calling for a population increase at this time.
Okay.
So sorry about that.
Okay, all right.
I can help you with that, Dustin.
Oh, okay.
I was on that committee, and that committee did, excuse me, recommend an increase.
Yeah.
And I don't know where that went, but the livestock people that were there were very appreciative of the work that Sportsman had done on that unit, and they didn't ask for an increase, but they were tickled because their livestock weighed more. It looked better when they came off. Now, over where Gibb is kind of a little different story, and there's some things that we can do there, and you mentioned earlier about some things that we can do on summer range on our mountains, and that's what we need to do. And Gibb, I've talked to the Forest Service, and I'm working with them to get some treatments going that'll help you out. Anyway, I won't go into it, but there was an increase that committee voted to do, and somewhere it got backed off, and that's just fine.
Yeah,
we need to. There's some other areas where we need to do some work, and then we'll come back and ask for that increase, and we'd appreciate you guys' support when we get done.
Thanks, Tommy.
A couple more comments, questions. We've heard a lot about the drought that we're in and how dry things are. I hope we're not getting complacent in our mild winters, and hopefully when we turn back into a normal winter, for whatever normal is, that we don't get caught upside down because we've got too much this and too much that. Now I don't know how that plays into the plan, but let's not think that this is going to last forever. I hope it doesn't. So we need to be careful there. In the last couple of weeks, Farm Bureau had their convention the third week of November, and I stood up in front of the delegate body and said, guys, what do you want me to say at the committee meetings or at the wildlife board meeting? Tell me what to say. There wasn't a lot of opposition. There was a few. There was a couple of ranchers that said, well, I don't even want to go there. They were not happy with the elk. Some of the others said, hey, we want an increase in elk. They're one of the few that raise, they make good money on the elk. Like you said, Justin, they make as much off the wildlife as they do off their livestock. And they're asking for more elk. And there's a couple of places that they want that. The rest of them were pretty quiet. And almost the same thing in the Cattlemen's Convention a week or so ago. Obviously, the Yardleys were pretty vocal against it. Some were for it, some were against it. So, and we agree we are working together. Not everybody is against wildlife, and not all sportsmen are against livestock. We're working together. We need to keep working together. It's a win-win for both of us, but we've got to keep things balanced. Trying to think who I was talking to at the Farm Bureau that said, 30, 40 years ago, we're pushing 30,000 elk in the state of Utah, and now we're pushing 80,000 head of elk. Sterling, you alluded to the fact that livestock numbers are down in the last 50, 60 years. What are we, 40, 50, 60% livestock numbers are down that far, but yet our elk numbers, we're just reversing the trend. And I think that's where Sterling's coming from, is that we don't want that trend to continue. And Gibb and Stephen are going to be the last Yardleys on the ranch, and pretty soon they can't make it and they're going to go out of business. We don't want to see that happen. And that's a concern. No, I don't think you're right, Director. The division's not looking for livestock numbers to decrease so we can increase numbers. but the numbers are doing that. And that's a concern for the livestock community, and I think that's where they're coming from. I don't think the division's out there looking for pushing that, but that is a concern that the livestock individuals, whether they be sheep, cattle, or pigs, or chickens, or whatever, that's a concern that they have, and that's just the facts of the way it is. I hope we're not raising these numbers just to raising the objective numbers to match the numbers that are on the ground. The southwest, the southern region, there's no increases proposed there. Well, that's because they're so over objective now. I mean, we need to thin them way down. If I don't sell 100% of the males out of my herd every year and 50% of my females within about 2 or 3 years, like we're doing with these permit numbers or with these objective numbers with the wildlife, with the elk. The numbers are there, so let's raise the objective to meet the numbers. I'm not sure that's the right thing to do. I don't know, the 10% increase statewide is a little bit troubling. And I understand, you know, one of Sterling's comments was, if we're going to have a 10% increase in elk numbers, are we going to have a 10% increase in the depredation? Probably not. There will be some. There will be some areas, like Mr. Session, there are going to be some animals that will cross over, and there's going to be a little more depredation. But some of these big units, they're going to make more money because there's going to be more elk. So I don't have a suggestion. I don't have a cure for it all. It's just that the livestock industry is concerned that we're not seeing the balance. We're not seeing the balance on things, and that's the concern that we have.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board before we make a motion? I think it's motion time. If somebody wants to take a stab at it, do it. I can't do it for you, or I would.
I'll make the motion that we accept the division's recommendations as proposed, and per the 5 racks that all voted in favor of it.
Seconded by Donnie. Moved by Byron, seconded by Donnie to accept as presented. Do we have any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? 5 in favor. All opposed? 1 opposed. The motion carries 5-1. Thank you, and we appreciate everybody that made the drive up here. All right, moving on. Action item number 6. This is agenda item 6. It is an action item. This is our Bucks, Bulls, and once-in-a-lifetime season date application timeline. Once again, we will not be discussing actual permit numbers for most of these things. This is more hunt strategy and season dates and whatnot. So, presenting this will be Justin Shannon, our state big game coordinator and fellow dog enthusiast. So we will turn the time over to Justin.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Today I'm going to present the Bucks Bulls once-in-a-lifetime season date and boundary descriptions for 2017. So to begin, the general season deer hunt dates, these are similar to last year. They just simply moved up 1 day to avoid a Sunday opener for the archery, muzzleloader, and any weapon hunts. For the general season elk hunt dates, similar thing. These 4 hunts, your archery, spike bull, archery, any bull, any weapon, and muzzleloader hunts, the same as last year. They just simply moved up 1 day to begin on the days they typically do, that Saturday or Wednesday. Moving on to statewide changes, we don't have a lot of them this go around, but one of the ones we do have is to add 3 new limited entry muzzleloader deer units. These units, if you recall, are managed for $18 to $20 per 100 does, and they're exceeding their objectives on the 3-year average. The 3 units that we're proposing today are the Mount Dutton, Ogden, and Plateau Fish Lake. And then in addition to that, we recommend discontinuing the hunt on the Plateau Boulder Caparowitz. In addition to that, we recommend adding 2 limited entry bull elk hunts that would overlap the general season spike elk hunt in the early to mid-October. This is something that was passed last year, part of the statewide elk plan, and was approved with the concurring recommendations. And we tried it on units like the Paunsaugunt and the Fish Lake, and got favorable responses there, and so we wanted to try it on some of these other units.
Was
as
it
well.
like the best hunt ever, like the best idea anybody ever came up with? Is that what we're talking about here?
I'm not sure.
Because I think it was a pretty good idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, John liked it.
Anyway, keep going.
Okay. Moving on to more regional recommendations. In the southern region, we are recommending adding a mountain goat hunt on the Mount Dutton unit. This is a population that's been growing and doing very well, and feel like it can support some additional hunter harvest. We also recommend adding an archery pronghorn hunt on the Penguich Lake Zion North unit. In addition to that, we recommend issuing a non-resident permit on the Comparowitz West Bighorn Sheep unit. And generally, we don't highlight a resident and non-resident permits, but in this case, in the past, a non-resident could hunt all three of the Comparowitz subunits, the East, the West, and the Escalante. And with this, with the Comparowitz West having its own non-resident permit, that hunter could only hunt the West, and then the other non-resident permit holder could hunt the East and the Escalante. Moving on to the Southeast region, recommend splitting the 9 Mile Range Creek Bighorn Sheep unit into the Gray Canyon and Jack Creek units, and these season dates would be expanded. They'd run from November 1st to November 30th. We'd also recommend altering the San Juan South Bighorn Sheep boundary to include the San Juan River. There's a lot of bighorns down in that pocket of the state on that river, and we want to include it in that San Juan boundary. Also recommend adding an archery and muzzleloader management buck hunt on the Henry Mountains. If you remember this last spring, we brought permit recommendations through, and that unit was at $65 per 100 does, and there was some concern about adding more management buck hunters on top of the already packed hunt that we had, and so this was a way to be able to increase opportunity and provide more of that management buck hunting opportunity. And then finally, recommend adding a pronghorn archery hunt to the Sanderfeld Desert and 9 Mile Range Creek units and a muzzleloader hunt in the Sanderfeld North unit. In the northern region, recommend discontinuing the Pilot Mountain Bighorn Sheep Hunt. This is a unit that we co-manage with Nevada, and so we turn it off one year and turn it on the next year because of the limited number
So
of
when you
ramps
say discontinue, you mean it's just not our year to have a permit?
Correct. Yeah, so it'll be Nevada's year for 2017, and then if things go well, Rams are doing well, then we would have the permit the following year. Yeah.
That, when you say discontinue, that scares me, Justin. I don't want to discontinue it. I understand that we alternate, but I want it to continue in the alternating cycle.
Yeah, and so do we, but we're just setting a season structure for 2017.
So why does it say discontinue?
I'm open to another.
Would you change the word, please? It's an offensive word. Thank you.
It's
kind of like Smokey Bear.
Yeah, we can change the narrative if you'd like.
Thank you. Would you do that now?
I swear I'm going to get through this presentation. This is going to be great. In the central region, we recommend discontinuing the Stansbury's Mountains Bighorn Sheep Hunt. Oh boy.
Now, is this an actual discontinuation of the hunt, or are we alternating something?
I don't anticipate turning this one back on in 2018 if that's what you're asking.
Okay, so you see the problem there? You got two different situations being described the same.
I can't believe I'm taking advice on how to use words from John Bair. This is just absolutely fascinating to me. So, yeah, but I will work on my PowerPoint.
Thank you.
Yeah,
that went up with Yabbit.
Okay. In the Northeast region, we recommend altering the Book Cliffs Wild Horse Bench Hunt to include the 9 Mile area. And these season dates would run from August 1st to January 31st. What we're trying to accomplish this with adding a larger area and longer season dates is oftentimes we have bison that come onto the 9 Mile area, whether it's the Anthro or the Range Creek, and we've always had to go through a series of processes to allocate permits and get harvest and those types of things. And so by doing this, we would have permits in the hands of hunters through our normal processes, and if we have bison showing up in areas that that we don't have a management plan for, they're causing issues, we can direct hunting pressure there. Also, we'd like to recommend adding a bison hunt, a cow-only hunt on the Book Cliffs unit, and recommend changing the season dates on the Book Cliffs bison hunt, the Hunter's Choice hunt, to October 14th to December 1st. In addition, recommend changing the season dates on the North Slope 3 Corners elk hunt, move it back a week to October 7th through the 19th. And then finally, we recommend combining the North Slope 3 Corners Bear Top and West Daggett Bighorn Sheep units into one hunt. The Utah Bowmen's Association proposal. Switching gears completely now. At the last Wildlife Board meeting, the Utah Bowmen's Association proposed a once-in-a-lifetime archery-only hunting opportunity. And this was taken out to the racks as an informational, and got some good feedback on that. The idea was, if I can do it justice in putting this into one slide, the idea was hunters would exchange a once-in-a-lifetime permit for an archery-only permit with expanded season dates. And the Wildlife Board asked us to review this proposal and provide a recommendation to the racks during this last cycle. And so we did. We reviewed the data and looked at it and came up with a recommendation. And the data that I'll share with you now is to support our recommendation, or at least give the reason behind the why on our recommendation. This graph here, on the x-axis you have the number of permits per hunt that are kind of pulled together in categories, and on the y-axis you have the number of hunts that we have total. So if you look at bighorn sheep, 84% of our hunts have between 1 and 5 permits, and the other 16% have 6 to 10 permits. The average success rates on these hunts is 96%. Average number of days hunted is 6.4. Quite lengthy season dates, 51 days on average for deserts and 33 days for Rockies. And the average number of permits per hunt is 3. If you look at mountain goats, that's spread out a little bit more. Only 38% of the permits have 38% of the hunts have between 1 and 5 permits. The bulk of them have between 6 and 10. Success rates very similar to bighorn sheep, mid-90s, 3.5 days hunted on average, season length of 50 days on average, and average number of permits per hunt is 8. For bison, it's spread out even more. The bulk of the bison hunts, 57% of them have between 11 and 15 permits on them. Success rate's a little bit lower than some of the other hunts, 85%. Average days hunted about 3.5. Season length 24 days, and average number of permits per hunt is at 14. And then moose, again, 75% of the hunts there have between 1 and 5 permits. Average success rate 94%. Average days hunted 4. Season length a little over a month, and average number of permits per hunt is 6. So with this information, the division is recommending adding a 7-day extension to the end of each once-in-a-lifetime hunt that would be archery only. And how this would work, if you had your bison tag or your bighorn sheep tag, you'd be able to hunt the season that you have on the hunt tables that are before you with any weapon. And at the end of that hunt, if you're still unsuccessful, you'd have a 7-day extension that would be archery only. You can only hunt with a bow. These would not be valid on hunts on Antelope Island, the Pilot Mountains, CWMUs, or hunts that end on January 31st. And if you have multiple once-in-a-lifetime hunts occurring on the same unit for the same species, then the 7-day extension would be applied at the end of the last hunt. So on the Henrys, we have 4 bison hunts. We wouldn't start a 7-day extension for the first set of hunters that would overlap the rifle hunt. They would all have the same. Access to hunt areas is not guaranteed. This has been a discussion point for access, especially on mountain goat hunts and some of those types of things. And aerial surveys may occur during these hunts as well, especially in some of our desert bighorn sheep units and other species. Feedback from the racks. So switching gears again, this is something that we look at often as we go through the 5 racks. We kind of tally what was voted, what made sense, what we heard that we think we can implement. And one of the things that we heard a lot of good discussion on is the recommendation to discontinue the plateau boulder comparowitz. And our recommendation, if you were to adopt it in its entirety, our new recommendation for this unit would be that we recommend retaining the limited entry muzzleloader deer hunt on the plateau boulder comparowitz. 3 of the 5 racks voted in favor of keeping this hunt. The preliminary harvest reports indicate high hunter success and satisfaction rates, pretty good feedback there. And if you look at the buck to doe ratios on these units, in 2012 they were at 25, 2013 they were at 16, and they've just been trending up since then, 20 in 2014 and 21 last year. So we're seeing this trend, and if you look at the language in the statewide plan when it talks about permit recommendations, on our hunts, it says buck to doe ratio trends will be considered when determining if permits should be increased or decreased. And so we acknowledge that we're not exceeding 20 bucks per 100 does, but we also recognize that the trend is heading in the good direction. The biologist in the Southern Iraq meeting was asked to speak to it, and he thought it would be great, and so that's our recommendation change for you today. Some key dates for consideration for the 2017 season. Big game drawing for Bucks Bulls Once in a Lifetime, new dedicated hunter applicants and lifetime license holders will be from January 26th through March 2nd. If you just want a bonus or a preference point, that'll be extended to March 16th, and results will be posted by the end of May. And then for hunters with disabilities on general season units, we propose either adding 5 days prior to the hunt starting or at the back end, similar to how we have done in years past. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Justin. Good presentation for the most part. Any questions from the board?
I have one, Justin. Did you say you wanted to eliminate the Boulder Mountain late hunt?
Yeah, so what we took through the racks, sorry about the confusion. What we took through the racks was to discontinue that hunt simply because we weren't exceeding 20 bucks per 100 does. And based on the feedback we heard through the rack process, we just want to pull that recommendation off the table. We would leave it as is kind of what I'm getting at.
So you're going to continue that hunt?
Yeah, so if the board said we approve the presentation as presented, that would include leaving that hunt on the books for next year. So,
Justin, have you completed your classification there yet?
We haven't, no. None of these units. Yeah, not yet. And it's hard to even look at that stuff preliminary, at a preliminary basis, because you have pockets of these units that generally have high fawn production, high buck to doe ratios, and lower. And so that's why we wait until the end and see where we're at. So
I attended that RAC meeting down there, and I couldn't remember how they had voted. What was the vote in the Southern RAC?
Let me pull it up.
We're going to find out shortly. We're going to find out in just a second.
The Southern RAC accepted a motion to keep it. Yeah.
They voted to keep that hunt in place?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I've got a question, Dustin. On the management deer hunt on the Henrys, doesn't our youth have a portion of those permits available for them?
Yeah, the way that the rule is written is 30% of the permits go to youth, 30% of permits go to seniors 65 age of older. Am I right on that, Lindy? Is that the age? And then the remainder goes to any other applicant that applied.
Yeah, and that's set up really good. The thing that I'm seeing there is that hunt is a Monday through a Friday.
Correct.
That don't give youth much chance to be involved in that. And then I look at the Paunsaugunt, and it's a Saturday. We've got a weekend in there.
Yeah.
Could we fit a weekend in on the Henry Mountains?
Certainly this board can do it, if that's the way you feel. The why behind why we don't include that weekend is because we fit that five-day season date in between the end of the rifle deer hunt for those limited or premium limited entry holders and the opening day of the bison hunt. And so with that unit is not the largest unit in the world, and it gets crowded very quickly, and so there wasn't a good way to throw that weekend in there without having that overlap with the bison hunters, and that's a very popular and crowded hunt. So
is our youth happy with the way it is right now?
Yeah, I mean the satisfaction rates are really high.
It's okay.
Yeah. I mean I know too.
We can live with it, and I can see the trouble on the other ends. But if those youth are having a good hunt.
Yeah. 2 years ago, my nephew drew it, and we went down there, and we were of the attitude you can't let school get in the way of your education. So we had a great 5-day hunt, and it was wonderful.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
You hire these guys, Craig. You hire these guys. Okay. Any other questions from the board? Questions from the rack chairs? Questions from the audience? All right, seeing none, let's get a report from our racks. We'll start in the south. Mr. Black.
Mr. Chairman, we had a motion to accept the Bucks, Bulls, and Once in a Lifetime 2017 season dates, the application timeline as presented, with the exception of adding a proposal from the Utah Bowmen's Association, which is attached. I'm sure they'll present it today. And then we also had an amendment to the motion to keep the muzzleloader hunt, limited entry buck deer hunt on the Plateau, Boulder, Caparowitz. So that would stay.
Now, Justin, just to be clear, that is now part of your recommendation to keep the boulder.
Correct.
So if we pass it, okay, I want to make sure.
Yeah.
100%. And your rack specifically spelled that out to keep that.
Yes, that's
okay.
correct.
Thank you.
Also, Mr. Chairman, there was some other discussion that was brought up during this topic. Donnie asked me to bring it up, but maybe when we get to the end of this, if you wouldn't mind coming back to me, we could address that. I don't want to interrupt in the middle of what we're doing.
Okay.
Thank you.
When we get everybody reporting, we'll come back.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Albrecht.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we had an individual come that didn't really fit in with this item, but we let him present, and he was worried about, as a dedicated hunter, that his youth draw, that they drew a unit separate from him, and he asked that the Wildlife Board maybe look at his youth would go do dedicated hunter hours with him, but he was limited on the price of that tag to be able to pay that for each of his youth to go to pay the regular price. And he was asking that the board take an action log item to look at making the price of the youth dedicated hunter more affordable, that they would be able to hunt the same unit as the parent or the father. So.
Okay.
We had a motion to accept the division's proposal for the Henry Mountain Management buck hunt. That passed 8-1. Motion to keep the Boulder Caparowitz muzzleloader hunt, and that passed unanimous. We had a motion to reject the division's proposed 7-day archery extension for the Once in a Lifetime, and that failed for a lack of a second.
You had a motion to reject the 7-day extension. That's right? That's what you said. Okay.
But it failed.
It failed.
And then the motion to accept the division's proposed 7-day archery extension, and that passed 5-3.
Okay.
And a motion to accept the remaining, and that passed unanimous.
Did you guys vote on the Bowman's presentation?
Yeah, let me.
There wasn't a motion.
I was going to say, I didn't see
We ended up voting, they voted on to pass the division's recommendation.
In lieu of the Yuba recommendation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good? That's it? That's it, Kevin?
Yep.
Randy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the Northeastern region, we had a couple different topics we talked about. The 7-day extension was one of them, along with the Utah Bowmen's Association that presented a possibility of 6 new hunts. And then we had some boundary changes on the Diamond Mountain limited entry boundary, and then also one on the extended archery boundary for deer in the Uinta Basin. Those are kind of the topics we talked about with this particular one. The 7-day extension was talked about. There was some concern in our rack that maybe some people that wouldn't be able to hunt with a bow. They wanted the additional opportunity there for 7 more days for maybe any weapon. And so we put that to a vote on its own. And We voted to accept the division's proposal on the 7-day extension, and it passed unanimously. So that's why that was actually pulled out on sale. We had quite a bit of discussion there. And then on the, we talked about the 6 new hunts for the Utah Bowmen's Association presented, and that fell due to no motion being made. Then we talked about the Diamond Mountain boundary issue. There was an issue towards the the kind of the eastern side of it where I guess some thought that was the direction of water. The water ran down the hill where the actual rim really was, and the boundary never has been the rim. But that one, we decided a motion was made to allow the landowner, the Diamond Mountain Landowner Association, meet with the DWR and the landowners in there, and to come up with a boundary of what the boundary that was manageable would be, and we would accept their proposal, which they met and is accepted. And then the other thing we talked about is the extended archery boundary. There was some interest in the room to change that a little bit, and that one fell due to no motion presented.
Randy, can I back you up 1 second?
Yep.
I want to make sure I got you clear on something. On the Diamond Mountain boundary, so the association and the Division of Wildlife agreed to get together and work on a boundary.
They agreed to get together, and they actually agreed on some verbiage changes of what to make the boundary. They didn't change the boundary. They just put the name, the wording in the boundary in the better, just worded it better so that the public could understand it better.
Okay. So as far as action from the board, there's really nothing we can do there. That's something separate.
No.
That's okay.
Yep. And then we did make a motion to accept the division's recommendations as presented, and it passed 5-1 with 1 abstention again. And his reason was he was really opposed to it.
Yeah.
Are you going to do some education there, Randy?
We'll try.
An abstention is no more than an empty chair. I mean, that's, so I hope everybody takes a chance to
Some
vote.
cultures.
Yeah. All right. Richard.
Sorry for jumping ahead before.
Oh, you're fine.
Looking at something
You're
else.
fine.
Anyway, we had a lot of discussion about some of this, and now that they've changed that recommendation on the once in a lifetime for the archery, I'll just mention that a motion was made to accept those recommendations as proposed by the conservation groups, and to add the once in a lifetime archery hunts and extend the division's proposal of 7-day archery only opportunity for once in a lifetime hunts, and that passed unanimously. So that's then a motion was made to keep the late season muzzleloader hunt on the Plateau Boulder Kaparowitz unit. That passed 7-3, and they've changed that, of course, out too. So then we had a lot of discussion on this. We had one individual talk about wanting to, because of dates, birth dates, etc. A motion was made to remove the points and eliminate the 50% bonus hunt on management buck deer hunts for youth. That was because in what he felt like was that because of the way the where a birthday falls during a year, that some youth fall under the youth hunts for 3 years, and some only get 4 years, or some get 4 years. So he felt like to make that easier is to just eliminate the use of bonus points for youth on youth hunts, and to just put them all in one pool and a random draw for management hunt units for youth. There was a motion made to do that, but that failed 4-6 at Iraq. There was a motion then made to put the youth management point problem on the action item for the board to review, and that was passed unanimously. So we'd like to have you look at that. Lindy Varney kind of addressed that and was going to do some more education about that and find out whether or not there was a better way of setting the birth dates, when the cutoff times, et cetera, are during any 1 year. And then there was a motion to accept the remainder of the division proposal as presented, and that passed unanimously. That's it.
Thank you, sir. I attended that RAC meeting. It was good to see the discussion. Wish we'd have had a few more of the public there, but the RAC did a very good job.
Yeah, just make it so that all dedicated hunters can get hours by going to a RAC meeting.
I don't think it can. All right. John, Northeast. Northern, excuse me.
It's all right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our Northern RAC, as you may notice, is usually an agreeable bunch of people. But
That's all right.
This was a little more difficult for us. We started with a motion to recommend the Wildlife Board accept the division's recommendation with the addition of Yuba's 2017 once-in-a-lifetime archery hunt recommendation season dates. There was a lot of discussion over that, obviously, and concern was over taking permits away from some of the other original hunts. And so that motion failed, 5 for, 6 against. Next, we recommended the board accept Yuba's archery-only sheep hunt recommendations and season dates. So everything else on Yuba's recommendation was excluded, and that did pass 9-1.
You have units on, well, I guess I got them right here.
Yeah.
So the two, the Rocky and the Desert passed.
Both of those, just those two.
Okay.
And then we followed that up with a motion to recommend the Wildlife Board accept the division's recommendations as presented, with the exception of the 7-day archery extension for once-in-a-lifetime sheep, and eliminate the extra limited entry bull elk hunts during the spike season. That didn't pass. That was 3 for, 7 against. And then moved on to recommend the Wildlife Board accept the division's recommendations as presented, with the exception of the 7-day archery extension for once-in-a-lifetime sheep.
So did away with that?
Yeah, did away with that. And that one did pass 8-2.
So no 7-day extension, but did pass the Rocky and the Desert portion. Okay.
And then we did have one tangential item, and that was to recommend the Wildlife Board allow unsuccessful youth elk hunters to hunt during the general season elk hunt, and that did pass unanimous.
So if you draw the youth, that limited entry youth hunt, you can, and you're not successful, you can hunt during the spike or any bull hunt, whatever unit it is. Okay. Kinda. I'll go over them real quick here. Okay, but I need to go back to the southern, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
So if you look in your notes on page 24, we had a gentleman come from the Orderville, Glendale area, and he was concerned about baiting deer and stated that Utah was the only state in the Intermountain region that allowed baiting. He was opposed to baiting, felt that maybe those that bait have better opportunities at the larger bucks. And anyway, I think Donnie wanted to maybe comment on this as well.
Yeah, along with this gentleman, I've heard from a lot of other sportsmen that they're concerned about this. And I was wondering if we could put this on an action item for the division to look at, mainly if what we're doing and what we can bait with. That's
I guess
there's probably some things they're baiting with that they don't like.
Yeah.
So we probably ought to decide what's good for the animals, or anyway.
Yeah.
Donnie, how about when we go through this, when we're making our motions, I'm going to write that down. And at that time when we're making our motions, if you want to do that, you can make a motion to add that to the action log. You all right with that? Okay, is that all right?
Yes.
3 things that have been.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bonus points, Shannon.
Yeah. Well, those have been requested. That don't mean we have to actually do it.
No, I'm just saying
Okay.
there's four potential action or new action law.
Abating the fees, the youth bonus point, or the preference point, and what one am I missing?
The unsuccessful youth hunters
Oh, yeah,
go
the
to
youth
general
hunters.
season.
Okay.
And then the baiting of deer regulations.
Yeah. You got that. Okay. Okay, I'm going to summarize here. South, the baiting issue, the things they passed that are different from the division, or they passed the Uber proposal. They also voted to keep the boulder, which is now part of the division's proposal. Southeast, dedicated hunter youth price. They voted to keep the proposal, and they voted for the 7-day extension over the Uber proposal. Northeast, talked about the boundary, didn't vote for the Uber proposal, so they pretty much, at the end of the day, you pretty much went with the division. That's right. Okay. Don't want to miss anything on you there. Central passed the Uber proposal, voted to keep the boulder, and had the discussion on the youth bonus points. North passed half the Uber proposal on the sheep, voted away with the 7-day extension, and asked that the youth hunters that are unsuccessful be allowed to hunt any weapon or spike units on that permit. Okay. All right. Now we are to public comment. Public comment. We got a lot. You got 3 quick minutes, all of you. First up will be Troy Justinson. Following Troy will be Carl Hurst. Following Carl Hurst will be Ben Louder. We'll go to that point. Please step to the microphone, state your name for the record, and be well behaved as best you can.
I'm well behaved. Troy Justinson, Sports and Fish and Wildlife. I'm glad we get to discuss a non-controversial topic here. Every time we discuss elk, it's like having a slugging fight with your brother. So, on behalf of SFW, we support the division's recommendations, and now that they've put the boulder back into it, with one exception, that being the 7-day archery, we do not support that. Now, what we do support is a multi-group recommendation, which you guys have a copy of there, and has been referred to as the UBA presentation. Let me give you a little background on that. As you recall last meeting, get rid of that. As you recall last meeting, no.
Hurry up.
That we had some discussion, and we didn't feel like UBA's proposal or the division, what the division was recommending, that really addressed the issues. That in order to address some of these issues and do the right thing, what we feel would be create an archery-only permit. So let me go through this and explain to you how we come about this. SFW reached out to UBA and asked them to come and visit with us and go through their original proposal. We come up with this new proposal. We asked for their support. They agreed to it. We then reached out to the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation and the Mueller Foundation, which we gained their support also. Much like the division's recommendation, as it goes through the RAC process, it's morphed into another proposal. There's a typo on the sheet that we've given you. It says we recommend 6 new archery hunts. The recommendation now, having gone through the RACs, is 4. Let me go through them with you. We recommend that we have an archery-only hunt on the Book Cliff South with the season dates of September 9th through September 30th. We also recommend that we have a Desert Bighorn sheep archery-only hunt on the Zion unit. Those dates would be November 11th through December 1st. We also recommend that we'd have a bison hunt on the Henry Mountains. The dates would be September 30th through October 20th. And then we'd recommend we have an archery-only hunt for mountain goats on the north slope, south slope, high UNS Central. And this is different from the original ones because we proposed all the UNI units. Now we've consolidated to this one. At the bottom of the page, we've listed why, some of the reasons why we feel this is a better proposal. One, it addresses point creep. For the simple fact, now you're creating a new hunt. You're giving an option to the rifle hunter, say, you know what? I want to draw earlier, or I think my odds are going to be better. I'm going to switch. Those other proposals don't address point creep whatsoever. Next, it provides new opportunity and additional opportunity. You know, we've got an increasing number of hunters.
Troy, hold on one second. Because you're kind of presenting for several groups here, I'm going to give you one more minute to go through because you're almost done here. So
Sounds good.
Be judicious
I'll
with
hurry.
your time.
I will hurry. Now you made me lose my spot. Okay, now provide new additional units. You know, there's more and more people applying for these hunts. The pie ain't growing fast enough. We've got to look outside the box to find up with something that provides more opportunity, that doesn't affect the quality as much, and and provides more opportunity. We believe this does it. These hunts, if you look at the season dates, they're tough dates. We picked units that are tough, whether it be road access, whether it be low densities, whatever. It's not going to be an easy hunt. Also, you know, archers, like it or not, are willing to settle for a lesser animal, so to speak. You know, it doesn't put the pressure on that high end as it would with the rifle. We are seeking additional tags on the sheep. The state of Utah manages to give ram permits based on 30 to 40% of their 3- and 4-year-old age class rams. We tend to be more towards the 30, so we think there's some room to increase there. A point there, Nevada actually manages to 50% on their estimated population. All right, John, I'm getting there. Once again, not the most opportune time to hunt these units, and specifically to the bison. If you guys have ever hunted those bisons, once they get hunted with a rifle and pressure, it becomes the toughest hunt in the state of Utah. Them suckers can plain move. By moving some of these permits into October with archers, archery does not have the effect on those animals and will not disperse them as it will a rifle. And just in closing, you know, I'm not an archer. I'm a hunter. You know, I don't wear skinny jeans. I bathe regularly. You know, Backstreet Boys are not my favorite band, so I do not consider myself an archer.
Troy, your time's up,
All right.
brother.
Anyway, we'd hope you'd support us on this. Thank you.
Oh. I got to admit, Troy, that's pretty funny. Carl Hurst.
I don't know whether to designate myself as an archer. Carl Hurst.
Judge yourself by the opinion of Troy, I can tell you that.
Carl Hurst, I do live in the Central Rack, and I do appreciate the opportunity to sit on that rack, and so I have had a swing at this topic, but I appreciate the opportunity to address the board today. I appreciate Richard expressing our rack votes, and I appreciate all the effort from the people in this room to look at different management tools. The division has very recently, over the last 5-6 years, been very willing to look at tools, and these archery hunts for once in a lifetime are just another tool on that. And so SFW and Troy has done a great job of expressing why I think these are a good idea, but I appreciate the opportunity to express my opinion that it's been kicked around a long time to use archery as a management tool in the once-in-a-lifetime area, and I support the SFW and UBA recommendation.
Thank you, Carl. It's good to have you here. Ben Louder.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Ben Louder, representing Utah Bowmen's Association. Obviously, we are in support of the recommendation that Troy just proposed with concerning the joint recommendation. I do want to point out again, this is a joint recommendation from 4 different organizations: SFW, UBA, MDF, and RMEF. Due to the limited time, I'll be brief, and specifically, I want to address the point creep portion of this. Really believe that, I mean, we've all heard it at the racks, at the Wildlife Board, from our organizations, our memberships. it's difficult to draw a once in a lifetime tag. And as new hunters come into the sport, whether they're youth or adult age, if you don't have some of those top 20 plus points, drawing a tag becomes you may never draw it. I mean, they're very difficult. And I'm sure you guys hear all the time, as I do, we need to, the desire to address how we can make it easier to draw a once in a lifetime tag, and that's a difficult prospect. I mean, there's really two ways to do it, and that's to increase the populations, which we're trying and succeeding in some areas, or to decrease the success rates in order to be able to issue additional tags. These hunts, as they've been proposed, I do believe would have a lower success rate and thus allow over time additional tags to be offered. Justin asked me in the central region about success rates on archery hunts in Colorado. Colorado currently has archery hunts for bighorn sheep and mountain goat. I didn't know at the time, so I went and looked. Colorado has 13 years worth of harvest data. I went and looked at all of the mountain goat and bighorn sheep areas that have archery hunts. There's 17 units currently for bighorn sheep and I think 5 for mountain goat, where they allow have archery only hunts for those species. And as I compiled all that data, and I have copies of that if you guys are interested, and I have copies for you if you'd like to see it. But the 13-year average, the difference on the mountain goat is about 85% success on rifle and about 65% on archery for mountain goat. On bighorn sheep, it's about 63% on rifle and 32.5% on archery. So we have some data, right, to our neighbor next door on what these success rates would be, and I think that just goes to show that thinking outside of the box and trying something new here, we could, potentially help address that point creep issue and do some good in the state and help some people draw some tags. So thank you.
Thank you, Ben.
Sorry, one more thing. In addition to that, we support the remainder of the recommendations as proposed.
Thank you. Ben's good, right on the money. Next name I have is Paul Phillips. After Paul, Grant Foster, followed by Bill Christensen.
Thank you, Chairman. Paul Phillips again with Strawberry Outfitters. I'd just like to stand and support the Bowman's Association and recommendation for once in a lifetime tags, and it creates opportunity. I was in a committee meeting once with Justin and asked him the question of how many new people were coming into the sport, and the number was pretty large. I won't hold him to the number that he gave me, but that number is huge. So anytime we can create new opportunity, it's a good thing for the state and for people wanting to use the outdoors. So, and I also do support the entire recommendation of the once in a lifetime. So, thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Mr. Foster. Always makes you nervous when your lawyer steps up to the microphone.
I appreciate this. And first, I want to thank all of the people involved here. I'm a firm believer that wildlife was placed on this earth for the benefit and use of man. Managed properly, we get to exercise righteous dominion over these beasts, and this is part of the process. I'm very grateful to you for your careful consideration. I'm a bow hunter. Yeah. Troy and I go back a couple of decades as friends, and I am a bow hunter. And I didn't used to be a bow hunter. I started out holding a rifle, going up to Mount Logan, with a man I will forever thank for instilling that love of hunting in me, Cordell Lundahl. If you're from Cache Valley, you've heard of the Lundahls. My brother showed up with a bow one day, and I said, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "We hunt, but those bows are for the wackos." Yeah. And a week later, I had a bow in my hand, and I became a wacko, and that was 35 years ago. Now, I can't speak for everybody. I know most of the people in this room prefer to hunt with a rifle. I love rifle hunting, but I love even more bow hunting. So I want you to leave room for just a thought, and that's this. As I talk, I live in Davis County. I don't live in the farm country. I wish I did, honestly. I wish I did so I could raise my children to be farmers. because I think those are the best people in the whole world.
As opposed to lawyers?
As opposed to city slickers. Lawyers are important when you need us.
They are. I know they are.
But what I want to say is this. When I talk to my kids and their friends, I would guess that today, just guessing, less than 10% of the kids in Davis County have ever been hunting. When we were kids, they gave us the Friday before and the Monday of the opening day of deer season as a holiday. We call it UEA weekend, and now everybody goes to St. George. But when I was growing up, we hunted deer. That's not the case. So my point is this: opportunity. For me, what happened to me as a 22-year-old kid when my brother put a bow in my hand was it gave me a chance to love wildlife that I don't think I would have ever done without a bow. And I recognize I'm a freak. There aren't a lot of us diehard bow hunters, but there are some. So why not expand that opportunity? I talked to a kid the other day who I took fly fishing up to our cabin on the Provo River. And he loved it. Because he's a fly fisherman. I talked to his dad about a week ago, and I said, Josh is his name. I said, wait till we get a bow in Josh's hand. And his dad, who's a refined city slicker like me, looked at me and he said, oh, well, Josh would never kill anything. I just thought to myself, oh my goodness, Josh needs an opportunity to feel the love of these critters, that they were put on this earth for food and for raiment, to please the eye and gladden the heart, to, for taste and for smell. That's what we need to do. So I support every opportunity, and by giving bow hunters more opportunities, you give more bow hunters a chance to do what I did and what my brother did. Now in our circle of influence, it's not very big, but I'll bet you that this last bow season,
Randall, I'll give you just a couple seconds to wrap up.
I'll wrap it up. The last bow season, I'll bet you within my small circle of influence, there were probably a dozen bow hunters in the field who would have never been there, who were carrying a bow in their hand that I gave them. Now, I know I'm a minority, but every opportunity is an opportunity, and the lifeblood of our sport isn't the John Bairs of the world. They are the kids of of the next generation and our grandkids. They will carry the torch. They'll pay your fees as members of the Division of Wildlife Resources. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here, Grant. Next up, I have Mr. Bill Christensen, followed by, well, that's the last one I have. Jack, you just want to speak in favor? Just go on the record in favor, I'm guessing. Is that right? Hey, you got one, Roy? Okay. Come on up. Go ahead, Bill.
Amen, Brother Foster. Yeah, I liked what he said. That's true. I do bow hunt, among other things, but Bill Christensen with the Elk Foundation, we heartily support, as this proposal has been well outlined by Troy. Opportunity is the key in getting folks involved. We find that in the Elk Foundation, and I think all hunting conservation groups, that one of the #1 sports involved with hunting that young people are getting involved in is archery. We see a lot of growth in archery, so we wholeheartedly support this recommendation. And we also wholeheartedly support the division and their recommendations. And again, thank the RAC members and the chairman and the board members. And Mr. Chairman, we thank you for all the time you spend for wildlife. Thank you very much.
Thanks for being here, Bill. We appreciate it. And I just want to say, too, it's good to see these organizations together on a joint proposal. I like that a lot. And seeing no further comment.
My name is Roy Hampton. I'm representing myself. I've been bow hunting probably over 35 years. And I think you need to look at this proposal as opportunity, not anything besides that, because we need to open up this door to this point creep. It opens up more opportunities, and anytime you can be out in the field is a great thing. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Roy. So if you started hunting 35 years ago, so that was like when you were 50, right? Any other comments? We've had some great comments. I appreciate everybody minding their business for the most part. Just so you bow hunters know, I'm with you. There's nothing wrong with a good Backstreet Boys tune now and again.
I'm not admitting that.
I've never worn skinny jeans.
Yeah. All right.
I couldn't if I wanted to.
We still got, are we going at noon or what's our, okay, we got 20 minutes we can work on this. We are going to go to lunch at noon. If we're not all the way done with it, we'll pick it up and finish it on the way back because Stacy is time certain on this one. So, let's, before we do this, though, I'm going to call on Justin. Justin, we've had a kind of a overwhelming discussion here about the UBA proposal. A couple of the boards or the RAC committees voted in favor of the UBA proposal. Looks like one of them, how did you say it the other day, split the baby? And a couple voted against it. We've heard a lot of discussion in favor of, and usually when a proposal kind of progresses like this, I would imagine you have an opinion. And I would like to know what you think of these units. Is there some place the division would be willing to go and compromise? What's your opinion on this?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, to start off, this is a social issue, and I want to specify that up front. That, and it's good. I think this is what the public process should do: is flush out some of these things and have some disagreement and different preferences. But we came back, and after the RACs were done, we discussed it as an agency, and we recognized that this is all over the place. A lot of the RACs were in favor, a lot of the RACs were opposed. And so what we kind of did is talk about if we had to find a soft place to land, so some compromise on this, this is kind of what we looked at. Essentially, if the Wildlife Board would like a once-in-a-lifetime archery hunt, then we would respectfully request that the board choose either the 7-day archery-only extension that we proposed, or some of these limited once-in-a-lifetime archery-only hunts, but not both. And so with that, the three that we looked at and kind of thought would make sense to us would be the Desert Bighorn Zion unit from November 11th through December 1st, the Rocky Mountain Bighorn unit, the Book Cliff South from September 9th through the 30th, and then the North Slope, South Slope, Hyena Central Mountain Goat unit from August 19th through September 10th. We felt like those were some units that if the board were to go this route, we could try it on these units first and see what kind of feedback we got. So,
you don't have the bison hunt on there. Is there a specific reason why the bison hunt is not included on your list?
There's not a biological reason. It was more of just a let's start slow type approach. I would say this, though, if the board does decide to add the bison unit to it, it would probably be my preference that we start October 6th instead of September 30th, simply because we still have muzzleloader deer hunts going on up until that date, and so we'd want to make sure that hunt ends. So October 6th through October 20th kind of is what I was looking at here as I was hearing the proposal. But yeah, this is an interesting one, John, and board members, because as it went through the RACs, there was a lot of discussion on, do we want to go down this road? Will it help point creep? A lot of these questions, and I'm not sure that it does. It doesn't. I mean, I think in some cases we're just splitting the pie different, which is why we didn't rally around and say, okay, this is what we want to do. It is a social issue, and we didn't want to get into a situation where we're robbing Peter to pay Paul on points and those types of things. So this is kind of the settling ground that we thought would be a good compromise from us.
As the big game coordinator, you think there's some, I mean, aside from the fact that, I mean, for me as somebody that likes to hunt and likes to bow hunt and shoot archery and that, I mean, to me it's an exciting opportunity. Yeah. Aside from that, as management, do you think there's some valuable information that we can gain from this to see who goes after it, to see how popular they are? I mean, to me it looks like there's quite a bit of information that we could get that at some point could be useful.
Yeah.
Down the road.
Certainly, we'd collect all that, hunter success rate, hunter satisfaction, you know, what, and then the points will speak for themselves. The number of applicants that apply will show what level of interest is there. And I would want to point this out too. I mean, I know you guys have a difficult decision ahead of you, but with the thing that we've always come back to is if you want to archery hunt a once-in-a-lifetime species, you already have that opportunity. It's available to you. You can do it with any weapon hunts that are there. And so that's probably another reason that we went with the 7-day extension. And so, but again, if the idea is let's try some of these once-in-a-lifetime hunts, and that's the appetite of the board, it would be our preference that we do this and only this.
So you feel this is a pretty reasonable common ground and a starting point? Then these three, you'd be...
Yeah, I think these are units that we'd be fairly comfortable with.
Okay.
So, with that said, can I bring up one, not to complicate it, I know these are complicated enough.
You don't want to complicate it, then don't complicate it.
I'll just be brief, and I won't use big words that people struggle
Make sure
with.
you use the right words.
Yeah. On the Book Cliff South, if we do this for an archery-only hunt, it would be our recommendation, too, that we don't have a non-resident permit, because that way we can maximize the bonus points on the archery and the residents as well. And that last year that unit had 4 permits, so it doesn't have gobs of them, and so I'm not sure it's a good fit to keep that non-resident permit.
Wouldn't that be something we'd decide in the spring for the most part? Though,
we decide it now because residents and non-residents are applying this January. Right. So
okay. You're right. Go. You didn't complicate it. Good job. Go ahead, Bair.
Where do these new permits come from? You take them out of the regular pool right now and make a new pool for archery only, so we're kind of, you said we're splitting the pie, so we're splitting hunters against hunters again, and archery already has the opportunity to hunt archery. The slide you put up there, it showed how many days are available.
Yeah.
Or more than adequate if you look at when the harvest actually occurs. It's up to the individual hunter that draws the permit as to what, you know, their experience is and what they're really looking for. I just want to make sure that we're not creating, you know, we're splitting the pie, splitting the baby, so to speak, like you said.
Yeah, this has come up.
What's that going to do to everybody else's, you know, regular once in a lifetime that, you know, hunt the traditional way? You've got your 3 options: rifle, muzzleloader, or archery. Are their odds going to go up or down? I assume they're going to go up if you're taking a tag away from them and putting it into a special group.
Yeah, let me try to address all these, and if I miss one, let me know. As far as, are we going to add permits? Was that your first question, or where are they going to come from?
Where are they going to come from?
Some of the RACs asked, well, why don't you just add more permits, and that solves all this. We still have management plans that we're managing too, so we take our surveys, we do our modeling, we collect the data, and there's a certain percentage of permits that we can offer up through the public process that we could recommend. And in some of those, there's flexibility. Like if you look at the Desert Bighorn Zion unit, the way that works is a little bit more flexibility. You can have 30 to 40% of your Class 3 and Class 4 rams. And so if we're at the lower end of that, we could add a few more permits, but we could do that independent of this proposal. And we've tried, and we've got shut down in the past through the public process, which is fine. It's the public process. So we can't just add permits for the sake of adding permits. We have to stay within the sideboards that are outlined in the management plans for recommendations. And the second part of your question dealt with slicing the pie. Say that again. What was it again? Okay. Yeah. Our archery hunter's going to have better draw odds. I don't know. I know on some of our other species, like for elk and deer, archery hunters do have better draw odds because the people that can hunt with a bow, or not everybody can hunt with a bow or chooses not to hunt with a bow, and so they generally put more into the rifle or any weapon hunts. My guess is they do have better draw odds with this archery hunt. We'll see what the data shows if we go down this road. So it's my guess, though, if I had to speculate.
Just a
Go ahead.
question. On these proposed hunts, or these ones that you guys would be okay with, how do those overlap with the regular hunts? It looks to me like that the Desert Bighorn hunt may overlap with the regular sheep hunt. Does it end before November 11th?
It does. That hunt,
Okay.
Yeah, I
that
should have
one
brought this
then.
up. That yeah, that
Some of the other sheep hunts go a little bit longer, don't they?
yeah. So the desert bighorn hunts go till about November 10th.
Okay.
And so this would be starting immediately afterwards. And then on the Book Cliff South, this hunt would be prior
Before.
to. Correct. Yeah.
And the mountain goat, that's before. Before, I don't.
Let me
know.
check.
So-
Randall, do you know what our mountain goat? See, it's before. Okay, prior to. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because part of the proposal of what they wanted was to only have archery hunters in the field during that time, and so. Yeah.
So the desert bighorn hunt, though, they're still, you got animals in the rut then.
This, I think this is the Zion unit, and I think some of those populations in southern
A little bit
Utah.
earlier than.
I think they are. We have lambs that are born earlier in the year there than any other unit in the state, and so I think hunting in November.
Not quite the same.
It's not. I think they rut earlier down there. Yeah.
Troy, you want to clarify something? I'll let you clarify. You can't get up and ramble on.
Well, I think it's important to.
Well, then say it in the microphone.
One thing we did on this proposal is go through and try to have the least amount of impact on the guys with the rifle. Take, for instance, get rid of this lifesaver again. Take, for instance, the Zion unit. This is a Nevada bloodline. They're early rutters. They start rutting in July, and they'll carry through all the way till October. The other thing you got to take into consideration, you have a huge nursery there with Zion National Park. The later the year gets, more sheep come out of that. There's an opportunity to increase there. And like Justin mentioned before, we've often said in the state of Utah that we're very careful with our sheep. We manage on the low end. We give the least amount of sheep tags based on our population than any of the states. Nevada takes their sheep tags. They give 50% of their class 3 and 4 rams based on estimate. They don't fly it. It's based on estimate. Years and years of experience at hunting the Zion, I think the opportunity's there. And once again, you're hunting a tough situation. You're hunting rams that have banded back up. They're starting to disperse. There's no rutting. And the same way with the Rocky on the 9 Mile. It's pre-rut. Those sheep are going to be banded up in the back country. It's very difficult. And if any of you guys have hunted the 9 Mile before, there's a lot of what I'll call undesirables, or as Hillary called them, deplorables, that are sheep that, a guy with a rifle tag, you had it, John, you passed him. They're 8, 9-year-old rams that are really not what you're looking for. To me, it's a wasted resource. It provides an opportunity to put a bow in somebody's hands. I don't think you're reading it. At some point, you're going to have to tackle this.
Okay, we got it. Thank you.
So, I have a question.
Ask your question.
Justin, back to that. You started your comments with this is purely a social thing. It's not biologic.
Yeah.
Explain that for me.
Well, what I mean by that is you look at Troy nailed it. We're very, very conservative on our once-in-a-lifetime species. And for the most part, in many of these, we're harvesting males for our bighorn sheep populations. And even the species like mountain goats and bison, where we do have some female harvest in there, we set the permits so that we can keep them in population objectives and that we can manage to the approved quality that is desired through the management plans. And so if we harvest these animals with a rifle, with a bow, at the end of the day, it's how many animals were harvested, where are we at in relation to our objectives and our goals. So that's why, in my opinion, it's a social issue, because it won't have major biological consequences. Does that help?
So we could address the benefits listed by just adding additional tags, not necessarily a new hunt.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, you could accomplish the same things by adding additional permits, and then those hunters could use archery equipment if they chose. Which again, but that's why this is a social issue, because we're just trying to work through this.
So I listened in the Northeastern rack to a gentleman who spent quite a bit of time complaining emotionally that adding archery only is a social issue, and it was a social issue he was very much opposed to, because there were many people who that would exclude an opportunity. So I've heard all this, and about hardcore archers, but some of these seasons are 50-plus days long, and with 3 tags in it. You could certainly pick up your bow and chase these animals with your bow if that's what you choose to do. And so from the other side of that coin, we haven't heard today, but we did hear at the Northeastern Rack, he was very opposed to making a bow-only hunt because of social issues.
Yeah, and if I didn't do a good job pointing that out, you're right. There's social issues on the division's recommendation with having a 7-day extension and with the proposal that's coming forth. I mean, in its entirety, it's a social issue. And I would love to meet the big game coordinator who could come up with a proposal that everybody liked. It just doesn't happen. But that's the value of the public process. That's why it's so great.
Have there been,
Yes. Just one more follow-up with that, as I thought about that gentleman who was complaining about the archery and the social issue. If we do this for bowmen, what about the muzzleloaders? When does that come up? There's other primitive weapons out there that would feel just as emotionally charged as the bow hunters do with this one. So, just a thought.
Yeah.
Justin, I got a question for you.
I was going to ask that same
Oh, sorry.
thing.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to second what Kirk said. I heard both of those kind of questions come up down at the Southeast Rack. And
Is it possible that by taking one permit or adding one permit, Justin, and setting it aside from the current draw pool? I mean, we don't know. We could draw a huge number of people out of there, and it could. I mean, it's quite possible it could end up improving both groups' draw odds. Is it not?
Yeah, and that's what makes it tough, is because we're not setting permits today. But I mean, is that what you're getting after?
Yeah,
You wanted to approve these and
we're
limit it to
worried. I hear a lot of talk that we're worried that we're going to take away this and take away that and make it harder on everybody. We don't know that. In fact, it's quite possible it works the opposite way. It's quite possible it improves our draw odds both ways, for the guys putting in for the archery tag and for the people that stayed in their rifle tag.
So you're saying essentially,
If I have
if one tag-
1,000 people putting in for 3 tags, okay, and I take one of those tags and 4,000 of them go with that tag, and there's 6,000 left putting in for the other 3, you've improved their draw odds on both sides.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
And so I don't think we're hurting anybody. And to be honest with you, we don't know. And I've been involved in this process for over 20 years now, and we've been talking about this, and we've never done a damn thing about it. Well, let's do it and find out. Even if it's just 3 permits, let's try it and find out. If it sucks, we'll do away with it. If it's great, then we have something we can do. When I'm done.
Sounds like you're passionate against it.
Go
Has
ahead.
there been any discussion on this in the Wild Sheep Working Group with WAFA? I know there's only one state in the West that even allows archery hunting for bighorn sheep, and that's Colorado.
Yeah.
But has that been brought up before in the Wild Sheep Working Group, is the archery only hunts? Because everybody else basically does it like we do.
No, you're talking like the WAFA, like the Bighorn Sheep Working Group, and with all those bighorn biologists. No, we generally don't tackle a lot of issues like this. A lot of our conversation is how do we help sheep populations? How do we bolster? Yeah,
Social stuff you don't.
I mean, there has been conversations. I just don't remember sitting through a meeting where we talked archery versus any weapon hunting. So.
Yeah. Well, I just like to go with the opportunity for all, like it currently is, instead of splitting out, a special interest group, and kind of pitting them against, okay, the muzzleloader's going to come up next and what have you. But I think that's something that you should discuss or bring that up in the Wild Sheep Working.
I got a question for you. I would like you to define to me why an archer is a special interest over a rifle hunter or a muzzleloader hunter. Justin, you're going to be the judge here. Explain to me why an archery hunter is a special interest and a rifle hunter is not.
Well, hold on a second. Byron used the term, not me. If you want me to stop using discontinued,
explain that to me, Byron.
I'll explain that, John.
Explain it to me.
We all currently have the same opportunity: rifle, muzzleloader, archery. To become a special interest is when you take one of those tags, which is once in a lifetime, and very few of those tags, and put them into one of those three groups and give them an additional opportunity that everybody else doesn't have the opportunity to apply for.
Okay, first off, what you said is just 1,000% backwards. Everybody has the opportunity to apply for it. Everybody has the opportunity to apply for it. We're not excluding, I mean, if we make an archery tag, everybody can apply for it.
But it's archery only.
Anybody is eligible to apply for that permit.
True. But it's, the way it is, it's any weapon, so it accommodates archery, it accommodates muzzleloader, and it accommodates rifle all
All
at
right,
the same time.
we're moving on. Me and Byron are going to agree to disagree on that, and that's fine. All right.
And would someone be able to apply for both tags?
No. And that's part of the reason that I think they've done this.
Is that decided already? Is
Well,
that
I
part of
think for a once in a lifetime, don't we have first and second choice for once in a lifetime?
No.
No.
Or is it one only?
Not one shot. That's it.
Just one shot.
There'd be no.
Yeah. Not that your second choice.
I was going to
means
say
anything on a
there'd be no
once in a lifetime, but
permits left
couldn't
over,
remember.
so I don't know why you'd do that.
Yeah, couldn't remember.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
make the hunter choose at the time of application whether they're going to do muzzleloader, rifle, or archery. They're all the same then.
Yeah.
It's really the option they can use all.
The thing that I always struggle with when we do this kind of stuff, I don't think this has come to us before today, is that right? And so, well, I mean, I heard what was presented at the racks, but this is different, isn't it?
Yeah, it's decreased. It's
Yeah,
the same,
it's
just
changed.
smaller.
And
It's trimmed down from what was
so,
presented
you know,
through
it's
that.
hard for me to digest this stuff. I have a hard time keeping track of what day of the week it is, let alone all these hunts and the permits and things like that. So it's hard to digest everything that's being proposed when you get something 1 minute before you're supposed to look at it.
So let
and
me
hear about
expand
it.
on that, Mike, just a little bit. And I mentioned this with Ben, that the first time I did see this was at the racks. So prior to that, I don't know how much public exposure this has had. And so the racks voted on something they saw as soon, right then. I mean, just exactly what Mike said. So they voted 2 for, 2 against, 1 down the middle for something that they just saw. The rest of that stuff was you know, prior to those meetings, people were able to look at, and people came with opinion, public opinion. And so your, for instance, 7-day extension proposal had been out there before the RAC meeting. This was handed to me at the RAC meeting. So
You got to clarify something. Is that not the purpose of their act, to bring proposals and stuff? I mean, I knew that the 7-day thing had been beat around, and there were several other proposals that had been passed around that we talked about, and that's kind of where this came. That's what it was morphed into at the RAC meeting. If we're going to penalize somebody because the first time we see their proposal is at the RAC, we're defeating the purpose of the RAC, because that's what we tell them: bring your proposal to the RAC.
right, I agree.
Well, that's true, but on the other side of the coin, when we don't get stuff until this meeting, and we don't even hear the division's response to it until after they make their formal presentation, then it's difficult to make a snap decision. Now, some of you all have been talking about this day and night for weeks, and I'm sure you've had these things on your mind, but for some of us, we haven't.
We're adjourning and going to lunch, so we will pick this up after.
Good.
Meeting underway. I'm going to invite all the board members to take their seat. I guess I have them all. We have all the rack chairs. We have Brother Shannon in place so that we can ask him any questions he may need. Brother Shannon. However, I do have a question while I have everybody here, and I do want this on the record. Why is everybody wearing their brown shirts and brown pants today? I thought it was appropriate and encouraged that everybody wear blue jeans and brown shirts to the board meeting. I would encourage you all next time to wear blue jeans and brown shirts, and I can promise you that it will bode better for your presentations.
Thanks, John.
As long as they're not buckle jeans.
As long as they ain't buckle jeans. And I have been assured that the director is in full support of my request. Now, having got the important stuff out of the way, we'll get back to the discussion. We did a lot of discussion there about the Uber proposal. There's a lot of other things here we need to talk about. So we're going to talk about some of this other stuff, and then we'll start fleshing out some motions. The Boulder issue. I guess now that is part of the division's main recommendation. So I don't know. Justin, just to remind me on that, we're like $1 per 100 does underneath what we feel like we should be technically to have that hump, but we're trending in a good place, and so we're not really too concerned about keeping it.
Correct.
That's all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I was surprised by the amount of discussion that hunt brought up. That tells me that that's a popular program that you started. So. We do have some action log items. We got those. Keep the Boulder youth points. I guess I'd ask the RAC for some direction, or not the RAC, excuse me, the board.
Justin, I have one more question for you. And I know we're going to complicate things here, but just give me an idea. And this is difficult for you to do, but if we changed, instead of 30% of class 3 and 4 Rams across the state and just move that to 40%, how many tags are we talking?
I could look really quick, actually. It might take me a couple minutes. I don't know off the top of my head to give you a ballpark. But
can you look? How hard would it be for you to look that
I've got it right here. I can pull it up. But
right.
Yeah, let me
while we discuss some other stuff, if you'd look that up, that's some information we'd be interested in. Well, boys, what do you want to do?
I would ask someone from the division to comment a little bit on that action log item that had to do with the dedicated hunter and his children. I don't know that much about it myself, but I know that there's opportunities for a group application, and I hadn't heard that there was an economic issue involved. I talked to the man afterward, Mr. McCourt, about his concerns, and he didn't say anything about cost to me, but I'm sure that was part of it. But he was just concerned that his kids come with him on these dedicated hunter projects in his area, and yet for the last 3 years he's only hunted in his unit one time, and he's gone with his kids where they've been able to dry out. And so they're investing the time in his unit, but he's not hunting there. And so his request, at least in my mind, was to figure out if there was some way to address that so that kids and parents could be together in those kind of places. And I don't know how all that shakes out, but that was my impression of what he was interested in.
Let me just touch on it a little bit, and if Lindy wants to add some data or thoughts, that would be good. But you know, for years we have, almost every year, we get families come back and say, hey, my son or daughter do an area and now we can't hunt together and it's really messing me up. And what we've told them for years is you always reserve the right to put in as a group. And then you are assured to all hunt together. But if you're going to have your kids applying in one place and you applying at a different place, and maybe it comes down to you know, drawing second or third or fourth choices, whatever got you there, I think first and foremost people need to make that decision. You can't take advantage of the youth, the 20% youth, and drag the parents in. We get that a lot. Hey, I want my kids to play in the youth part of the draw, and I'm their parent or whatever, and I want to be in there with them. And we get that a lot. We said, you know, you still can be in the other, whatever, 80% or whatever is out there for those permits. So I don't know if you get there. I think there was a cost on the fee as well, right, of what we charge?
Yeah, for youth and the dedicated hunter is only $120. We already have that in place. We just make them pay, you know, the $40 for the 3 years. So each tag is only $40 to them. So that's in place already.
It's less expensive than what an adult pays.
An adult
so.
is $195 and the youth is $120.
So what? I'm not sure I understood what they were asking. Maybe they just didn't realize that.
Well, I think it was two things. Exactly what you were talking about, that I think they'd taken advantage of the second, third choice, but at the same time, taking advantage of that, they were drawing different units. And then he mentioned a dedicated hunter, but he was unaware that that's already in place.
You know, dedicated hunters, you know, we have youth that are already in the dedicated hunter program. So if you know, their sons are going or their daughters are going to the projects already and they want to hunt, they should, you know, apply their kids in the youth draw, you know, the youth as a dedicated hunter, because then they are still doing the hours with their parents. You know, that's one of the options. Another option that we also offer is the mentor program. So if their kids don't draw out or they draw out for a different unit, their kids can surrender their permit before the season starts, and they can do the mentor program with their parent. So they can still go out and hunt under the dedicated hunter tag that their parent has. And both of them will carry a gun, and you know, they're mentoring their child. You know, there's that option as well.
Can more than one child
Not
do
at a
it?
time, not at a time, but they can switch it
During
out.
the same season, they could both go, but they can't.
Yeah, they're only allowed one
at a time.
You know, mentor at a time, but they can fill out new applications each time and pick another child. So there's definitely options out there. We can't really link, you know, a parent, say, you know, I'm in the dedicated hunter program. We don't have any way to, you know, allow my son to draw out for the exact same unit that I already have a tag for. That, you know, to me, that's not ethical to put that child above everyone else going through the drawing just because I have a dedicated hunter tag. You know, something that, you know, there's things that we can look at. If you guys want us to look at the program, that's an option. But I ran some numbers, and we already have 247 youth in the dedicated hunter program. That's, you know.
Give me that number again.
247 youth in the dedicated hunter program. So that's only 3%. There's really not that many in there. So, you know, and then also 42 youth took that advantage to use the mentor program to go out with their parents that have a dedicated hunter program, a dedicated hunter tag. So, you know, people are out there using what we offer them. You know, there's definitely room for the youth in the general season. Does that kind of help with that?
I'm not sure how much this gentleman knew about the program, and so it might be that if he's made aware of those kind of opportunities, that some of those questions and concerns would be resolved. So
When I was at the RAC, they really didn't talk about it a whole lot, and the RAC members just kind of voted on and without a whole lot of discussion. So, you know, we definitely can talk to this gentleman and help him, you know.
Yeah, I don't think that conversation's any different we've heard for years, which is I want my kids to have a high odds of drying out, and I want to be tagging along with a permit. Exactly. And I'm just not sure that the public's going to say using, you know, peddling off your kids so you can make sure you have higher odds in the draws. So, I don't think we're hearing any more noise on that than we've heard in the last 10 years.
No, I get something
you know,
all the time
so.
about why can't my kid draw the same unit I have? And basically what Greg said is they can, just depends on how the parent applies for them. They're the ones that are choosing a different unit. You know, they have.
Tell them that hunt has been discontinued.
So, but yeah.
Stay there. But if we vetted that, is that?
I think so.
So the next one was the youth bonus point question.
On the management hunt?
Yeah, or preference point.
No, that one's
bonus point, yeah.
That is a limited entry hunt.
So confusing, bonus. I'm kidding. It's a joke.
So with that one, you know, the division, you know, we've worked really hard to come up with a youth definition. And right now, it's 17 or younger before July 31st. I don't see us changing that date. I've definitely seen what Mike Christensen's, you know, issue is. I've been working with him over the last year and a half about it. You know, we can definitely look at the situation and see if there's anything that we can do to address it. But changing the youth definition can't be one of them. We've worked so hard to get everything consistent, work with the feds to have them adapt our youth rule for waterfowl, you know, but yeah, if you guys want, we definitely can look at it and see if there's anything else we can do, but it is a limited entry hunt. And so they use limited entry bonus points for deer, not for the management hunt. They can use those points to apply for the book cliffs. Or, you know, a lot of them switch back and forth.
Lindy, has this issue come up ever before, or is this kind of the
This is the first time that I've
first time anybody's kind of dug into it?
Yeah, this is the first time. It was about a year and a half ago when he brought it up to me.
Okay. Any other questions for Lindy? Well, she's close at hand. We're all going to get a piece of her here in a little while.
Yeah,
This is a
I
good
know.
warm-up for
That's
you.
I know.
right.
Get the nerves out.
Yeah.
You good?
Thank you, Lindy. Anything else?
Well, let's go down that same, if you got the
Oh,
numbers.
so I can present.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it seems like we're pretty in line. On some of these units, we could increase one or so on these. Like a lot of these are fairly tight. Like the 9 Mile Range Creek, for instance. You know, if you look at the sideboards we have, we can issue between 13 and 17 permits. You know, and we're at 13 with a couple conservation permits. So there is some flexibility built into some of these bigger populations. Some of the smaller ones, like the potash, and some of those are pretty tight, right around 2 permits. So.
Even going from 30 to 40?
Yeah, just because there's so few rams and so few permits that we observe. But it seems like our bigger populations we have a little bit more flexibility with. So like the Zion or the Range Creek.
So if you look, did you give us the Zion? So if we look at the Zion and if we manage from 30 to 40?
The Zion's a little tougher one to spell out because those sheep are in the park and out of the park, kind of what, like that nursery herd as Troy was talking about earlier. So it's, the estimates look way off simply because a lot of those animals are in the park. So I'd have to do a little bit more digging there. So.
Okay. Thank you. All righty. Do we have any other questions on any of the stuff? If not, I'm going to start going down the list.
Just to finalize that, the reason I asked Justin to do that was if we're looking, and we're always looking for more opportunity for these once-in-a-lifetime tags. I just think that that's another option. I'm not saying it needs to replace this option that's been presented, but another option of opportunity different than what's been proposed today to increase opportunity is that we just take a look at the way that we structure these hunts and the way that we deliver tags. Instead of 30%, go to 40% or be a little bit more generous there. We're always looking for new opportunity.
Okay. Really, the only thing that I'm seeing that doesn't go on the action log or hasn't been asked to put on the action log that isn't either incorporated into the division's proposal or wasn't voted on a RAC that we need to address, first and foremost, is the Yuba issue, their proposal.
John, before you move on, what about the baiting thing? Was that?
Yeah, that was something that we was going to put on the, that's an, I have for the action log, the baiting of deer, the fees for the dedicated hunter, and the youth that we talked about, the youth bonus point situation, and the youth that are unsuccessful in the youth elk hunt, let them hunt an any weapon or a spike elk.
But I thought we just...
And we did just talk about
the top two, or the two of those, and decided we probably don't need those on the action log.
Okay. So the fees and the
got the two
and the bonus points.
We've
Those
got
two.
baiting and unsuccessful
and the unsuccessful youth. Then
let's go over those before we see a motion on that. Because if we don't need them, we don't need them.
Can I just share a thought on baiting real quick?
Sure.
A lot of folks kind of believe that we articulate the baiting rule for deer or big game. I think, and Justin or others can correct me if you need to, but we're pretty much silent on baiting. So we're not talking about, there are some species that baiting, if you will, is precluded. Waterfowl, turkeys. But I think we're pretty silent on big game. So if you'd like to take an action about baiting, I guess I'd say don't, maybe what that could look like rather than us conceivably bringing a recommendation is to just bring you a little bit of information without even trying to say where that could go at this point in time. I don't know, Justin, would those be your similar thoughts on that?
Yeah, they would be.
So, okay. So, give you guys a chance to put some information together and come back and share it with us before we start putting baiting in any kind of motions and see what kind of can of worms we open up. Is that what you're asking?
I think that would be good.
Okay.
Not kind of, sometimes like the preference point thing we're going to talk about here in a little bit, I think you gave us some guidance. You know, go look into this, and here's kind of where we think we're going. But I think that is a bit of a can of worms, and maybe before we get too far down there, we ought to even ourselves. I'm not really sure we have a good set of information internally what that looks like range wide or other areas.
I don't know that we even included in an
Okay.
action log.
All right. Yeah, I think that's one that. Are you all right with that, Donnie? I mean, you brought that up. Let's let the division take a good look and kind of get their feet under them before we
even
make any kind of a motion or put that into any kind of a motion. Are you all right with that? Everybody else okay with that? The unsuccessful youth.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
On these unsuccessful youth, you've mentioned a couple times that if they're unsuccessful, they can go hunt the any weapon or the spike units. So are you implying that if they can go from an any bull unit to suddenly hunt the spike units?
Well, I think the hunt we're talking about is because isn't that what they draw is the ability to hunt early on an any bull unit?
They do, yeah, and so they have that 9-day season.
Okay, they have that 9-day season. I think what the motion that came out of the RAC in the north was asking is that after that 9-day season, if they're still unsuccessful, that they be allowed to hunt during the general season, the open bull, the any bull season, or on a spike unit.
Okay. Yeah.
Is that correct?
It was my.
That's absolutely correct.
See, and it was my understanding that it wasn't that they can switch from any bull units to spike units. It's just if they were unsuccessful, they could hunt the rest of the seasons in the any bull units. Did I have that wrong?
Your understanding has been discontinued.
Or worse.
Is that right? I mean, it was my understanding that both of them were included, the any bull and the spike unit.
Yeah, just going off the motion, it doesn't give a lot of direction there. It just indicates unsuccessful youth elk hunters be allowed to hunt during the general elk season. I think, the more I think about it, I think the assumption there was that they would just stay on the any bull units.
I think we'd have some rule violations if we started letting spike hunt or any bull hunters hunt spike units and vice versa. That's pretty.
That might
clear.
be a problem in the rule.
Yeah.
What about if we let them just stay on the any bull unit? If we extended and let them stay on the any bull unit, what's your opinion there?
Yeah, it's probably, I mean, off the.
I mean, are you aware of any rule infractions if that's the case?
I can look at that section.
Where's Marty? Marty?
Where's Marty?
Oh, great one. Of all things legal. Do we need to restate for the council? Please approach. Are you aware of what we're talking about?
Will the board please restate the question?
We will restate. There was a motion coming out of the northern region that asked us to consider allowing a youth that drew a youth any bull tag, which allows them 9 days for a season on an any bull unit. Okay, 9 days prior to the general season elk hunt. After that 9 days, they asked that we allow that youth, if they are unsuccessful, to continue to hunt during the general season on that unit. Would we be breaking the law?
Is this with the idea that you're going to amend the rule or that you're going to authorize it as a board action despite the rule?
I just want to know what kind of trouble we're in before we do it. Because we're going to do
I need to probably look at the rule closely, but it looks like.
You got it?
Yeah. I don't want to trump Marty or anything, but
I was going to say, lawyer schmoyer, we got Justin.
yeah.
I discontinued.
Thank you, thank you.
Well, I'm going to read it, and then he may have to interpret it.
You read
so
it,
how's
he
that?
will then interpret it legally and confuse us all once again. Go ahead.
Under the youth general any bull hunt, it says a youth who has obtained a youth general any bull elk permit may not hunt during any other elk hunt or obtain any other elk permit except as provided in section R657-5-33.3, which is the antlerless section. So it's what I'm saying is
that the rule? That is in the rule.
That's in
so
the
it says right there they can't.
Cannot.
That we would have to change a rule to allow them to do it.
Yes, correct. Yeah. So that's why I was bringing up the spike any bull and it sounds like from this it's more than just the spike any bull. It's going from
anything
that to your other.
They can't use that permit on anything else other than that 9-day hunt that they drew.
That's my interpretation of it.
Is that correct, Counselor?
I think so.
You think so?
Well, I mean, it probably comes as a surprise that I don't have all these rules memorized. Yeah. But if it says, the rule says you can't hunt on any other hunt.
Okay.
I would think that
So we would
might
probably
bind
have
the
to
board.
go through
We'd
and
have to
change your rule and amend the rule
go
to
through the
allow that
process
to
and
happen.
amend the rule.
Okay.
Okay.
Why don't you just extend the season 9 days?
Well, I mean, that's a great question. What if we just extended the season to make that season concurrent with the general season?
Days in that?
No, but
Make it a 25-day season or whatever.
yeah, it would still be within any weapon.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
We could do that.
I think that's on the table for.
We could do that. That is our way around the rule.
Yeah, the other thing though is this next year we're going to be revising our rule, and so if this is a section that you'd like us to look at and have some conversation and discussion over internally, we're happy to bring something back. It may be.
That would probably be the more appropriate way to do it.
And I'm not committing to changing it. I'm committing to look at it.
No, Justin, you're committing to doing what we're going to tell you to do. If you guys would look at that and have some discussion, we don't want to do something that's going to cause a problem.
Sure. Give us some time to think on this.
That might be the more appropriate way to do it, is you look at that rule. If that's something, I don't see any problem as far, I mean, I'm just speaking personally. I think if they're, if we can let somebody have that hunt and then let them keep hunting during, if we can easily make that happen, what's the problem?
Yeah.
Are we mad that our kids are out on the mountain? No. So let's make it happen.
There's one part of the rule too that is misunderstood a lot of times, and that is a youth who's obtained one of these permits, they can harvest a bull or a cow. And so a lot of them have additional hunting opportunities outside of some of the others. It's a hunter's choice permit. So there are some things in here that allow these youth and are trying to promote these youth to be successful. So
I don't know. I don't know if that's something we need to put on the action log, Justin. If you guys, when you're going through your rule, will make note of that and look at that and consider that.
Certainly.
I mean, if it's something easy that we can do, bring it back. And I don't see a negative to it as long as it's legal, unless somebody else does. Unless you all hate kids. which some of you wouldn't surprise me.
We'll take a look at it
Okay,
with the
thank
rule
you.
revision.
Thank you. All right. Action log items are all taken care of. That brings us back to the item that I expect you all to vote on and pass unanimously. Aside from what the divisions proposed, the UBA thing is the only thing that we have left to deal with. I'm just going to speak my piece to it. I can't make the motion. You guys can go from there. That little shot over the bow, Doctor. I think it's a great opportunity, and I think it's a great opportunity. First off, not just for the hunting opportunity, but to see what kind of participation we'd get, how it would affect our bonus point situation. I mean, we're talking, even if I think a good soft landing spot would even be with what the North went with, you know, the 2 sheep units, you're talking probably 2 tags in the whole state. Those tags would go to somebody that has probably to this point still been putting in for forever. And I mean, in a couple of years we could see if that's a program that's working out in a positive or a negative way. And I think it's a good thing. I really don't see any downside to it, but for some strange reason I get the feeling I'm in the minority up here on that. So, but if somebody wants to make a motion on that, now would be the appropriate time, or a motion on anything else that we've talked about or anything else they want to see done. So I think we've about talked them all into the ground. So
are we talking about adding 2 new tags?
well,
That's just what he was talking about.
that's what I was talking about. The Yuba proposal has 4 units. The Yuba proposal has 4 units. The Bookcliff South, the Zion, the Henrys for bison, and the mountain goat in the UNs.
Well, I was more talking about the sheep.
Yeah, the sheep were that came out of the north. That proposal or motion actually was the Bookcliff South and the Zion. You know, something else that if we're worried about the sheep, and that we talk about that the most because those are by far and away the most sought after, and they're hard to draw, and I get that. There's a proposal, there's one of these on here that's for the mountain goat in the UNS. We're growing goats like crazy. You know, we could try one in the UNS with a mountain goat and see what kind of participation we got and not affect the sheep and not mess with the sheep. The mountain goats are not anything to try to draw like a sheep is, you know. I think we got some options there other than just toss the whole thing. But like I said, I don't make the motion, so. And now I think it's time that we start voting on some of this stuff, so.
I'll make a motion that we accept the division's proposal for 2017 Bucks and Bulls as presented.
It's been moved by Dr. King that we accept as presented. Do we have a second?
I would second it if you take off the 7-day extension at the end.
Well, you can make an amendment to that motion.
But then that fouls up everything.
It makes it more difficult for your simple-minded chairman. Let's carve it out.
Let's do the little ones first.
I'm going to say that motion fails from lack of second, and I'm going to carve it out.
Well, that motion eventually is going to win out because that's going to be the final motion. You just amend.
But not right now. It's not going to because it failed from lack of second.
But if we amend his motion, if we amend the motion to carve that out and then call for a vote on that,
then do it. if that's what you want to do it.
I will do that.
Okay, so we've amended the motion.
Then that has to have a second.
Okay. Do we have a second to the amendment that calls for the elimination of the additional 7 days?
Second.
We have a second.
So explain what that means exactly.
So at the end of the, on their proposal, they're proposing that, the division's proposal, that
Right.
at the end of the hunt, there'll be 7 additional days only
And
for archery.
only
hunt.
archery.
Yeah.
And so now we've got a motion and a second on the amendment, right? We have an amendment and a second, so now we can discuss it.
Who was the second on the amendment?
Bair. So my discussion would be why?
Because I think if we want to increase opportunity, let's do it with tag numbers. You just talked about we're growing goats, let's increase the tags. But let's not do it in segments. These are once in a lifetime tags with lots of people, lots that have put lots of years for a specific way. If we can add more tags, let's add more tags.
Okay, I need some clarification on that though, because we're not, if we add the 7 days, we're not taking any tags away from anybody else. Okay, then that seemed to be the number one concern. We're not taking any tags away from anybody else. It is simply adding 7 more days that is there for everybody that drew the tag that hunted with a rifle or a muzzleloader or a bow or whatever they decided to do. 7 more days that they can either choose to utilize or not. I don't see how that is making it unfair for anybody else. We're not taking tags away. We're not messing with anybody's draw points. We're not taking days away from them. We're simply adding 7 more days, and even the division, that was their proposal.
Let me make a little, we have a very liberal season, and, you know, the chart that Justin put up there, most people harvest in, 3 to 6 days. And our seasons run 30 days to 45 days. So there's ample time and ample opportunity to get out there and hunt those species without, adding extra time to it.
Why would we not add as much time as we could? I think we are being 100% counterproductive.
Just extend the season for everybody, not just the bow hunters. I mean, if you want to
All right.
I know you're not doing public comment, so maybe I can comment.
Only you're not wearing blue jeans. We're not happy
I
with
know.
you today, so go ahead.
I think when the archers first came to us and talked about this, they said, can there not be a time out there at some point when we can feel like we're out there not trying to get ahead of a guy with a gun? And I think, Byron, your point is exactly right, that most people harvest quickly and there's not crowding on these units, but I think there was still some interest in saying it would still be nice to know if we're seeing a sheep or a goat or something way out there that we're not trying to figure out how to get in there and get on it quicker than a guy with a gun. Now, how often that's an issue, I don't know, honestly. Some of these units, you think of a sheep unit, they really aren't that crowded, all right? But some of them, you think of a bison, you think of some of our goat units, they are kind of crowded, because these animals are in pretty condensed areas. And even though, there is a good length of time on these, there can be, believe it or not, even on once in a lifetime, kind of some crowding issues, I'd say, on some species and at certain times. And I think that's what the hope was of the archers, is to say, at some point, it'd be nice to not feel like we're competing against that. And I'll turn it back over to you to debate all the extra permits and seasons and everything else.
Before I call for a vote on, I'll just say, if we're going to take the notion that if it's not going to benefit me and I'm not going to take advantage of it, then I don't want anybody else to have it either, is not a good way to go. But vote how you want. So we have a motion.
Not sure how you got there with that statement.
That's what we're doing. If it's not benefiting me, if I can't take advantage of it, then I don't want them to have it either.
What your statement is completely. That's way out there. How could that not benefit anybody that's here, or vice versa?
So if we're doing away with the 7 days, because we're afraid the people that won't take advantage of it are going to be upset.
No, that's not it.
Well, then why are we doing it? Then why are we doing it?
Because I don't think it's needed. I think
Okay.
if we're going
That's
to
if
add it to everybody, not just.
okay. That's a much better reason then. And I'm being serious. I think if that's the case, that's a much better reason. All in favor of the motion of the amendment to do away with the 7 days? All in favor? All opposed? Motion fails. Now, we're back to the main motion.
I think
Or
we
if we
need
need-
to amend it further. I think we need to talk about the goat.
Okay? Okay?
So to be clear, that motion just failed, right? The
Yes,
motion and the amendment failed.
Amendment failed. The amendment to do away with the 7 days failed.
So the motion's still on the table, and we need a second.
Yes, we need a second or another amendment.
Another amendment, okay.
It got seconded, or you didn't have a motion to amend. Who seconded the main motion?
I amended it.
Well, then you
before the
can't
second.
amend it if you don't have a main motion, if it hasn't been seconded.
Well, then Steve seconded it.
That's all irrelevant. Trust me. If you don't have, if nobody seconded the main motion, you can't amend it. You can't amend it because you don't have a motion to amend.
Okay.
We're back to square one.
All right. So apparently our motion that we have amended and then voted down the amendment,
Voted down, so it really.
it doesn't matter
But
at this point.
you don't have a motion because nobody seconded it.
We've got a second this motion.
Okay, we got it. So what we have,
That was all discussion now.
that was all discussion.
But clearly, they were in favor of the 7 days.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which was part of the division's recommendation.
Yes.
Which was part of your motion.
And we did have more of the racks in favor of that than not.
Split. 2 and 2 with 1 in the middle.
Yep.
Well, the one in the middle is only partial.
The one in the middle split the motion.
Split the motion.
Split the proposal. Split the baby, as Justin said. So we have a motion on the table by Dr. King to accept the division's proposal as presented.
Which would preclude any further discussion about the.
We could then amend the motion.
Second
I'm going to say, I'll second the motion.
Okay.
Just so we've got a motion.
So now we have a motion on the table and a second. So it's moved by Dr. King, seconded by Donnie. Now we can discuss or amend that motion. We are open for either. If he wants.
No, I think we discussed that. And it's
You know, work
clear. And I'm not.
I'm listening. Go ahead. You're all right. All right.
Is this proposal part of your motion?
No.
No.
It's not.
No.
Well, that'll be a separate motion then.
We already.
No.
It-
If this is passed, that was my point.
Once we pass what's on the table and seconded, that is gone.
So this would have to be an amendment now.
That's why you're saying, Donnie, you want to amend and bring in the mountain goat. Add a hunt to that.
Is that do you want to do that? Because we're to the point where we either need to do that or we need to vote.
amendment.
We can make that happen.
No, we need to do it now.
Make it amendment.
Okay, I like the idea of what we're doing here, but the desert sheep and the bighorn sheep, that part, they're pretty sacred tags. A lot of guys spent their whole life. I don't think we need to get there, but I think we've got some goats that we can start with. So I'll amend that to include a goat hunt on the north slope, and we need one additional tag there for archery.
Do we have a second?
No. Just my comment, I'd like to add, just a comment, Donnie, is to add, bison to that. But have the division look at that as a separate bison hunt, because there are some benefits to, we can get some early bison, harvest.
Okay.
Mountains.
I'll add the bison to that also.
Add the bison too. So
I will second your amendment to add the mountain goat and the bison.
Been moved and seconded that we add the mountain goat and the bison to the original motion.
These are both additional permits. Bison is an additional permit.
I believe so.
Is that a hunter choice tag, I guess?
Justin, you got the wild-eyed look. What's up?
Yeah, if we include the bison, can we start with that altered season date that the division preferred?
The 6th of October
Starting
versus
October 6th, so we're not
yes,
overlapping.
I think that was part of your motion, wasn't it? Okay.
Okay, so
Justin, is that what the region recommends? That would be, I assume that's where they came from.
Yeah, we'd be on the same page with the region on that, unless the guy has anything else. So I think we're good.
Is that a hunter
Justin,
choice
just
tag
so
on
it's
bison?
on the record, when you say the alternative date, it's October 6th through the 20th?
Through the 20th, correct.
Okay, all right, so we're hearing that.
Okay, so let's clarify. So our scribes have it all down. Don't roll your eyes at me, young lady. This is important. That's why it takes a while. Okay, so the amendment to the motion is that we include the mountain goat hunt on the north slope, south slope, high Uintas Central, August 19th through September 10th, and the bison hunt on the Henrys, October 6th through the 20th.
Is that a hunter choice permit on the bison?
Yes. Everybody clear? All in favor of the amendment? Crap, it's going to pass. 1, 2. I have 4 in favor. All those opposed? The 2 educated ones are opposed.
Thanks, John.
Hey, the rest of you guys show me your doctorate degrees and I'll say you're educated too.
Hey.
I'd like to point out that that's exactly opposite of what the Northern RAC did.
It is exactly the opposite of what the Northern RAC did, and that is why I'm here to tell you when people send me messages and ask me, is it a done deal? Do I need to go to the meeting? Do I need to? You never know what you're going to get until the final vote. You never freaking know. And I appreciate everybody's concern and passion, and even though we disagree, that's fine. If we always agreed, somebody ain't doing their job. So I did not see that go in that direction. I got to be honest with you. All right. So now that the amendment is passed, we're back to the original motion, which would be the balance of the division's proposal, unless there's additional amendments.
Mike, really?
Would you like to make an amendment?
I'm okay. I'm there now.
Okay, but here, Justin, I'm not going to drop what the good doctor tried on yet because the division has kind of made the they've kind of asked for either or.
That was our plea.
Yeah.
And now we have either, so now we need or.
Right.
Yeah.
Right? Now that we have limited entry hunts, now it is the division's request that the 7 days are not there.
It would be,
That's
yes.
And now,
Easier to go my way.
yeah, well, now I'm asking you, is that what you want to do at this point?
Can I interrupt?
You can if you want.
We've got 2 hunts that appears have passed. And how many other hunts in the state could the 7-day pertain to in addition to these 2 hunts? Between all these
Bunch.
other once in a lifetime hunts.
It'd be the majority.
So I guess a question I would have is, if we were really okay with the 7 days, did these 2 single hunts,
Change that.
would it be worth, excluding the 7 days on these 2 hunts you just passed conceivably? leaving the rest for that? I don't know. Tell
Yeah.
us what the issue is.
I think that the feedback that I get as a big game coordinator is 2 years ago when we passed the statewide deer plan, we made a lot of changes. And they were good changes. These late season muzzleloader hunts, those types of things. And then last year we did some things with the elk plan on private lands only permits and a bunch of things like that. And what I'm trying to gauge is we need to change at a rate that our public can absorb. If we constantly have major changes that we're having to explain, that gets difficult where you say, well, you can have the 7-day extension or you can put in for this. And it just, we're trying to keep things as simple as we possibly can on the recommendations. And so that was the reasoning behind the 7-day, picking one or the other.
Walk before you run.
Yeah, it was one or the other so we could explain what we're doing for increased archery hunting opportunity. That's all it was. So,
all right.
But, yeah. So.
Well, if we want to make another amendment, now's the time. Are you pouting?
Hey, Justin, would it be simpler if they wanted to keep the 7-day to keep it on all the units, even including these two that we just talked about?
Yeah, certainly. You're saying, so like any weapon hunter that has the Desert Bighorn permit, would they get a 7-day extension?
He means the bison and the mountain goat that we just made
I guess I'm
only.
trying to think along the lines of your simplification model. You
Yeah.
know, saying that there's always 7 days after isn't really super hard to comprehend for folks. But
No.
if you kind of have the, I mean, how, if they elected to leave it as originally presented, how would it be best to address it with these two units?
Probably to keep it. I think we either do it and we do it for all the units so we can explain that. or
Either
we
do it
don't.
everywhere or nowhere,
Yeah.
so people.
I think that's the cleanest way to
Otherwise,
do it.
we'd make a criminal out of an honest person that didn't know it didn't apply to one unit.
But these are brand new units. So, I mean, these, not units, not brand new units, they're brand new hunts. So the 7-day wouldn't apply to these two hunts because these are already
No,
archery hunts.
but the hunt that exists in those units now.
Right. So you're talking about still.
Do we add the 7-day on the end of those and add the archery hunt? Or, I think it'd be sticky if you didn't. I think you'd make a criminal out of a good honest person that didn't realize their one unit was not included.
Hence the reason we wanted one or the other, because this is exactly what we get, and so, yeah.
Anybody want to make an amendment to deal with that, or do we vote and move on?
Try again. The same thing. It's the exact same amendment that didn't pass.
Yeah, but
So you want me to restate?
I don't want you to do anything you don't feel comfortable doing, Doctor. If it's settled, then let's move on.
Look now, so make her.
My original amendment was that we accept the proposal without the 7-day extension. And I'd be happy to do that again, but that was fairly voted down just a minute ago.
I will second it.
Bill.
You can reconsider that.
Okay, we have an amendment and a second, but Bill, now we're in discussion period, and Bill is going to discuss with us because we haven't had enough discussion.
Yeah, this is fun. I just would say that personally, I would prefer to use this as a learning experience if we're going into it and learning about the effects of, changing our rules. If we do both of them, it's going to just muddy the water, and I would just say, if we're going to pass this, let's just pass this. Let's learn from it. Let's look and see what it does to drawing odds. And I think that's a lot cleaner than if we have a smorgasbord.
If we have them both?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and I'm also still concerned with these guys with the 7-day extension. We have our surveys going on for the Desert Bighorn sheep units and some of these other things that, personally, if I got the podium, so I'll just say I just would prefer just to go one or the other.
Okay. Well, luckily for you, Bill, we have an amendment and a second. It's been moved and seconded that we do away with the 7-day extension on all the other once-in-a-lifetime units, as we now have a archery only on the Henrys and the South Slope, North Slope. Any further discussion? All in favor? Passes unanimous. Now we go back to the original motion, which has been moved and seconded to accept the balance, including the amendments that have already been passed.
Including 2 hunts and no 7-day
Yes,
extension.
yes. Any further discussion on the balance of the presentation? All in favor? Any opposed?
That was easy.
Passes unanimously. Thank you.
John,
What?
can you tell us
what I saw.
the rack chairs, what you just did?
No.
You can read the
Okay,
minutes like
so-
we
so
do for you.
You did away with the 7 day.
Did away with the 7-day, and we added
You
a,
created 2 new hunts.
yes, a
Correct?
buffalo archery only, and a north slope, south slope, Uintas mountain goat archery only.
So Archer's got 2 new hunts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hey, I wasn't taking a swipe at you. I was not taking, you would know if I was taking a swipe at you. I didn't mean to take that. Make another amendment, Byron. But you shortened my term by 3 meetings, is that what you're amending? I apologize if the other board members felt like I was taking a swipe at them. I was not. If I offended, I apologize. That was not at all my intention.
Real quick, Randall's a little bit scared.
Randall is not scared of anything.
Just to clarify, that was for the north slope, south slope, central portion, correct?
Yes, north slope, south slope, Uintas central.
Okay.
Where does he not want it? Because that's where it is.
No, he's just scared of a lot of things. So I just-
Okay. Thank you. All right. Moving on. Whew. Lindy. This should be far less controversial.
I hope.
Lindy. Many of you will remember that, and I'll take the heat for all this, so I asked Lindy to go back and look at some things that I've been getting a lot of feedback on. One is that people are hunting without burning their preference points, and the other is that we are not evaluating all the first choice before moving on to the second choice. And Lindy has put together a presentation, and I know she has just put an unbelievable amount of work into this, so take it away.
Thanks, John. Board members, my name is Lindy Varney. I am the Wildlife Licensing Specialist here in the Salt Lake office, and I'm here to present an option to change the preference point system for general season deer. So like John mentioned, that in April, the Wildlife Board asked the division to review the way the preference point drawing for general season deer is administered. One of the main concerns is if you draw your deer permit on your 2nd through 5th choice, you get to keep your preference points. I do want to point out that this is a social issue. This is not a resource issue. I first want to start off kind of give you guys the definition of what a preference point is. Preference points works the best when there are sufficient number of permits to allow all applicants to be successful every few years. This creates certainty that you can draw your preferred permit every few years. A little bit of history on our preference points. They began in the year 2000. You earned a point if you were unsuccessful for any hunt choice, and you lost your points if you were successful on any hunt choice. This process was changed in 2009. You earned a point if you were unsuccessful for your 1st choice only, and you didn't lose your points if you drew out on your 2nd through 5th choice. The reason for this change was to help reduce the number of remaining permits, remove the potential for our computer sales system crashing, and ensure the over-the-counter sales days had less of an impact on our public and on our system. So I want to start off on this and explain how our general season drawing order is structured for our general season deer. There's four parts to our process. First is our lifetime applicants, our lifetime license applicants. They get a deer permit every year if they request. So those go straight off the quota. Next is our dedicated hunter applications. We evaluate them. Then after those, we do evaluate all of our youth applications. Just want to remind you that 20% of our quota do go to our youth, and the youth that don't draw out in this round, their applications are evaluated in the number 4 category. And so that is, number 4 is all of our remaining permits. Not permits, sorry, applications. This graph shows you our current draw structure. This is how we run our general season preference point drawing. As you can see, that we evaluate the applicants that have the greatest number of preference points first. We look at all their hunt choices before we go to the next point range. So for example, if I had 4 points and John only has 3, all of my hunt choices will be looked at before his. So I will draw on my third choice before John would draw out. If my third choice was his first choice, I would get that permit before John would. And also, you get to keep your preference points if you draw out on your second through fifth choice. So this graph explains to you on how the last 5 years have played out. It shows our total applications versus our successful applications. So in 2012, we had around 66 applicants that were successful for their first choice. And we had around 26,000 applicants that were unsuccessful, and around 7,500 or 7% of our applicants draw out on their second through fifth choice. This current year, in 2016, we had around 68,000 of our applicants draw out on their first choice. Around 44,000 applicants were unsuccessful, and around 10,600 or 8% of our applicants draw out on their second through fifth choice. So at the request of the Wildlife Board, the division is presenting an option to change the way the preference point applications are evaluated. This process, if approved, will allow the division to evaluate everyone's first choice first, begin with the applications with the greatest number of preference points. Then the division would evaluate everyone's second choice and so forth. Also, if you draw out on a general season buck deer, regardless of your hunt choice, you will lose your preference points. So if you look at this graph, this explains what I just talked about. So here, this is what the proposal is showing, the option, is that we would look at the applicants that had the maximum number of preference points. We would just evaluate their first choice first. Then we would move down to the next group that had the next number of points. So, for example, like I used before, if I had 4 points and John had 3, only my first choice would be looked at first before we went to John's first choice. And then we would look at everyone's first choice first, going all the way down to the applicants that had 0 points. Once all the applications are evaluated, we would go up to everyone's second choice and carry on all the way to everyone's fifth choice. So with this, the division decided to run a mock drawing to see how it would play out, see if it made a difference. So here is the comparison of how it played out. This does just represent our residents of the state of Utah. So as you can see, there was about 3,000 or 3% of our applicants that drew their first choice, that drew more of their first choice in our mock drawing. So you can tell that a lot more, 3% of our applicants got their first choice compared to our current drawing. And then first applicants that on their second choice, applicants that drew on their second choice, it went down in our mock drawing by about 2,700 applicants. And then the applicants that drew out on their third through fifth, it was about the same. And our unsuccessful was actually the same. And what ineligible, what that means is people that had a limited entry deer application in or a dedicated hunter application in, and they were successful in that, so we withdrew their application from the general season application pool. So I wanted to see who that 3% were. So wanted to see what kind of point range they were in, to see if it, who it was. So this shows me that 3% were applicants that had 0 points. So a lot more people drew out in our mock drawing that had 0 points compared to our current drawing. There was a little slight increase with applicants that had 1 point that drew out in our mock drawing. And then our applicants that had 2 through 11 points, it was about the same results. Another thing that I wanted to look at were about remaining permits. In our current drawing versus our mock drawing, we only had a 6 permit difference. We had 6 remaining left more in our mock drawing compared to our current drawing. But I do want to show you a scenario that could potentially happen. If applicants decide to change the way they apply in our drawing because they lose their points, no matter what hunt choice they draw out, we could, worst case scenario, we could have 7,886 remaining permits that would go and sell in July to go over the counter. But like I said, that is worst case scenario. That's if no one picked a second through fifth choice. The one thing, if the general season buck deer preference point is changed, the division does request to use the same approach for all of our other preference point systems. So that includes, of course, our general season buck deer, our antlerless drawings for elk, doe pronghorn, and our doe deer, our crane, grouse, and swan. We want to try to keep consistent with all of our drawings. It helps with our public and the confusion that could potentially happen. And that's it. Thank you.
First question I have is how come you kept using me as the unsuccessful applicant all the way through there?
This was your idea.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm being punished. I always tell people it's impossible for the division to blackball you, but I can see now that there might be something to it.
No, there's not. There's no blacklist.
Okay. Oh. Do we have any questions for Lindy on the presentation from the board? Nothing? From the rack chairs, do we have questions?
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
if a unit on the first choice, and say there's 1,000 tags and 1,500 people put in for it, they fill that first 1,000. Do the other 500, if they put a second, third, fourth choice, then go to those next?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So everyone's first choice, and then if someone did select that as a second choice, those 500 would go to those ones.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions from the rack chairs? Questions from the audience?
I have a question, John. You still lose your points no matter which hunt you applied for, correct?
Yeah, that's in the option that I'm presenting today, yes.
I think everybody's wore out after the last one. Nobody's got any zip to them now. No questions from the audience? We'll bring it back to the rack for a report on how their meetings voted. We'll start with Mr. Black.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Southern Region voted to accept the preference point system amendment as presented, and that passed 11-2.
Mr. Albrecht.
To accept the, as presented by the division, pass unanimous.
Randy.
Northeast region, it was the same. It was, a motion was made to accept it as presented, and it passed unanimous.
Mr. Hanson.
ORAC had a little discussion about this and about the losing points past your first choice, but it ultimately passed 7-3.
Mr. Doling.
And the Northern RAC recommended the Wildlife Board accept as presented, and that was also unanimous.
I don't have any comment cards. Okay. I did, and as I'm sure all you did, get a lot of emails and various options that people had talked about and things that people thought might be a better idea. I've read until they all run blurry together. Okay, I'm sure a lot of those people are watching this on YouTube or wherever. We appreciate that input because it helps us think through things and evaluate every possible option. A few things we do need to keep in mind as we consider this is it's got to be something that the world can understand. The people I talk to, it seems like the majority of them are under the assumption that we're doing it already the way that we're actually proposing to do it now. And so people think that's the way it's done. And also there is some cost and some things involved with reprogramming that if we're going to make a change, it needs to be worth it. And it needs to be something that we're confident in, because every time we do this, we have to deal with fouling and change the program. So when I originally talked to Lindy about this, that was a couple of things we wanted to do. Address the two main issues that I had heard a lot about. One is people drawing, not losing bonus points, and the other was somebody drawing their fifth choice before Lindy could draw her first choice. So, and I think this, in my opinion, I think this proposal adjusts those things. I mean, it could affect the way people put in for hunts. It could affect several things, but I think it's a good step in the right direction. So I don't really have anything else to say about it. If anybody has any questions or comments or anything for Lindy.
Add a couple of things to that. I echo what you say about we appreciate the emails and the ideas. And Lindy, thank you for doing your best to answer some of those emails. And you spent quite a bit of time personally answering those emails and at least a couple of them, and making sense of those. So thank you for that extra time that you spent there.
And I know that it would be difficult to add up the amount of hours that Lindy has spent doing this. Like we said, she's done a bunch of mock draws, and they didn't just put some things together willy-nilly and bring it to us. They actually ran it through a draw system to see what would happen, to see how things would play out like she presented. And I think she has gone above and beyond to make sure that there's no big holes in this presentation. So we appreciate that. If we don't have any more discussion, I would open it for you got to fill out a comment card.
It's there.
Where is it?
It's the same one I put 5, 6, 7
Oh,
on.
you're right. My mistake. I was wrong. Write it down.
Oh, man. Is that on record?
Troy, no, you're right. I saw that, and I just chose to overlook him. So, Troy Justinson.
How come his is the only purple one?
Troy Justinson, Sportsman, Fish and Wildlife. First off, I'd like to thank the board on what you did give us there. I appreciate that. We're all passionate. We all have feelings about certain things, but we do appreciate you looking outside the box and at least trying this on the once in a lifetime archery. Thank you. I'd like just real quick, as Gib Yardley said, he traveled 4 hours to be here this morning. I'd like to just give you a little bit of background on how SFW comes up with these proposals. We invite the division to come down to our committee meeting. We have a chapter head and 17 different chapters. A lot of those chapter heads drive that same amount of time, about 8 times a year, to discuss these things. The proposals we come with aren't just what Troy Justinson wants or whatever. It's these passionate sportsmen that are willing to invest that time to come and given the opportunity to participate. So thank you for that. We thank the division. Lindy come down and went through this with us. So did Justin on the big game stuff. So we got a lot of great sportsmen in the state that are willing to put forth the effort to be heard, and then we take it around to the racks. Having said that, we support the division's recommendation on the preference points. Thank you.
Thank you, Troy. Do I have any other comment cards that I've missed? Apparently I do that once in a while. Okay. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
I'll make a motion that we accept it as proposed.
Been moved, we accept it as proposed. Do we have a second? Seconded by Steve Dalton. Any further discussion? All in favor of the recommendation? Unanimous in the affirmative. Thank you. Lindy, you did a good job, sis. Thank you.
I'll thank Judy as well, who's hiding back there, who's got a lot of years. Judy's going to be retiring with us soon, so I think she's got one more board meeting, but it doesn't hurt to recognize her now for a long time of good service.
Judy does a great job over there. I'll never forget when I drew a dedicated hunter permit, Judy was the one to call me and say, "Is this you?" I says, because I opened the letter and couldn't believe I'd drawn it. I drew a bookless deer tag on the dedicated hunter thing, and I'm like, "You got to be kidding me. This is a joke." And Judy called me and goes, "Is that you? We were wondering if that was you." And it was very cool. So, Judy, every time I see you, I think about that hunt. So, I didn't kill anything. Thanks. She's a good girl. All right. Northeast Region Deer Management Plans. This will be presented to us by the native himself, Mr. Randall Thacker.
I'm not scared anymore. Appreciate you clarifying that for me though earlier. I'll try to, this is pretty non-confrontational either here on this issue. We'll try to go through it pretty quick. As you all know, every 5 years, each region goes through and updates our deer management plans. We do that in accordance with the cycle of our habitat monitoring. The range crew team, of course, they go out and do our habitat monitoring work each year. They read our plots and the habitat monitoring areas throughout our region this last year, and so today we're here to go through and we'll be updating those unit management plans for deer. We won't be changing buck-doe ratios or any of those kind of things. It'll just simply pretty much address any specific items or issues on each unit, which we don't have a lot of unique ones really, just one or two here we'll talk about. And then we'll look at the population objectives and the status of those populations as we go through them. So we'll start off first here with the 9 Mile Range Creek unit. Most of these units have they have subpopulation wintering objectives, and so they're split. As you can look at these graphs, each one of them will have a dotted colored red line and a solid red line. The solid red line there being the current population estimates, being that we're currently at about 5,100 animals. The the dashed red line across the top there is the objective for that subunit, which on this example is the 9 Mile Range Creek, has a 6,000 deer. The current objective is 6,000 deer. With our current estimate right now, it's come up to 5,100. Now down below that shows the other subunit wintering population objective of 2,500 animals. That's the 9 Mile Anthro subunit. And then the blue line being representative of the population estimates on that one too. So you can see the last 4 years really we've started to see this population trend up. This is something you'll see throughout our region for the most part. The deer populations in the Northeast region have been improving the last few years. We wish we could take all credit for it on great management, but of course it's a lot of 4 or 5 really nice winters in a row now, and we've had our survival rates have gone up, and it's been very productive for our deer there. So this is the current status of the 9 Mile deer population. Just to summarize real quickly, the range trend went out and did the habitat condition monitoring that we do. All of the sites were either stable or increasing on the 9 Mile. Everything's looking good. Very limited depredation issues on this unit. We're recommending no changes at all for the population objectives for both these subunits and for the 9 Mile. The next unit we'll talk about for just a moment is the Book Cliffs. This unit again has 2 separate wintering subpopulation objectives. The blue across the top there of 10,000 deer with the blue solid line down below representing the North Book Cliffs. That's a 10,000 deer objective for the wintering population there. The red lines there represent the South Book Cliffs with 5,000 as the objective at 2,500 there. So, the range conditions on the Book Cliffs, the north, all the range trend sites on the North Book Cliffs are actually stable or increasing. It looks really good on the north. The south does have a couple of areas down there that do have some range quality issues. And so we are recommending no increase on the Book Cliffs for the population objectives. They are both well below objective, and we'd want to see that population. We hope to see that continue to increase. We're putting in a ton of habitat work out there on water developments and all kinds of work that's gone on the Book Cliffs, and we hope to see that continue to improve this herd situation. The next unit is the South Slope. This is the South Slope of the Uintas. Again, we have two subpopulation objectives there. They're both have been at 13,000 deer. The red dotted line there shows you the eastern portion, which is the Vernal, Diamond, Mountain, and Bonanza subunit over there, all 3 of those combined, and that is at just slightly over the objective by a couple hundred right now is our current estimate. The blue line there represents the western portion of the South Slope, which is the South Slope Yellowstone subunit, and it's at about 75% basically of objective where it's at right now. The range conditions on this unit, again, most of them are stable. But over on the east end, we do have a couple of areas over there that were impacted by a large sagebrush die-off we had back. It started in 1993, actually, and ever since then, we've had a real invasion of a couple of those monitoring sites by cheatgrass. And they've been taken over and turned into a real annual weed type of a situation in those areas. And so we've targeted those in the plan of areas we'll want to emphasize some more habitat work in the future to focus our habitat work on those, on that area. What's really interesting though is that, and this is over on the east side again, where the deer were doing well, and as we go each year and we do our habitat or our deer collaring each year that we do for the monitoring of deer survival each year, we're catching deer, for example, this week across the state to put those radio collars on that we follow them for the overwinter survival. We also, as we bring those deer in, we do a body condition index on each deer that's captured and brought in. They take an ultrasound and several body measurements to see what kind of shape the deer in, how much body fat they have. These deer in that portion over there are some of the best in the best body condition in the entire state and have been for the last several years. And so we feel comfortable based on that. And even though we've got a couple of lower elevation sites that do have some habitat changes, we feel very little of those habitat impacts are coming from deer overutilization in that area. It's probably more just that habitat change that's occurred there due to that die-off that we had. And so we are recommending a small increase on the eastern portion from 13,000 deer for the population objective up to 15,000. We feel we can handle that with the winter range that we've got out there after reviewing the range trend sites closely and looking what the issue actually is. We've actually seen a decrease in utilization by deer on some of these areas rather than an increase on it. So the deer are dispersing and spreading out to some other areas and seem to be in great shape in spite of the loss of a couple of small areas there. So, but we do want to try to improve the habitat in those areas. So, the next unit we'll cover is the Wasatch Mountains East. This is the Wasatch Mountains Current Creek and Avinequin subunits. The blue lines there represent the Wasatch Mountains Current Creek. The current objective is set at 15,000 deer. You can see over the last 4 years how we've exceeded that. Come up the last 2 years now and are actually above that objective. The deer are doing really quite well on this unit. Again, we've had great weather the last 4 years, which helps too, but we've also done a ton of habitat work in these areas. The majority of these deer do winter on the Tabby Mountain Wildlife Management Area, which is the largest terrestrial WMA in the state, and a lot of habitat work has been invested there, and we're seeing the benefits of that starting to come up on that unit and really improve there. The red here at the bottom is the Wasatch Mountains Avinequin subunit. You can see that population has basically hit the current objective of 3,500 deer there, and they seem to be doing well down there too. So, as we looked at our range conditions and the habitat monitoring that's been done there, all of the sites were either stable or increasing and improving. Again, I've already mentioned the larger scale amount of habitat range improvements that have been done on this unit. And we do have depredation that does occur there, but it's handled for deer quite easily with the current existing programs that we have and the tools we have. It works pretty well over there. Very few real problems with deer that way. So we are recommending population increases, objective increases on both of these subunits for the 17B, which is Current Creek. We'll go from 15,000 to 20,000 is the recommended population objective for deer. And the Wasatch Mountains of Avinequin from 3,500 up to 5,000 on that unit. The last unit we'll talk about today is the North Slope. This is all three units. They are subunits are actually pulled in just one objective. This one doesn't split out. We have a current objective of 6,200 deer. And as you can see, this herd has been doing really quite well too the last 4 years, seeing a population increase there. And as we look at our habitat range summary here to just kind of condense it all, the habitat sites on this unit are all stable or increasing. It actually looks really good. There's been decreased utilization up on this unit too, seeing the deer are spreading themselves out in a better fashion that way on the use that we're seeing. We have very little depredation here. We do have one unique item that was addressed in the plan, and that is the urban deer conflicts in the town of Manila. If you can call Manila an urban situation, that's stretching it a lot, we know, but we do have about 100 deer. There is 100 deer or so that like to reside in the town of Manila. The problem is similar to what we've seen other places. There's half the people love them and half the people hate them.
So do we consider it an urban deer problem if there's more deer than people?
That's exactly right. Is that it's a real question. I put urban in quotations for a reason because I'm not sure it quite.
Because I would think the deer would outvote the people, that there's not a problem.
The deer probably vote that there's a people problem.
That's exactly right.
Probably a car problem, hitting too many of them. So it is something that's there. We've in the plan, what we've stated is if the mayor and the city council come to an agreement and ask for assistance, the division would follow existing protocol and policy there, and we'll step in and assist whatever they decide they want to do. They can't decide what they want to do there, but that's would work with them to assist if possible. We are recommending a population objective increase on this unit from 6,200 up to 10,000. A lot of this unit, the big differential here too seems to be the improved data we've been getting with the radio collar data and some of that kind of stuff that we've been using. It's really improved how well that population's been modeling on the better data that we've got, and it's showing that we had more deer probably than what we thought we had for a while on that unit too. So, is there any questions?
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the board?
I have a question, Randall.
Sure.
You know, the east side has done really, really well. We're talking about increasing that objective. What part of that, what percentage of that is the valley deer instead of the mountain deer?
Yeah, because we've definitely seen increases down below too. I guess I don't have it broken out, specifically to what's below the forest or the public land line that way there to break that out. There has been an increase there too, but the majority of our classification and our harvest, the way these numbers are come from when we model them, it's based on represented by the harvest and then our classification data type stuff that we get and the counts we do. And most of that is going to be heavily biased towards the public land area. That's really where most of that harvest is occurring. And so it would be representative to whatever percent you think the harvest is occurring down in the agricultural areas or down in the valley compared to the mountain. And so I think, it's probably representative of what's occurred out there. It's not just the valley deer that have increased. We've definitely seen an increase on the deer up on the mountain too. So does that kind of answer your question?
Any other, Byron, did you have something?
I just wanted to comment, Randall. I mean, we just need to do this statewide to get more and more increases going with our deer population.
There you go. If you can control the weather, we're all over it.
Well, we had good weather. But the book cliff's always still a problem. I mean, we're
Obviously.
at 50%, and I know we've done a lot of everything out there. So
You're right.
I don't know if you got any magic bullets out there to help bring that one back up, but get it.
That's right. Yeah, we wish there was, a magic one with we knew for sure what the one little switch was out there to change and
Have we got a
turn.
count on the wild horses out there?
Yeah, feral horses.
Yeah. And that is that's definitely one of the many contributing factors out there. We have, just to make sure we are, the plan addresses to increase, pressure on predation. We've got cougars are under predator management out there. We have coyotes under predator management. It's one of the more intensively managed units, I think, that way. More effort's probably put there than most others in the state that way. Habitat work, we joke in the region, it's kind of the joke is that it gets 80% of our habitat work has happened in the book cliffs, and some of that will take some time to kick in to really benefit deer, and we always have the limitation on the book cliffs of limited summer range. It is a very limited area, but we do have a lot of other mouths out there eating, whether it's wild cows or feral horses. They aren't technically legal, they're wild that way, they are feral horses. So yeah, there are some issues and they're all identified in the plan for the book cliffs, and we'll continue to pursue and do whatever we can accomplish on them. We'll continue to work on those on the book cliffs because it is only a little over 50%. Kirk said it looked like he wanted to say something.
Yeah, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I'd like to.
If we could just get I hope, Randall, thank you. It's a great presentation. It's exciting to see so many of the deer units doing so well. I hope that we all realize how lucky we are to have or to be in this position where Mother Nature has cooperated and allowed so many of the stars to align. And I hope we all know that it ain't going to be roses and sweet cream forever, that sometime Mother Nature's going to throw us a hard winter and she's going to take some of those deer back, and it's going to go up and down. But hopefully through these efforts and all the things we've learned, we can level out those lows, keep the lows from being so low and keep pushing the highs up. So we really appreciate your effort and great proposal, and that's for the most part some really exciting information.
So a little bit of everything. You can't put your finger on one specific thing that's helped, but a little bit of everything has all come together to make these herds increase their population.
That's for sure. And the largest, like John says, is we got great cooperation by Mother Nature with the weather. We've had four, and now it looks like 5 good winters in a row right now lined up for us. And for us in the basin, that's usually been our real struggle is when we get those hard winters that come on a 8 to 10 year cycle or whatever. We'll have a 1 or 2 bad winters. And
I'm going to say that's a two-edged sword, because it's nice not to have the snow because you can survive. The deer can survive, but
absolutely
nothing else survives through the summer because you don't have anything in the summer because you don't have any moisture.
And you know,
So
we've been real fortunate out in the Northeast region to have a couple actually really good wet summers the last 3 years, and that's that's the combination that's helped us. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right.
All right. Do we have any further questions from the board? Rack chairs. Questions from the audience? Bring it back to the rack for their report. Do we only go to the Northeast region, or do we take that, all of them? Okay, we'll go ahead and go through all of them. Justin, we'll start your way first.
Well, the Northern RAC recommended the Wildlife Board accept the deer management plans as presented, and it was unanimous.
Central Region voted unanimously to accept the report.
The Northeast Region voted to approve the presentation 5-1. Actually, the 1 was an abstention. I won't say more. I'll work on that training.
You're fine.
Southeast region passed unanimous.
Okay.
In the Southern region, it passed unanimous as well.
Okay. That says more. Okay. Comments. I have no comment cards. Anybody want to comment? Any of the division personnel want to comment?
Covy's dying to talk.
Covy, what color jeans you wearing today, son? Are they brown or are they blue?
Brown.
Well, blue. Don't wear buckle jeans. Don't be that guy. Okay. Here we go. We'll bring it back to the board for...
I did have one, I don't know if it's a question or a comment. A lot of these we're at objective or over, and so we're going to raise that. Are we going to increase permits now? Or are we going to wait till we grow some more deer and then increase permits? Where do the increase in numbers in the permit, the opportunity come in?
Yeah, some of these, the permit numbers are driven completely by buck-doe ratios.
Okay.
Really, and so that's what it will be. Just for your information, the Wasatch Mountains, they're the one that had most of these have already had increases, and you know we've increased in the South Slope Yellowstone, and same thing as the buck-doe ratio have increased. We've increased the permits several hundred.
So it's the buck-doe ratio, not just the overall numbers.
That's correct. Yeah, that's what the statewide plan calls for, is to manage for that target of a buck-doe ratio, and as we exceed that, then we increase permits.
So you've seen that buck-doe ratio increase as well as
we have
the total overall numbers.
The unit by unit
everything's risen
allocation
together,
has
including the permits.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
So, it seems that, I can't remember, it seems like it was Covy. I hate to give him any credit, but it seems like it was Covy told me that not only is the buck-doe ratio indicative of how many permits we're going to put out, but it is a pretty good measuring stick as to how our deer herd's doing. Our buck-doe ratio wouldn't be increasing if the deer herd wasn't healthy and doing well.
Well, it could be. Buck-doe ratio is driven by permits. You know, how many bucks you kill is what determines what's there next year, too, in a way.
So he's wrong, is what you're saying?
Always.
Okay. That's all I need to know. That's all I need to know.
To a degree it is, because production, you got two factors that come into it. What wasn't killed the year before for the older deer, and then the fawns coming in, you know, the yearling bucks coming in the new year. And that's all based on health, completely based on health of the populations.
Okay. Thank you. All right. We're back to the board. Anybody got any further discussion? If not, we'll take it to a motion. Moved by Dr. King to approve, seconded by Dr. Woodard to approve. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Passes unanimous. Thank you. Randall, we appreciate it. Thanks again. Now, we have the CWMU management plans and permit numbers for 2017 that will be presented by our local Buckle representative, Covy Jones. He is our public wildlife and private lands coordinator. So, Covy, take it away.
Thanks, Mr. Bair. I'm going to have to take back your Christmas present, though.
Please do.
So what I said was, if you have consistent harvest and you're increasing in buck numbers, then obviously your population must be increasing.
That is what you said.
Unless
I
you're killing a
remember
bunch of does.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Randall. Okay, so for 2017 CWMUs, we'll break this up, look at new applications, renewal applications, and change applications. There's a couple reasons to have a change application. One is a change in permit or voucher allocation needs to be approved by the board, change in season dates, or change in acreage greater than 33%, so 34% above. Just to look at what we received this year, 9 new applications for new CWMUs. One of those is because we had 2 CWMUs that were adjacent. They were purchased and consolidated into one, and then 8 new applications. 13 CWMUs submitted renewal applications for the 2017 through 2019, and 9 CWMUs asked for some changes that require RAC or board approval, for a total of 31. A breakdown of what we have out there. Again, the majority of these are in the northern region. We have the majority of the private land, but we're up to 132 participating CWMUs based on these recommendations. 2.3 million acres, and of that, 97% of that is private land. Today we'll be looking at the buck and bull recommendations. So of those, we get about 3,000 vouchers for private landowners. And you know, this is a great thing for 2 reasons. One, it mitigates damage and makes these animals really valuable. It allows us to have a lot increased populations in a lot of areas that we really couldn't as a state. But the other part is we're getting access for 500 public sportsmen who would otherwise not be able to afford trespass fees or ever have access to a lot of these lands. And if you look on the flip side too, and we're not discussing antlers today, but just a quick reminder, the public does get a real benefit out of the antlers permits that come out of the CWMU program as well. We'll break these down by region. So in the northern region, the new CWMUs, there's a new Cedar Springs, Meekum Ridge, Royal Ivory Outfitters, and Snowville Flat for some new pronghorn deer and moose opportunities. And we recommend approval of all of those. Northern region renewal applications. There's quite a few renewal applications here. And this is one where we've asked the CWMUs to help us really start working with antlers elk on some of these units that are over objective. And they've stepped up, several of them have stepped up and said, yeah, mountaintop, hard scrabble, they've stepped up and said, yeah, we'll help you guys, we'll help harvest more of the antlers elk, and we appreciate that. And we recommend approval of all of those as well. There were some change applications in the northern region. Deseret dropped dropped a full CWMU. Double Cone added some trade land, so that's private property outside the CWMU that now is accessible by sportsmen, and then we adjusted their voucher distribution. George Creek reduced their antlerless deer vouchers. They did this for depredation. They just felt like they didn't need to have as many as they had. Ingham Peak, they're starting to see some moose show up there, so they added bull moose. And North Peaks, which was previously Tim Peaks, they had a request to increase their elk vouchers, and we recommend approval on all of those. In the southeastern region, renewal applications, we had Mini Mod that requested 10 additional deer vouchers, and Red Ranches, they renewed, they had no changes. Recommend approval. The change applications in the southeastern region, we had Hiawatha. They added some more acreage to the CWMU, which qualifies them for an additional elk voucher. Indian Head changed their deer season to the later season. And Schofield Canyons, we recommend adding 2 additional bull elk vouchers there based on surrounding units. Pavant Ensign, this is the one that before we had on the Pavant, we had the Missouri Flat and the Black Point. The Black Point was a pronghorn CWMU. Missouri Flat was an elk CWMU. The same gentleman purchased both of those ranches and combined them into one CWMU. For deer, elk, turkey, and pronghorn, we recommend approval there. Here are some new ones for the central region. Some of these were CWMUs before. Allen Ranch was a CWMU and it went away in 2016. They reapplied in 2017. We recommend approval there. Deer Creek went inactive in 2016 as well. And you'll notice the asterisks on Deer Creek there. We've really tried to work with this operator in the CWMU. This has the potential to be a good deer property, a good CWMU. We've struggled with the treatment of the public hunter there. Before we recommended approval, we spent quite a bit of truck time with this operator, wrote him a letter. He's been before the CWMU Advisory Committee, and we just let him know, hey, we appreciate your participation and your desire to participate in the CWMU program, but we need better performance. We need better treatment of the public, and he accepted those terms and is willing to work through that.
That's the Deer Creek?
That's the Deer Creek, yes, John.
Can you tell me, I heard that the public is not having very good success there as far as harvesting animals, like for the last 5 or 6 or 7 years or something, that the public permittee is gone dry. Is there any truth to that?
Yeah, there's truth to that. In the last 3-year CRR cycle, so he went and hunted through 2015, took 2016 off. They had 2 public permits and they were 0, 2 public permits annually, and that CWMU went 0 for 6, and that was one of the conditions of reapplying, is that he would work harder to make sure that didn't happen again.
Did you give him a specific list of concerns?
Absolutely.
He's aware of exactly what we're concerned about, because if we just say we think you need to do better and he buys him a donut or something, he thinks he's doing better. I mean, he needs to know exactly what
we did add the donut portion in there. Okay. But in addition to that, no, we wrote him a letter and said these are the specific performance targets that we expect you to meet if you want to continue to participate in this program.
And when will those be reevaluated?
The COR is 3 years, but we have the ability to evaluate those annually.
Okay, I'm going to come back to that one. I'll let you finish your presentation.
Okay. Rock House is a new deer CWMU. Recommend approval there. And then Bear Mountain, they requested 3 additional deer vouchers, and they qualify for that. We recommend approval there as well. Cottonwood Ridge, this is in the Northeastern region, a new pronghorn CWMU. There's some excitement about this. Help deal with some depredation issues and make these animals more valuable to some of the private landowners and provide public opportunity as well. And that's all. Thank you.
Where is the Deer Creek CWMU?
So it's right across from the reservoir, and then you know where the Walsburg WMA is. So it's just on the other side of the road from the Walsburg.
It's on the west side of Walsburg.
I'm trying to think of that area. I get confused. West. Yeah.
Yeah, where that Walsburg WMA is, it's just on the other side.
It's on the other side of the road. You look right at it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
That's what I thought.
Okay.
Anybody else? I got another question for you on the Deer Creek.
Sure.
I asked you about how many of them have killed and they went dry for a few years there. I guess that's probably not a super accurate measuring stick, because I've been on hunts that were phenomenal that I didn't kill anything.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, don't the hunters rate the CWMU? Isn't there a hunter satisfaction score?
They do, and we evaluate that as well, and that's probably more important than whether or not they harvest.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's I would think it'd be more important than whether or not they kill something.
I think on this CWMU, the problem is that the public hunter kept feeling like they were second class. There were some instances where this is only a deer CWMU. There was an instance where they were left at the gate while they took in a paying elk client for elk trespass, and some other things like that happened that we just we made them aware. Hey, that's unacceptable. That's not what the program's about. And we would appreciate your cooperation.
Can we mandate some kind of a minimum hunter satisfaction score on that one, or we're going to put him on probation or something? I mean, it's important that these guys take care of the public hunters, because if we lose the support of the public on these units, life's going to be very difficult for them. I mean, that's...
John, you're right. I mean...
so these kind of situations concern me a lot.
Yeah.
So You feel, I mean, I guess you feel like you made it extremely clear and that we're headed the right direction, or what do we need to do there?
The letter that we delivered to the operator has the metrics in there, and they're quantifiable, and we'll be able to measure him on those, whether or not he was, yeah.
Okay. Bill, I feel inspired to call on you for just a second. He's sitting right over there.
As the chairman of the CWMU Advisory Committee,
Yes, sir.
I would think it appropriate that it, maybe as you pass this, you could put in a stipulation that he report back to the CWMU Advisory Committee this next year to report on his success and keeping up with what Covy's required him to do.
Instead of wait the 3 years.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's completely appropriate. Thank you, Bill.
Report back this year with progress and where everybody can evaluate the hunter satisfaction and the things he's done.
I'd like to see the hunter satisfaction for this next year.
Okay.
See the difference.
Okay.
And I got that written down, and we'll deal with that when it comes back to motion time. So we're still. Any other questions?
Yes. Covy, what's the ratio you used on that new CWMU that has a moose component to it now? And then I know that your ratio, and we talked about this a year ago and stuff like that, I'd like to see that ratio on once-in-a-lifetime moose tags get closer to a 50-50 split.
Yeah, when we went, and Byron, that's still on the action log, and one of the things, so we addressed like permit allocation for CWMUs this last year in the August board meeting, and I remember, Byron, that you brought up specifically, hey, let's look at moose again. Moose, as per rule, it's a 60-40 split. It's pretty close. A lot of times it does end up as a 50-50 split just because of the way that the tags work out. If it's only one tag, it just alternates every year. I'm not sure exactly what the ratio is on this one, but I would say that it follows the rule. Byron, and I think one of the things that you're getting at is the moose tags that are allocated to some CWMUs and private lands, are they based on unit permits? And the answer to that is with moose, that's really not possible, because some of these areas, 90-some% of the moose habitat is in private land, and so even if we took permits away from CWMUs, we couldn't increase those public permits. It just wouldn't be possible. But right now we are getting a lot of access and but I do intend to evaluate that further and bring you back the numbers and the questions you asked. So.
I appreciate that. Thanks, Covy.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Questions from the audience? Seeing no audience, we will come back to the RAC chairman.
I guess I got a question. You had one slide there, Covy, that had a term called trade land. I've never heard that before. Help me, educate me on that. Tell me what that is again.
Okay.
Yeah, double cone there.
Yeah. So trade land, if a CWMU has public land within their borders, they have two options. One option is they adjust their voucher permit allocation from the standard. So 90-10 would go to a mandatory 80-20 is the highest they could get, or a 70-30 or a 50-50, depending upon how much public ground they have inside the CWMU. So that's option A. Option B is they can open up comparable private ground outside the CWMU, and then that comparable private ground is open to anybody who wants to hunt that unit. It becomes essentially a public hunting ground.
Oh, thank you.
All right. I guess, do we have a RAC report on this?
Yes.
We'll go ahead and go through that.
Okay,
I didn't see much about it in the minutes, so I'm guessing we didn't have a whole lot. Go ahead, Dave.
The Southern Region voted to accept the CWM management plans and permit numbers for 2017 as presented, unanimous with one abstention, which is a legitimate abstention.
Because they are part of a CWMU.
Yeah.
See, now that's the kind of abstention
Dave,
we
can
can
you
deal
talk to Randy
with.
later?
And we also had another motion
Okay.
that the board consider adding an action item of issuing 2 permits every other year for CWMUs that only have 1 public permit, so that the bonus points are an advantage. So right now, for instance, we've been putting in for a particular CWMU that only has 1 public elk tag.
So you're being a max point holder doesn't benefit you.
Right. There's no points. There's just a random draw every year, and I guess that can be good or bad. Somebody that, you know, that just entered the bonus point system has as good a chance of drawing that tag as somebody that's been doing it for 15 years. But the other thing that it does is, it gives you the opportunity to use your bonus points, but I think it's a point creep thing that would help us because we're not pulling those higher points off of these CWMUs with only 1 tag. So I think that helps a little bit on the point creep as well.
Okay. So I'm going to write this down. Let's see it. So you're talking about all the, if a CWMU only has 1 deer tag, every other year add a tag, so there's 2 deer tags.
Well, I asked if
or just
they could
skip a
make
year.
Yeah, they
2 every other.
I first asked them if we could just figure out a way where the minimum was 2 tags instead of 1. And they said no, because that's based on percentages and some other things. And so the solution is to go every other year and give 2 tags, and then 1 year no tags.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Kevin?
Southeast region passed unanimous.
Randy?
Northeast region passed unanimous.
No abstentions?
Not on this one.
All right, good deal. Richard?
Central passed it unanimously.
Dustin?
And the same for the northern.
Thank you. All right. I have no comment cards. I have no comments. I have no input of any kind other than what Covy's given us on the board. So I guess we'd bring it back. Covy, I guess I'd ask your opinion on that. If you only have 1, and I guess with the CWMU you have to opt into that kind of a thing. Some probably wouldn't want to do it. What's your opinion?
I think it's something we could definitely look into. I mean, I see why guys would want that. Again, because if there's only 1, it doesn't, you know, it discourages you with a lot of points to put in for something. So I think it's something.
Would we have to write that into rule as an option that they could participate in? That seems like something we'd have to do something administratively with.
I don't think that'd be up to the CWMU operator because it's affecting their public tags, not their private tags.
Good point.
We might have to change the rule to accommodate for something like that.
So, hence the request for the action log item, so that we can look at that.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from the board, or do we want to do that? I mean, do we want to put that on the action log to?
I think that's a reasonable thing to do.
I think that's reasonable. Covy, you all right with that?
Yeah,
Anything we can do to address.
Do I need an official action log motion, Stacy?
I'll make that motion.
Dr. Woodward's made the motion.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Calvin. Been moved and seconded that we add to the action log the possibility of a CWMU that only has 1 public permit, that we alternate every other year so that they have 2 permits, then no permits, then 2 permits, thus utilizing maximum points to draw one of those permits.
Okay.
Okay, you got that? Okay, any further discussion? All in favor? Passes unanimous. I'd entertain a motion on the balance, being I don't have anything else.
I thought we had one other.
Do we have one other? What else did we have? Oh, that. Oh, good catch, good catch. I wrote it on the other side of the paper. Actually, I wrote it on the other paper. Deer Creek. That's right, thank you. That's why you have a doctor sit next to you. I think it would be very appropriate that we ask the operator of the Deer Creek to come back and report in a year to the CWMU committee, and that they bring their hunter satisfaction rating and anything else that they deem credible or that the committee asks for to show that they're making improvement there.
Okay.
So that the public hunters are treated better.
I just have one question. Is the committee really comfortable in reinstating them after the record that they've had for the last 3 seasons?
There's been, so what I will say is there's been some effort on the operator's part to do better. In the last year,
evidenced by
the 2015 hunting season, there was definitely an effort to do better for the public hunter. In the 2014 hunting season, they went before the CWMU Advisory Committee that winter, so February of 2015, and were put on probation. And that next year, there was an effort, but it probably still fell short. They took a year off to kind of regroup and figure things out, and then reapplied. And I think that was that year off and saying, hey, here's the changes we're going to make, in addition to the letter that we sent them saying, and here's what we expect. And then a follow-up visit to the advisory committee, I think, is very appropriate, and I think that will help us.
If it's deemed that it's still a problem at this time next year, can we legally at that point put them on probation or revoke their COR or whatever it is, or their CWMU, or what do we do there? We can do that. Okay. Because if we do this and there's no teeth and there's no recourse if they don't measure up, then no point in doing it.
So along those lines, Marty's in back kind of giving us hand signals, but there's a big difference between probation and revoking the COR. I think that might be good to have you tell us at the microphone what those options are, because there's a big difference.
I think, and really quick too, let me clarify that they would go before the advisory committee, so they would hunt fall of 2017 and then go before the advisory committee winter of 2018 after they had all the data and everything back.
Yeah, because I mean,
because right now there was no hunt fall of 2016.
Probation's paperwork. I mean, so what? So somebody writes a nasty letter about you. I guarantee you, there's people at home writing nasty letters about us right now. That don't mean anything. So if we can't do something, but Marty, what's our recourse possibilities?
The Division of Wildlife has authority to suspend a certificate of registration on a CWMU based on any violation of the Wildlife Code, on violation of the terms of a certificate of registration, order of the Wildlife Board. So if this comes around next year and they've got a valid 3-year certificate of registration and their performance is substandard to the point that it's violating terms of a COR or rules and statutes, which I believe it would fall into that category, the division could initiate a suspension proceeding to end that COR. It would go to the hearing officer, and then an appeal would be made to the Wildlife Board from there. And the authority to issue probation really emanates from the authority to suspend. So if the division in its discretion felt that probation was a better approach to take with this rather than initiate a suspension proceeding, that could follow that approach as well.
Okay. So we do have some fairly strong options if we get to that point.
And unlike suspensions of hunting privileges or fishing privileges where you got to have some type of criminal adjudication, on a certificate of registration you do not. It can just be based off a violation itself.
So Marty, I heard you say a violation of law or rule or a term of the COR. I didn't hear you say that dissatisfied customers would constitute that. So I could see them coming in and having upset people again, but not necessarily having broken any rules proper or any terms of that.
Yeah, the portion of the code that deals with CWMUs in statute states that the operators will give a comparable hunting opportunity to their public hunters as they do their private paying hunters. And there's also in rule that kind of also backs that up as well and makes a similar statement. But if the board wants to make it crystal clear, you'd simply need to put into this certificate of registration that you're going to approve here today a provision that they will meet certain, whatever you determine, client satisfaction requirements.
Did we
And
make
that
the-
becomes a term of the certificate of registration.
If we, because who they're going to, I served on that CWMU committee, and I mean, we had to deal with these kind of things. It's not fun, but it's part of life. And it wasn't that hard to tell if you had a, we're on YouTube, so I got to choose my words a little better. If you was dealing with somebody
You've
that
been
was
doing
just
that?
a
His YouTube chooses words.
That's right. That's right. So it wasn't hard to tell if you had an unruly operator that didn't care about the people, or if you had an ass of a hunter that was not cooperating and just felt like they should have the whole world handed to them. It's not. I mean, once you get in there and weigh those stories, it's not that difficult to see where the fault lies. So if we could get, say, we said, all right, in a year you're going to come back and report, and if the committee is okay with it, that's who we need to work with, right? The committee needs to be okay with it. The CWMU advisory committee, is that not right? They need to be okay with it. If they're not okay
That's not
with
a
it,
prerequisite. The committee's just there to help resolve problems. They're not an authority that exists independent of the board's authority to issue and suspend or revoke. So however the board wants to structure this in the terms of setting up the certificate of registration for this next 3-year term could be as we want you to come and report back to us at the end of year 1. I mean,
but I guess what I'm asking is we could ask him to come report to the CWMU
Yes.
committee.
Yeah.
And then if they're okay with it and Covy's okay with it, because Covy, you're on that, you work with that committee too, right? If they feel like it's okay and that he's doing okay, then there's no need to drag him here.
True.
Otherwise,
As well.
if they don't feel like it, then they report to us, and in this meeting next year, we revoke his
And just
CWMU.
to be clear, I mean, you would still retain the authority even if the CWMU Association felt that, or the CWMU Advisory Committee
Yes.
felt that the violations weren't that egregious to take
We could
action.
overrule
You
them
could
and still do
that.
it.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. We can overrule anybody.
No, don't get carried away with it.
I understand.
I realize there's a certain
We are on
risk in
YouTube,
making-
so.
certain risk with making those broad statements.
Could overrule anybody.
Get excited.
Calvin. All right, thank you. I think we know. That's the only thing I really. And if we don't address the issues that, and the concerns with the public hunters and work to make this better, then I mean, you have to maintenance the program. You have to do these kind of things. So,
Yeah.
I think that's what we should do. I really think that's what we should do. And I would say, I mean, I can't make the motion, but I would say that we structure it so that he reports to the CWMU advisory committee, that they review it, and if there's concerns, they bring it back to us, and we'll deal with it accordingly. Are you okay with that, Covy? Bill, you okay with that? The rest of the board okay with that? Then can somebody make a motion?
Motion that we accept the proposal with the asterisks that he already has in his proposal, that we look at the Deer Creek CWMU in 1 year's time through the process that was just outlined. I don't know that I need to outline that again. Is that
Yeah,
is that
I think
okay,
that's-
Stacy?
You got that? We have Bill?
Uh-oh.
No, that's all right. We got to make sure we get this right.
You're close. The only thing is, we won't have a report back until after the 2017 hunting season.
So it'd be 2018 would we need to go before the committee.
Well, it'd be this meeting.
Yeah.
It'll be this meeting next year.
It can't be this meeting next year. It has to be.
Okay.
It has to be.
But we will know from this hunting season going on a few weeks ago whether he's doing good or not.
No, he didn't have one this a few weeks.
Oh, he didn't have one. Okay, okay. You're right.
Next year, this hunting season
Yeah, but
will
he
be.
would have had one, it would already be closed by this time next
Yes.
year.
We will know, but he won't before the committee by then. Yes.
Unless we have an emergency meeting. or
Unless we have an
something.
emergency.
So we could probably make it work.
We'll make it work.
Make it happen, boys. Make it happen.
Make it happen.
Just do it. Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Did we have a second? Okay. Calvin seconded. All in favor? Passes unanimous. Thank you. Covy.
All right.
We got the Landowner Association permit numbers for 2017.
Okay.
Pronghorn.
So there are 12 landowner associations right now across the state that have a valid COR and aren't requesting any changes. There's one new LOA, 4 landowner associations that are requesting changes, and 1 correction. For a total of, if approved, 17 statewide. That's 126 deer vouchers, 78 elk vouchers, and 9 pronghorn vouchers. So on Diamond Mountain, there was an increase in public permits in deer, which qualified them for 4 additional vouchers. On the Oak Creeks, they increased acreage. So they went from 6 to 7. Recommend approval there. On the Pavant in the Elks Landowner Association there, they also increased acreage and are qualified for 1 more. On the Pilot Mountain, we changed the age objective on that unit. We increased public permits, which then qualified them for an additional voucher. So they went from 1 every 3 years to 2 every 3 years. And the pronghorn, bookless pronghorn, they qualified for 3, and they were given 2. So that's a correction from last year. Okay, and then Henry Mountains LOA reapplied, and they qualify for 1 deer every 3 years, and that's what we're recommending. And that's it.
Covy?
Yes.
What is here that we can argue about?
Nothing. I mean,
nothing. There's nothing, Covy.
You could try.
Well, I'm sure we could find something, but you really didn't bring much to the table on this. And then we have, after this, though, remind me, because we have one thing that we want to talk about. So don't go anywhere after this. Okay. Anything from the board, Mr. Director?
Some of the agricultural folks left at lunch, but we're going to stick around for this, but didn't. But they came to me and said a comment or question they had was what's involved in reevaluating the Panguitch Landowner Elk Association, and with the populations higher, are they in queue to get any more numbers of elk permits, bull elk permits in that association? I said I don't really know the details of that one, but I'm just forwarding to you what they, if they were still here, would be asking now. So maybe you could address that.
Sure. So even though these are 3-year CORs, if we increase public permits, anytime we increase public permits, they can submit for an additional, if they qualify, then an additional voucher, and that's what the other LOAs across the state have done. And when that happens, the public gets its share, and the landowners get their share, and it seems to work.
Is that based all on acreage?
Yeah. Yep. It's based on, so, it gets tricky, but it's based on habitat, right? Habitat within the unit for that species.
I can say that was a concern that I guess it was the Yardleys that brought that up, that they haven't increased any more acreage, but obviously they're way over objective on the elk. Can they raise those numbers? Can they have a few more permits, public, private, however it works, because the elk are there?
Yeah.
Would there be an issue of trying to raise those permits, either give them 1 more public, 1 more private, however the ratio works? The numbers are there. Well, and it would make them feel a little bit better about having the elk being so far over objective to get a few more permits.
Are you talking about the Panguitch Lakes unit?
Yes. Yeah, the Panguitch Lake.
That particular unit, the way I remember, is we cut the bull tags
because we weren't coming in at the age objective.
They weren't coming up to the age, but we did not lower their permits. They stayed the same. Okay. So they're actually
more than they
so they're actually getting a better deal.
And we're just fine with that.
I wouldn't say they're getting more than they should. If we
They get
We just didn't
10%.
lower them when we lowered the public permits. So right now they're
So
a
you took
little.
the public permits but left the private
Yeah.
permits the same.
If we redid the calculations right now.
They would they would qualify for fewer.
Yeah, but again, I mean, Calvin, what you're saying is exactly what's happened here. When we do increase public opportunity, when you have for elk, when we're exceeding the age objective, or for deer when we're exceeding the buck to doe ratios, when we increase those public permits, we've come back on Diamond Mountain and Pilot Mountain and all of these and increased their share as well.
Okay, I think they were just looking at the sheer numbers.
So yeah, and so
I guess it's a combination of just the numbers and the age classifications. So the numbers are there, but the age is not quite there. So that's why you pulled some of the public back.
Exactly. So
Okay.
they're looking. Yeah, we're looking at bulls versus how we manage the population.
Okay.
We need a RAC report. Mr. Black, by proxy, go ahead.
Okay, let me just comment on a little more clarification on that before I report from the RAC. The reason that we reduced bull permits is we raised the age objective last year on the Panguitch Lake unit from a 5.5 to a 6.5 as part of the revisions of the elk management plan.
And you pulled some of the public numbers back, but you left the private numbers.
We reduced the number of bull tags because we raised the age objective, so we have to manage a little bit differently to get to a higher age objective.
Okay. But the private tags you left the same. Give them a little,
If that's what Covey's-
more consideration.
We didn't change them.
You didn't change those. Okay.
I'll take him at his word for that because I don't know for sure.
Dangerous proposition.
You say that like you.
You say that like we say it.
I say that
like,
with a little trepidation.
I know he's getting over, but I don't have the facts. So.
The Southern RAC voted unanimously to accept with one abstention because Wade Heaton sees a conflict because he's involved with landowner associations. So.
Mr. Albrecht, unanimous? Randy?
Unanimous.
Hanson?
Unanimous.
Unanimous.
Nice. I do. If we could just, that's good. These are the kind of things we like unanimous on. The others we like discussion, but this is good. All right, I'll bring it back to the board.
Got a question, John. Covey, on the, we've always had the problem, we asked you to look at it, landowners not allowing access. They're getting landowner tags to their private property, particularly on the Ponsagon.
Byron, what was that? The last part of the question. I'm sorry.
Well,
so getting landowner tags and then not
landowner tags for to take care of the problem.
Okay.
And then they're selling these tags, but
And
they're not allowing the people that buy the tags
access back on
their private property.
Yeah, that's against the rule. So, and we had an instance this year where that exact thing occurred in one of the landowner associations, and I called the president and just let him know that, hey, in rule, when you sell that, you're selling a voucher to then go redeem a unit-wide permit, but in addition to that, you have to allow that person you sold the voucher to access the property within the landowner association. And the way it's written is that the person who sells the voucher. So if Mr. Crandall, if they divided up the vouchers and Mr. Crandall sold one voucher, then he would have to allow them on his property for the voucher that he sold. But a lot of these compile the vouchers and then sell them as an association.
Aren't they also supposed to allow, like on the Book Cliffs? I sold a landowner tag on the Book Cliffs, which allows the guy that bought the tag to hunt the property that the tag came with. And also, are we not supposed to allow somebody who drew one in the draw for every tag we have and sell? We're supposed to allow one other hunter to hunt our property.
Yes, according as per rule. As per rule, you have to allow the equivalent number of public hunters onto the property. So one for one.
Okay.
And
that's for landowner, not CWMU. That's landowner.
That's landowner, and the landowner associations in rule again are supposed to be documenting that and could be asked to provide that information anytime.
Any other questions? Make a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Calvin that we accept as presented, second by Donnie. Then moved and seconded that we accept as presented. All in favor? Passes unanimous. Thank you. Covy.
Make an amendment.
Talk to me about, now this is other business, this is everything, we've completed everything on the agenda. We thank you for that. We've received some correspondence from Mapleton City. Have you been involved in that, and have you received those letters?
Yeah, I've
And have you talked to the police chief down there?
So yeah, I've worked some of that. Is Jason still here?
Jason, would you come on up and
We've received those letters. I've received those letters and worked a little bit with Jason on that, but I know Jason, the region's worked on that a little more, so.
the last letter I received asked that we either cut Mapleton City out of the unit or make it so they could confiscate the deer that was shot, and I don't know that either one of those is actually what we want to do. I'm sure there's some other ideas.
Yeah, I don't think we want to do either of those, and I spoke with Marty about that today to see kind of where we sit with that. Part of it is trying to understand what the problem actually is, how big the problem is. We don't want to start a precedence probably of cutting cities out of our units. When I spoke with the mayor, he was concerned about kids running around and shooting within town, and being willing to pay a $250 fine
to keep their big deer.
To keep the big deer for discharging within the city. One of the things I mentioned to him was to increase that fine. He didn't think he could increase it high enough to make a difference. So we're still working with him to try to find a resolution.
There's been times where
they're large deer.
There's been times where we have had different cities, municipalities come to us where we have closed hunting inside the limits of the city. I mean, to me, something like that is what they're legally, it'd be what they have to do. Marty, are you coming up here, or are you just leaving? Okay. Because he's contacted me several times, and I wanted to get some good information before I start telling him to do things that are illegal or that he shouldn't do. So,
just to kind of clarify your statement earlier about that there have been cities in the past that have come here seeking approval to close their city to hunting. It's a little bit of difference. What they want approval for is an ordinance, to pass an ordinance that would close their city to hunting. It's still not going to be a wildlife code violation. It would just be a violation of city ordinance. The problem we've got, if we're going to go down the road of carving out cities, and they would probably be numerous in time, is all of our proclamations and guidebooks would have to describe our unit boundaries, then exclude city limits within them.
Yeah,
and then knowing where those city limits actually are. Some have huge incorporated areas. There's no boundaries that mark them. And so I think we've tried to shy away from that a little bit.
And I think we're all in agreement that we don't want to go that way.
And this situation in Mapleton City could probably be handled a couple ways. One is I'd like to make sure before we try to get a grasp of the scope of the problem, before we start crafting solutions, because what we would not want to do is maybe do something that would be extraordinary, for something that's not as big an issue. It may have just cropped up a couple times in 1 year.
I want to pet
but
the
there's
ant with
one
a hammer. I understand.
One other thing that can happen, and it is a violation of Utah code for a person to discharge a dangerous weapon within 600 feet of any other home or dwelling. And so in a city, it's usually pretty hard to discharge a bow or a gun and not be within 600 feet of some other dwelling. Now, if you got permission from that person, you can, but a violation for that, you can suspend hunting privileges. And that is what's going to really have an impact on folks and discouraging them. It might only be a $250 fine and you get to keep your deer. But if we could suspend hunting privileges, that would be a pretty significant deterrent. But we're limited in what we can suspend for. By code, we can suspend for violations of the wildlife code. You can suspend for a violation of 7610-508, which is shooting, from across a highway within 600 feet of a home and from within a vehicle. And we can suspend for folks that shoot domestic livestock. that's about it as far as the division's administrative authority to suspend. But courts, on the other hand, have authority to suspend hunting privileges in criminal sentencing for whatever they deem appropriate. So one solution could be is the city takes these cases to their local prosecutor is to see if we can get the court to impose a suspension, which the division by statute is obliged to recognize and consider.
Then we'll have to see the appeal.
Pardon?
But then we'll have to hear the appeal.
No. There
Not
is
if
no
the criminal
appeal.
court issues the sentence.
It's a court, so we simply recognize it. It's there as long as the court tells us it is, and when they tell us it's expired or they've terminated early, then the division recognizes that. So there's two different processes. The courts have the authority to suspend independent of the division in criminal sentencing. The division has administrative authority to suspend, but it's limited to these wildlife violations and other similar things.
What about the fine if it's a trophy animal?
That's going to have to come under the wildlife
But
code.
it's not a wildlife violation. That's
Not a
what he's
wildlife
saying.
violation. Shooting it in the city, it's a city violation.
So the restitution, the fine's not as big as the restitution.
So, I guess while I got you and Jason both right here, do we need to, because that's what I was thinking, you can't shoot around buildings and houses and whatnot, so that in itself to me kind of excludes hunting in the city. But apparently that's not enough, and so we
Is
need
there
to.
a factor in there without permission? Because you can shoot within that distance of a building with permission.
Yes, with permission of the landowner that's within 600 feet of where you're shooting a gun or a bow.
Yeah.
Now, I'm told Mapleton City has some big open spaces
They
that
do.
you
Yeah,
can
they're
hunt
big fields right in
that
town,
aren't
so.
going to be within 600 feet, and so that statute's not going to help you much there. Places like Bountiful. it
So do
may
we
be
need
more
to-
so that way.
Is this a wildlife issue, or is this a law enforcement issue for Mapleton City? Does this affect wildlife enough that we need to get involved?
I don't think it affects wildlife. It was brought to me under the guise of this is a public safety issue, is what he said.
But I'm not sure we're mandated to
Yeah, I don't know how we would.
public safety issues.
Well, and there are a couple things going on here. One, if you close an area to hunting, all of a sudden we still have a city that has changed their own city code to allow for some discharge to help deal with depredation because of the agricultural fields they have. So I know they do allow discharge of a shotgun and work with their private landowners for that to help
Those guys
control
that shoot
populations.
pheasants right in town.
Yeah,
and it's good hunting.
They also have an urban deer program that's working well. So there's a couple issues right there. Another issue would be that
Hold on. They have an urban deer hunting,
Mm-hmm.
yet they're complaining about an urban deer hunting.
It seems a little confusing, but yes, there's an urban deer program right now that is being administered by the city that is working well, and it's been safe. We haven't had any issues or concerns or complaints. And in addition to that, it feels like we're getting pigeonholed into the only answer is to close this and not exploring the option of if there is opportunity to hunt inside of Mapleton, if there is this opportunity, how could we work with the city to maybe do it safely? Yeah. I guess those are my thoughts.
Do we need to, get a couple of us and go down and sit down and meet with I don't know if it's the mayor, the police chief, city council, whatever we got to do there? I guess some of you've already done that to some degree.
We've had some conversations with them. I think it wouldn't hurt to go and present some of these ideas again to them and have
Maybe
a conversation.
we could work with Marty and outline our legal limitations as to what we feel comfortable doing and maybe some of our more positive options and meet with him, because I don't want to blow him off, and he's I can understand he says there's kids shooting them in town and then they run in somebody's backyard and die on the back porch, and there crazy things going on, or they're trying to shoot a wounded deer running through somebody else's backyard, and we don't want that.
Right.
That doesn't help anybody.
And as Covy pointed out, I think we have some solutions that we can come up with. We just need to sit down with them.
Okay.
Things have calmed down since the hunts are over right now.
Yeah, I think we got a little time between now and the next hunt, but if we could.
I also
I'll
have
commit to
faith
go.
in the division's ability to go and do that. I don't know that we as a board need to get involved.
Yeah, I don't want to, I mean, because when we start closing down hunting and stuff, I'm genetically wired the opposite way. I hate to vote against hunting. I don't care what it is. I hate to close
Found
down.
that out today.
Yeah, I know.
Well, we're committed to work with the mayor and the council and,
Okay.
and the police chief there, so we'll.
So if we can, all right, there's several of us that have got that information in that correspondence, so I'll just keep in touch with you. If there's anything we can do to help you out, it sounds like you guys are on top of it and you don't need us getting in the way, so.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have any other business? I would like to remind everybody that our next meeting will be on January 3rd. January 3rd. That is a Tuesday.
Stacy's fault.
Nope. It's my fault.
Oh, it's way next year.
It's all next year. It's clear next year. It's all the way next year. It is Tuesday, okay?
The 3rd, not the 5th, because
It's
the
the-
original calendar was the 5th.
It's the 3rd.
John has to go wear skinny jeans and
To those in the southern region who still think they need to keep track of their time by the sun and the seasons, it is
Says the guy
January 3rd.
Says the guy who's late to board meetings.
I was not late today. I was
Today,
here
but,
early.
you know.
I've been early, and I was early yesterday.
You're on a roll.
I'm on a roll. I deserve a donut. Here we go. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you. We are adjourned.
Happy holidays, everyone.
Yes, sir.
This dude sits on the rack.